What's up, you guys? Hey, guys, what's going on there, guy? What is going on, Trey? What's up, Stranded? Shout out to the Misfits, the old crew of Misfits. Oh, God. Snap, crackle, pop the back. I'm all screwed up with having to go and cover that store, which I get to do it again Tuesday. Fun, fun. I'm not your guy, buddy. I'm not your buddy, pal. I'm not your pal, guy. What is going on in the land of fancy? How is everybody tonight? I'll actually put some paint on this thing this time instead of just farting around and then going into some kind of trivia that's going to last like 8 hours. So I'll actually be painting the, and I'm mana. Wait, let me see if I can say it. Manananggal. I think that's how you say it. Manananggal, which is a Filipino vampire, basically. Not much news. I haven't been watching the news. Catching up on like anime, which I didn't even realize how much it piled up within a week of me not really watching it. Caught up on that. Friday night, kind of a bum rush with Smurf. I didn't realize it. We fought that boss for an hour and 21 minutes, which is just stupid ridiculous. Smurf was correct in his assessment of fighting fodder that basically we should have had a ton of food on hand and just gone full melee on him. Or maybe the troll summoning staff, which I haven't even made one of those and showed it to you guys yet. But the vines, all that kind of stuff, like just do like basically like dual magic or something. The melee, like when you're in there with the sword and board, does a lot of damage to him. But my God, an hour and 21 minutes. And the whole time I'm like panicking, like, I've got to go to sleep. I've got to go to sleep. I got to be up early. And it's been a while since I worked retail, being out in front of people. You want to talk about a fun time? I even said this, like if you watch Clerks when he's sitting on the counter, and I didn't sit on the counter, I was sitting in the chair, but how he's sitting there and he's reading the newspaper, and the woman comes in and goes, "Which of these movies is better?" And he's just kind of like, "Yeah, they're. I don't know. I don't watch movies." It was kind of the same thing. I was just like, I don't know which vacuum's better. You tell me. I don't know crap about crap. But then it was funny because the last 5 minutes of the day, I didn't see a customer for an hour. And with 7 minutes to go, my wife comes into the store, or what have you. Go outside, we're BSing. I'm smoking a cigarette with her. And I was like, every time I work retail, there's always that last minute customer. And sure enough, this car pulls in with 3 minutes left on the clock. And I see the lady go into her back seat. And I'm like, oh, shit. And I go in the store. That woman kept me there for an extra 10 minutes. And I was like, why couldn't you have shown up an hour ago? Like, really? You waited till the last 3 minutes and then kind of told me her life story, which she was a nice lady, but just the same. It was like, ma'am, I've been here all day. I just want to go the hell home. SE, great to see you, man. Glad you could make it to this one. Yeah, Clerks 2 is fantastic. The original Clerks, I used to call that required watching and training when I ran a Blockbuster. I was like, yep, that's pretty much it. And then the other one was Dave Chappelle, the first episode. They do this whole skit about pop copy. And pop copy, like he's like, just have an uncomfortable conversation in front of the customers you don't want to deal with. And like dude's on the phone, he's like, "Hell yeah, I suck toes. Welcome, pop copy. How can I help you?" It's Scarface from Half Baked. And like I would tell everybody at Blockbuster, like, "Hey, you got to watch this. It's required watching. That's part of your training program for being in my store." Yeah, man. I understand SE. I'm right there with you. I'm subscribed to all kinds of people. I get all kinds of crazy different notifications for crap that I don't even want to see anymore. It could be like, oh, I was trying to do the Easter egg in Call of Duty Black Ops 3 Zombies mode, 5 years ago, and I subscribed to this dude's channel. And I leave the subscriptions there because I don't want to hurt somebody's channel, you know? But I'll get notifications like that, end up having to go and turn off notification bells, all that fun stuff. I don't go back until Tuesday stranded. So it's kind of gave me a little bit of breathing space. Matter of fact, I got to take care of stuff around the house because I've been. Dude, that's funny. The wife comes in. So I think I showed you guys. Shit, did I just fuck something up when I did that? There we go. So I showed you guys the wife's nail art. Well, she's doing the pictures and everything else, so she can do the website or whatever for it, whatever she's doing, the marketplace. And she's like, "Yeah, I'm missing a nail." So what? I didn't lose it. And it like 20 minutes of looking around for this damn thing, she finally found it. It was stuck to the side of the table. Funny as hell. Waiting, I can't really relate to. Um, is super bad, kinda, a little bit, not completely though. Clerks, I 100% identify with. Um, like actually, tell you the truth, the third one was even good on Clerks. I think that is. Let me bring up our model. Um, Clerks was like in my opinion, is one of Kevin Smith's best movies. The original black and white Clerks. And the only reason why I really identify with it is because we all used to hang out at Cumberland Farms, which got renamed the Country Farms. But like me and my friends would get drunk and hang out in front of it. And like in the middle of the night, everything else. What's up, Eugene? Yeah, Clerks 3, the premise behind it, I won't spoil it, but the premise behind Clerks 3 is that Randall has a mild heart attack and then decides to start filming his life. And what they start filming is the original Clerks movie. So it's basically like kind of an allegory for Kevin Smith through the thing, but it gives you a definitive ending to Dante and Randall's story. Like it's basically the end of in my opinion, the View Askew universe for the most part. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see, we had different hangout spots. Like we had Kranz Memorial, which is out in the woods, and all that. That was good until this dude Guppy set himself on fire and went up like a tender box. Um, that was actually still one of my favorite places to be out in the woods. Apple Pie Hill was another one. It's like a high fire watchtower place. It's also out in the woods. And then we had Cumberland Farms. And actually, my buddy Bubba, shout out to him. He used to work there, and that's everybody would just hang out in the parking lot basically. E Rock, yeah, that part is ridiculous. Thank you guys for being here. Smash that like button. So tonight, I mean, I'm gonna mainly paint because I'm slacking on it, and I think I was just distracted. And I'm not gonna lie, a little bit nervous there about going and opening up. I don't want to screw up my son's business. You know what I mean? Like he entrusted basically his baby to me, and I don't want to screw up the store. So I was kind of focused on that. Couldn't really get my head into like laid back artsy fartsy mode, as it were. Um, yeah, exactly. Those keg parties in the woods, SE, yeah, 110%. 110%. We'd have cases of beer. Actually, back then it was beer balls, right? Like Coors Light made one. We always used to drink Miller, not Miller Light, but actual like MGD, Miller Genuine Draft or whatever. Killian's Red. but we'd get a beer ball, and everybody show up with their own beer ball and tap, and we'd have parties. But yeah, Eugene, I had said this about rebuilding yourself from the ground up. I'll go into that. I can just tell my little story of how I fell down super fucking hard, and basically lost everything, and then came back from nothing. And different little things that inspired me, and different little sets of advice. Maybe it'll help some people. Maybe it'll bring a little positivity. The other thing I'll touch on is I saw a horror movie called Weapons. I actually enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I'll give you guys the premise. I'm not going to tell you who the villain is, all this kind of stuff. I'm going to keep it kind of spoiler free because I had fun. Like, it was a good popcorn flick. And it was different than most horror movies. Actually, to tell you the truth, it had comedy in it, almost like Evil Dead to an extent. Poor Stranded. You, man, I feel bad for Stranded too. Fucking the bus. Nobody likes taking the bus. Subways are bad enough. Buses suck. You know, maybe go out and buy a moped or something. I don't know how far away you are from work or if that's even feasible. Ride a bike, something. I could never stand the bus. You're going back on the road again, E-Rock? That's craziness. Um, like I said, I've been staying away from the news. News has been just kind of boring. The only two things that I saw, I saw an interview with the chick who got knocked out, like got decked and knocked cold during that whole thing in Cincinnati, that whole brawl. And the last thing I had seen was the one white guy was going at like a bunch of the black dudes that were standing there, calling them the N word, all kinds of stuff. Well, apparently that's the second video. There's actually one before it that there isn't, nobody's released the video on it that the girl's talking about. And she said when we came out of the bar, basically the white guy in the video is Russian, apparently from Russia. And he was there at a birthday party, and they started talking shit to him. Like, yeah, we need to beat us a Russian, screw the Russians, like talking all that smack. And then he got in one of their faces and they knocked him down. I don't know if they punched him, knocked him down, or just threw him on his ass. But then he got up, and then he started going all racial slur on him, and it just escalated from there. Yeah. What's up, Leo? How are you? Our our go to was Miller Genuine Draft. To be honest with you, I used to drink funneled tequila, like actual like mezcal and tequila. When I was younger, and then got really really sick on it. I gave myself alcohol poisoning, and then that switched up to Jack Daniels. But it was usually Miller Genuine Draft, and if we couldn't get a hold of that, it was Killian's Red. Oh, that's terrible, Stranded. That's just awful. Make sure you guys are smashing the like button. But yeah, the only other news I got for you guys is apparently, all right, I like this. It's a Chinese finger trap. Not gonna lie. So because Trump was like, like the whole Epstein files is a hoax, all this, the Democrats started pushing for it really hard, especially in Congress. And they were like, all of them signed off to release the Epstein files and the House Oversight Committee. The Republicans took advantage of them and put them in a catch 22. So all the Republicans all the Democrats voted in the affirmative, And then they amended it to not just release all the Epstein files, but to bring in everybody related to the Epstein files that are around that they can talk to. So Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton got subpoenaed because of it, and the Democrats voted for it. I'm not. I'm only covering my Iraq. I'm only covering my son's store. I got to cover Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and then the following Tuesday, and that's it. Like he's on. It's his first vacation in 7 years. He's going out to Vegas to play pool, and it's my fault he's playing pool to begin with. So the least I can do is cover his store for him while he's gone. But outside of that, like I'm not. I don't need to go back to work. And to be honest with you, I hate dealing with the public anymore. I hate it, which is crazy because I love getting on this mic and talking to you guys and having a good time and joking and everything else. But yeah, yeah, when it comes to actually dealing with people in the public, I found that I can still turn it on and I can still do it, which I guess will come up in rebuilding later on when I tell the rebuilding story. But honestly, I don't like it anymore. Like I used to love it. I used to love to just sit there and jaw jack with somebody. I don't like doing that anymore. I have to stop at every driveway. That's crazy. Um, yeah, and I'm the same way. It was tequila, then Jack Daniels, and now I don't even drink. Like I quit drinking years ago. Just completely no point to it to me. Like it just makes me feel sick. Now, somebody wants to spark a doob, well, I'll smoke it with them, I'm sure. But good luck finding it, and I got nobody to smoke with anymore. So, what's that, Beans? And yes, it wasn't just reverse psychology. It was legitimately they had voted, and then the Republicans amended the thing to include bringing everybody in that's in the Epstein files. Well, Bill Clinton is in there now. Here's the kicker. I saw James Comer talking about it, and he was asked, "Are you going to ask, Hillary Clinton when you got her under oath about RussiaGate?" And he's like, "We're going to try and get every question off we can." And I'm just like, "Bro, don't open a separate investigation into that shit. Subpoena them in for that. But if you start muddying RussiaGate in with the Epstein files, it like you're losing the plot here. People want the Epstein files. RussiaGate's its own damn thing. Stop muddying the waters. You're going to screw everything up if you go too hard at them on RussiaGate because they're just going to plead the fifth. Yeah, Jack and Coke. My one buddy made the best Jack and Cokes. Um, for me, it wasn't. I guess I can tell that story. What killed tequila for me? I actually lose my memory when I drink it now, so I don't like. Well, I don't drink it all, but I quit drinking tequila and switched over to Jack Daniels because I would go to different parties, and you get like Jose Cuervo stuff like this. And every time the bottle got real low, they used to have a worm that would float in there. I would always drink the worm. Like everybody, like, I can't drink the worm. I can't drink the worm. And I'd have people cheering like the whole party, like worm, 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 worm. And I'd hammer the worm down, right? So we were playing D&D one night. It was me, this dude Chucky, Bubba, and this guy Jesse. And Jesse is Mexican. And, of course, he's like, offering everybody drinks and all this. And he's like, "Yeah, I heard you like tequila." And I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Oh, I got some stuff my grandfather sent me from Mexico." I'm like, "Oh, really? What is it?" And mind you, I was 17 at this time. And he pulls out this bottle. It's like, honestly, probably about the size of this paint thing right here. And it was a ceramic bottle, never forget, wrapped from the bottom to the top with rope, like twine, like hemp rope almost, and everything. He cracked the seal on it. Everybody did one shot, and then I proceeded to drink the bottle, including the worm. And we played D&D for 3 4 hours. Everybody starts passing out, going to sleep or whatever. I was like out of my mind drunk. Like I don't think I've ever been that drunk. And I laid down, and in my sleep I started gagging and choking, and my the one kid Chucky drugged me in the bathroom, had to hang my head on the over the toilet. Everything. I just started vomiting, and I had to work the next day at the bar. And I'm in the bar, and like I'm sweating this tequila out of me and everything else. And next thing I know, I get this phone call, like on the bar phone. They're like, "Hey, it's for you." I'm like, "All right, cool. What's up?" And it's my buddy Jesse, and he's just like, "Yo, are you all right?" I'm like, "I've never been so hungover in my life. I've never been this sick in my life. Like, I'm dragging ass through work, barely standing. Like, everything's kind of spinning still. All this." He's like, "I just got off the phone with my grandfather." He's like, "That shit came direct from the cactus." My grandfather asked me how to, did I try it yet and all this. And I told him last night we did a round of shots, and then my buddy finished the whole bottle, including the worm. And he's like, that is pure from the cactus mezcal. That, like, he's like, is he alive? That was his grandfather's first question. Is he alive? He's like, he's lucky he didn't go blind, kill himself. It was basically the tequila equivalent of moonshine. And yeah. Yeah, after that, anytime I drank, I could do 2 shots of tequila and I'd have no memory the next day. I would smell tequila and almost puke, like just smelling it, right? And that's when I switched over to Jack Daniels. Like I was like, all right, I need to find some other drink of choice, and Jack Daniels became it. But yeah, it was like the fact his grandfather's just like, is he alive? Like he's like, that's the first question. He called me because he was concerned. He's like, yo, you're not in like going to the hospital or anything like this because I'm underage drinking. He's 21. I'd have been in trouble or gotten him in trouble, And I'm like, no, dude, I'm just gonna try and make it through. All the bartenders are pouring me like hangover cures, and here's some really strong black coffee. Here's water. Here's this. Here's that. Yeah, I mean that's just it, Essie. I was like, you got to be kidding me. But yeah, I guess it's mezcal, not tequila. Like tequila is like lower grade, but it was just like moonshine. And like thinking about it, having a shot of moonshine later on in my life, yeah, it was the feeling was kind of the same if I had powered a whole bottle of moonshine. But it destroyed tequila for me. Could never have tequila again. Like I could drink like a margarita. I could drink a whole pitcher of margaritas and be all right because I guess it's diluted. I don't know. But if I just did like shots of tequila, it was bad. Yeah, Jägermeister. I used to love doing either Dr. Peppers with Jägermeister. It's where you take like a Budweiser is usually a good one, but you get somebody to pour you a pint of Budweiser, and you leave about that much from the tip of the pint glass, and then you take a shot glass. It wasn't Jaeger. What the hell was it? It was something. Maybe it was Jaeger. I think it is Jaeger. But you fill up the shot glass and then you drop it in the beer, and you got to slam the whole beer back. And like basically you catch the shot glass in your teeth, and it tastes just like Dr. Pepper sliding down. No, I used to just swallow them whole. Like I'd power them down. I wouldn't actually chew the worm. I would just like pound it. Let me look. I got to see because I think it was Jaeger. But yeah, we do Jaeger bombs, stuff like this. Um, Matter of fact, I actually have a bottle of Jaeger in my freezer that we keep for when you get a cold. Do a shot of Jaeger. It's like cough syrup. Definitely helps with coughing. And then my father-in-law, he is from the actual like Appalachia in West Virginia, and he gets real deal moonshine. He keeps a jar of it on hand, and whenever he gets a cold, he'll do one shot of it and then put himself under covers and sweat out whatever's got him ill. Let me see. Jägermeister. No, I don't want to look up Jägermeister. What would it be called? The name of the drink is a Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper alcohol drink. Oh shit, AI won't tell you. Okay, this two ingredient hack makes beer taste like Dr. Pepper. One ingredient would make beer taste like Dr. Pepper. It's actually amaretto. It's a shot of amaretto that you're dropping in there. But yeah, we used to do Jaeger bombs. Like you get a round of Jaeger bombs is what I'm thinking of. But yeah, amaretto is what you do in the shot glass. Oh, Fireball's really really good too. Um, we used to do this thing. You got, I don't think it was called Fireball back then. It was definitely, you had like a cinnamon schnapps, and then you had a mint type flavor schnapps, and you would do one after the other, and we used to call it Fire and Ice. That was always a good one. That was always a fun one. You didn't get super hammer super fast, even though you're drinking two shots back to back. But it was like your mouth would start burning from the fire, and then you'd do the ice shot, and everything would just cool off. Yeah, like yeah, rice wine, um, which is basically sake. That's all sake really is rice wine. I haven't had a drunken Hulk, although if you want to punish somebody, you do what's known as a cement mixer. So, what a cement mixer is, it's two shots. The first shot is Bailey's, and what you tell the person is you're not allowed to swallow this. And we used to do this to people when they first started drinking, especially ones that were not wise to alcohol. We would do this every now and again, especially if somebody was kind of a douche. But you tell them you have to hold the Bailey's in your mouth. It's called a cement mixer. And then you're going to swish that around in your mouth, hold it in your mouth. Bailey's Irish cream. And then the second shot glass was lime juice. So what ends up happening is you do the shot of Bailey's, you've got it in your mouth, and then they put the shot of lime juice in their mouth, and because of the citric acid and the lime juice, it curdles the Baileys in their mouth. So it starts spinning around like in your mouth like a cement mixer would, like mixing cement. And like so many people, I've watched so many people just lose their you toss their cookies because they've tried to do the cement mixer like oh yeah, you want a real tasty powerful drink, try this. But this is the rules to how you have to do it. And man, it messes you up. Messed up thing to do to somebody, but yeah, funny as hell too to anybody who knows what's going to happen when they do it. So stranded, we used to drink shots. They're called vampires. Um, like a larger size shot glass, you would take, one of the mixers, you put ice in it, then it's vodka, Chambord, and cranberry juice. and you mix them up, serve them chilled, pour out the shots or whatever. They are so tasty. They were so tasty. Oh, yeah. I'm not drinking anything comes from a snake, guys. Yeah, I don't do alcohol at all. Period. End of sentence anymore. Even beer. I don't even drink beer anymore. I gave all that up. Um, I think the last thing that I drank was probably Angry Orchard, like hard ciders. They were all right, but even those they went skunky in my fridge because I just stopped drinking, like completely stopped drinking. I used to drink one after I was done cutting the lawn, and I just completely stopped drinking. Like I said, turns me into a different type of person. I was never an alcoholic, even though I drank like one. I was just miserable, hated my life, um, always in a lot of pain because of my neck and my back, and used to use it to dampen not just emotional pain, but physical and mental pain too. That's but yeah, Kahlua does kind of taste like a coffee, like a coffee with creamer in it. Na- Natty, oh my god, Natty Ice, highest content per volume. Yeah, are you drinking tall boys of Natty Ice, or are you just drinking like a? 'Cause I don't even think they put Natty Ice in bottles. I think that's just strictly cans. I was yeah, well, and that's I can appreciate that one. Beans. I was like I was a funny drunk, but I could be a very nasty drunk if things weren't going right. And being around my kids, it something about it. Like I didn't want to be drunk in front of my kids. I felt like they were looking down on me because they. Well, I mean, my daughter kind of drinks now. My bio daughter, she can hammer them, right? My son doesn't drink at all. He'll have a little bit of sake here or there, but he doesn't drink at all. But yeah, I mean, I was mean to my wife, mean to my kids when I drank, and recognized it. I didn't recognize it at first, but then recognized it, and when I did, I just cold turkey quit. Stop drinking. Oh, dear Lord, Rock, that's terrible. That's terrible. Yeah, I don't. So that's just it. I mean, I grew up in an era when you had Mad Dog 2020. Um, you had Boone's wine coolers. What was it? Bartles and James had wine coolers too. Seagram's seven cooler or Seagram's coolers, wine coolers. You had wine coolers. Zima, Zima was another one that like got us all sick because it was too much like drinking a soda. So we're like powering it down, like, oh, this shit tastes like Sprite. Yeah, and then just everybody vomiting later on after drinking, like a six pack to your head, and you're like, oh, what did I drink? Yeah, the Mad Dog 50/50. We used to stock it in Walgreens when I worked there, believe it or not. That, and then they had like this moonshine, right? And I was like, we're selling moonshine? And then I looked at it, it was actually a malt beverage. And I'm like, oh, that sounds terrible. Yeah, like I said, I lost my taste for alcohol completely. Like I can smell Jack Daniels now, and I'm like, whoa! Like my whole body like trembles for a second. Just the like you, I did too much damage to myself. Like I was drinking myself to death. I'm not gonna lie, and it's something about it where now it repulses me. I wonder if I ever quit smoking cigarettes, that is, if it would do the same thing. Like if I smell a cigarette, it's just gonna make me like, oh, oh yeah, Essie, I've done that shit too. I'm not gonna lie. First time I tried Mad Dog, just like, ooh. And then, yeah, 2 hours later, like, I'm just going to go outside. I'll be in the yard. Where are you going? I'm going to lay up against this tree for a minute. I used to go off into the woods like a dog to die when I'd get really hammered when I was young. Oh, yeah. And there you go. You got it in one. Everybody was drinking that shit when you were underage. I don't think anybody when I turned 21, Mad Dog would never even enter the conversation. I know my one buddy for one of my birthdays bought me one of those four locos, and I tried that, and I took like three or four sips, and I'm like, yeah, I don't like this, and poured it out. I was like, who the hell wants to be amped up while they're drunk? Like, that's a good way to kill yourself. Just not good at all. What the hell was I even doing with this chick? Look at those arms. Okay. I think I know what I was going to do here. I'm going to go in with red. I'm just going to make the poofs, I think. These poofy little things on her arm. I think I was going to make them white. What's up, Devin? Mad Dog? I want to say it's a malt liquor for some reason, but it's stuff that everybody used to drink back in like the 80s, 90s, and they still make it to this day. It's terrible. Yeah, I mean, that's just it, Essie. That's going to work out one of two ways. Like, I always had, well, at a certain point when I was drinking, I had long hair. Not, I had cut it off in my 20s when I actually went and, you know, quote unquote, got a real job and all that. But when I was younger and I had my long hair, if I got sick, there was always some girl that was willing to hold my hair and take care of me. And it was just like, at times, I swear to God, I think I drank myself sick on purpose. I do think it is funny though, talking about because everybody's had that experience at one point in their life or not. Well, I can't say everybody. I do know people that have never gotten drunk, like drunk to a point where they're puking sick. Um, but I think everybody can kind of relate to that. Like, oh yeah, I remember when got my dad's liquor cabinet and got a hold of this bottle, or you know found some old skunky beer that somebody didn't want, and it's just like, here you go, and we're all like hee and drinking it. Or else you're sick with you. So I think I've told you guys. I always like hosted the parties or what have you. And I'll never forget because the spot was called Club Lippo. Like it was the whole attic redone and all this, and we'd all party up there and everything else. And I had this little half bathroom with just a sink, toilet in it, what have you. But it was kind of set up. We had it where there was ranks. So started off with rookie, and then upgraded rookie. Then you moved on and you became a regular. And then your highest level was like an immortal. You were immortal. There was legendary, then immortal. Like you had a ranking system, and basically the guys that were there from the beginning were, of course, the immortals, like Bubba, my buddy Guido, me, right? And then to get to legendary was difficult enough. Getting to immortal was damn near impossible. But anybody that came drinking at my place started off as a rookie. And then if you were a shitty rookie, you became a negative rookie and you had to work your way out of the hole, right? But my one buddy, there was this kid, and I'll never forget, we used to call him Pugsley because he looked like Pugsley from the Addams family. And his last name was Livingston, so it was Pugsley Livingston. And this kid could not handle his fucking alcohol to save his ass, and he was a rookie. And it was hysterical. Oh my God, was it hysterical? He gets hammered, and then he's talking. He had this weird laugh to him all the time, right? And he drank himself where he was going to get sick. We all recognize this. Well, there's this dude named Flag Boy, and he was dating a girl named Jen, and we named her Flag Girl. Right? Makes sense. Flag Boy, Flag Girl. And I'll never forget. It's like 2:30 in the morning. This kid's hammered. He's getting ready to puke, but he won't go into the bathroom. And I'm like, I don't want to deal with this shit. It's too late at night. I'm baked. I'm drunk. I don't want to deal with this. Guido doesn't want to deal with this. Flag Boy don't want to deal with this. And Flag Boy made it up to, I think, legend, whatever. He was close to becoming immortal, but he was legendary on our ranking system. And his girlfriend, Flag Girl, she was only a rookie at this time. So was Pugsley. Well, Flag Girl goes, I got it, guys. So we're like, shit, girl's going to take care of it, huh? Let's see how she handles, a drunken dude. And this guy's bigger than her and everything, right? She takes him by the hand. Come on, sweetie, let's go. She gets a wet washcloth ready, goes down to the downstairs freezer, grabs some ice, comes back up. She has him kneel down, at the toilet. And then this idiot starts standing up. Pugsley starts standing up. Like he just starts laughing. I'm so drunk. And Flag Girl's like, hang your head over the toilet. He starts puking. Blah. Right? And then he pops his head up mid-puke and is like, and starts vomiting outside of the toilet. So now, because she said she's going to take care of it, she knows she's got to clean it up, right? And she's like, I said, hang your head over the goddamn toilet. And she grabs him by the back of the head and like pushes his face towards the toilet. He throws up again, right? Then he does the same thing. He starts laughing, turns his head and throws up off the side of the toilet again. All of a sudden, all we hear is, God damn it, I said, keep your fucking head in the toilet. Kabang! We're like, what the fuck was that noise, right? It was like listening to a coconut being dropped on a tile floor, right? Like, what the fuck was that smack? So now the three of us get up. We're looking in the bathroom, and here's Pugsley. He lips it. He throws up, mid-throw up. He turns his head. He throws off the side of the toilet a little bit, and she goes, keep your fucking head in the toilet. Bang! And she's got him by the back of his head, like handful of hair, and smacks his forehead off the toilet. And he kept throwing up. She knocked him out. And I was like, well, we're going to have to upgrade her tomorrow. Because I don't want to piss her off. Don't let her take care of me while I'm drunk. But yeah, she like legit, he woke up the next day and we almost changed his name to Lumpy. Like he had like 4 lumps across his forehead from where she smacked. And I mean, it wasn't like boom, like, pushing somebody's head down and they're just tapping the toilet. No, I mean, she full on, I'm surprised she didn't break my damn toilet with how hard she smacked. But she cleaned everything up, everything else, drug him out by his arm into like a sleeping position, like fetal position, threw a blanket on him, and that was it. But then she went in and cleaned the bathroom or whatever, and we're like, yeah, she's upgraded. She's a keeper. But I was like, I don't ever want that girl taking care of me while I'm hammered, guys. Like, I thought she killed him for a minute there. Like when because he literally, like, the lights went out. I think it was like the third or fourth one, the lights went out because his just went away. Like there was no more. It was ow. Oh. But yeah, that was definitely a fun one. Um, she beat the shit out of that kid, and then there was a kid named Tim, and he got drunk one night, and I had to be at work in 4 hours, and I must have had like five different people passed out on the floor or whatever, and I'm in bed, and it's that end of the night. I just want to pass the fuck out. I've had enough to drink. Party's over. Everybody else is out cold except for this one kid, Tim. And he's laying on the ground and he's just like, I'm drunk. Hey guys, I'm drunk. And like he kept saying it, and everybody's like waking up and stuff. Shut the fuck up, dude. Just shut your mouth. And I say, and at that time, cordless phones weren't really a thing like they were, but I didn't have one. So of course I had like the almost like the teenage girl setup where you had the extra long cord for the handset that could reach across the entire room. And I'll never forget, I'm like, dude, if you don't shut the fuck up, I'm going to put you out. I was like, I got to be up in 3 hours for work. And he's like, okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just about asleep. All of a sudden, I'm drunk. I'm drunk. I'm like, brother, I'm telling you, this is your last fucking warning. This is the last time I'm warning you. Shut the fuck up. We've the party's over. We know you're drunk. We don't give a shit. If you got to puke, bathroom's right there. I'm drunk. I jumped up, grabbed that receiver off that phone, wrapped that cord around his neck, and put my knee in his back and pulled for all I was worth. And the whole time choking and everything else. And then Guido had to wake up, grab me, and pull me off of him because I wasn't going to stop. Like I had lost my shit. And then for the next 20 minutes, all we had to hear was, he tried to kill me. He tried to kill me. I'm drunk. And then finally Guido was like, I'm going to let him finish the job if you don't shut the fuck up. And the kid looked at Guido, and Guido, 6'3", friggin' 375 pounds or whatever he was at the time, like looking at him with this pissed off look. The kid just shut his mouth and finally like went to sleep. I mean, I don't miss the drinking days, but some of the tales are fun, you know? Like, I can look back on it now and be like, okay, that's misspent youth, everything else. And some of the stories that came out of it are fun, but I definitely do not miss the feeling of being drunk. Not even a little bit. Like, I always lowers your inhibitions, all that. You can say all that kind of stuff. And when you're a kid, I think it's just as much about being cool as it is being lit up. You feel like you're cool. Reality is you're just a bunch of kids looking stupid. But to each other, oh, well, I can handle my liquor. I can handle my liquor. And I know adults that are like, oh, I can outdrink anybody in the room. Not so cool, you know? And the reason I can say it's not so cool is because I have videotape that still exists of some of those parties. And every party there was a fist fight. If somebody got in a fight, every party, well, with the exception of, well, no, that's not true. Even the very last one that I had on tape, which was a New Year's party of 94 to 95. Um, there was definitely one dude who wanted to fight and was like, bro, you even think about it, you're getting your ass beat by the whole party. Just letting you know that now. And that's actually a very funny story that maybe someday I'll get into. But yeah, I'll save that one. I think I'll save that one. I mean, I've done I've told a couple of the drinking stories. I think, yeah, I have. I've done videos on them, like my old videos where I'm in my mask and my hat, my trench coat, all that stuff. Um, I told the story about me and my buddy Bones. We used to go to Hooters to watch every WWE pay per view, and he ended up. It was the mayor of whatever town, and he pulled into the driveway because I had to pee. So he pulled in, and as he veered off road to pull into the driveway, I was like, "Oh shit!" The lights in the house came on, and he threw it in reverse and ran over every one of this guy's lights in his driveway. And it was like a beautiful house, like a very expensive house. Then we found out later it was the mayor of the town. But as we hit the street, like hit the pavement, backing out because he just threw it in full reverse and ripped, a cop car goes past us and like literally chased us in this little apartment complex. I tell that whole story. I don't think I ever told the story of Guppy setting himself on fire and screwing Carans up for everybody. They had to airlift him, like chopper lift him. He burned himself so bad. Poor dude. He actually saved the entire party, but burned himself up in the process. Um, and I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember what the other drinking. I know I told another drinking story on there of us being hammered and doing something. Oh, it was the time we went to the house party and destroyed the entire house. I'll never forget Guido running full head of steam through this fence to make a hole so we could escape. It was hysterical. We tore it. Kids destroyed that house. Holy shit. We're talking like 1990s, right? This house on market was probably about 350 grand in the 90s. So today in New Jersey, that house would have been worth three-quarters of a million. And I mean, Guido tore the sink out of the wall. I wrapped my arms around the toilet. Guido grabbed a hold of me and the toilet, and we tore the toilet up and threw it out a window and almost hit a cop with it. It was crazy. Oh shit, Eugene. Yeah, that's not good. You can't do that at like company functions. Not good. Definitely not good. They're going to look at you in some kind of way. Yeah, I mean, I've seen all kinds of things. We we had this. Oh, but yeah, I'm thinking about it. Those are the two party stories. I think one of the videos is entitled "Sorry About Your House," and I can't remember what the other video was. But if you guys go back, I made those videos a while ago because when I first started the channel, it was going to be tales of when we were kids, misspent adventures. And I know I never did the Guppy story. I did the Carl story, who was this carny dude, and he decided that the overheating radiator on 4th of July, that it would be wise to open it while the car was still hot and burn the shit out of himself. Ended up in the hospital for 4th of July. We're all like, bye, bitch, we're out. But yeah, I definitely like some of those older stories, but I never told the story of Guppy. I might have told it on a live stream. Um, and it's a pretty simple story. So Carranza Memorial, you guys can look it up on a map if you want to Google map it or whatever. It's out in the middle of the woods of the old town I used to live in, Tabernacle. In New Jersey, it's out in the Pine Barrens. And it's actually a monument to Emilio Carranza. And what he was a Mexican pilot that would fly between the United States and Mexico, and he would deliver. I can't remember if it was food. He did goodwill missions basically for the children of Mexico, and like I mean, guy was like a superhero in Mexico because he did all this goodwill where he would pilot a plane, come into New Jersey or whatever, and trade the stuff off. Well, during a thunderstorm one night in New Jersey, his plane got hit by lightning. He crashed out in the woods and died. And they erected a memorial to him. So it's Carranza Memorial. It's Carranza Road. And we used to go out there and we'd party behind the memorial. There was like two dirt lanes behind the memorial, and nobody messed with you. Even the rangers and stuff wouldn't mess with you. You'd have local good old boys basically that were born, bred, and raised out in Tabernacle or Chatsworth, and they would go back there and party too. Like I met a couple of them. We've all met a couple of them. You'd have pineys that would come out of the woods, like from their little piney shacks or whatever, and come drink with you every now and again. Um, but it got to a point with particularly the kids, the high school kids, like high school to 20, 22-year olds, be like, yo, we're going to meet up at Kranza. Let's go out to Kranza tonight. And everybody would go back there drinking. And as that party got bigger and bigger, because word of mouth, oh, there's going to be a party at Kranza tonight, we're all getting hammered out there. Um, and people, it was like, it's like December, January, cold, snow on the ground, shit like that. So there was an old, like oil drum kind of thing. And everybody would, that's where everybody threw their trash. Like if you went to go visit the memorial, you would go and, there was nature trails there, everything else. So you'd throw the trash out in this barrel. Well, of course, it's cold, bunch of kids. What do? Go get some wood, throw it in there. Oh, somebody brought a pallet with them. Break it down, throw it in there. Okay, light that shit on fire. Now everybody's warm while we're all drinking. So one night, this dude Guppy, he had been around for maybe 3 weeks, something like that, 3 or 4 times. I remember seeing him partying. Real nice guy, jacked, like just ripped. Bald head, and I'm going to say Guppy was probably like 24, 25. But everybody's getting hammered. Everybody's having a good time, and it's a pretty big goddamn party. And so they go to light up the old oil drum. Somebody gets the brilliant idea that, hey, the wood that we've thrown in there is too wet. It won't light. So what do? That's correct, kids. Something you should never do, especially when drunk. Somebody pours gasoline on it to get the wood lit and the fire going. Well, the fire starts to die out. Hey, Bob, good to see you, buddy. Make sure you guys smash the like button. But yeah, everybody's like standing like maybe 5 feet from this fucking oil drum, and the fire's slowly going out. So they load it up with wood, pour more gas on it, light it up, it starts going again. But they loaded it with too much wood, so now you got embers and shit popping off of it and falling. Somebody left a gas can next to, like, I mean, almost touching the oil drum. As these embers start falling off, the only person who catches it really is Guppy. And he's like, oh shit, guys, the gas can's going to blow because the embers are falling on the gas. Like, they're literally like a whole bunch of them are just popping off now. And pieces of wood are starting to fall off towards it and everything else. And everybody's like, oh shit, and starts backing away from the oil drum, all except for Guppy. Guppy was like, his logic was, if that thing, because the gas can's like half empty, if that hits and it's a plastic gas canister or what have you, if it burns through at all and hits that gas, like not the actual liquid gas, but the vapors from the gasoline, it's going to go off like a bomb. So Guppy runs in without thinking, grabs the gas can, and starts to run out with it, like yanked it back to turn and run. When he yanked it, the gas came out of the nozzle of the can, hits a piece of wood that's on the ground that's on fire that had fallen out near the gas can, and just lights himself up. Like he went up like a goddamn tinderbox. Gas had splashed on him from yanking it or what have you. That catches fire. Now he fumbles the gas can, so it spills on him. He does the whole stop, drop, and roll, but he's rolling around in dirt that is covered with snow and gasoline on him, and it's spreading the fire. So the fire department ends up coming out. And then everybody was all panicking and all this stuff. They drive over. There's a campsite like not far from where that's at. Somebody goes, jumps in their car real fast, drives over to the campsite, tells the park rangers, because they're supposed to take care of it. It's Wharton State Forest. They're supposed to take care of it. It lets them know this is what's going on. So, of course, they call in the paramedics, they call in the cops, and Guppy's burned up so bad at this point. People are throwing dirt on him, trying to put it out, snow and shit, and he's just rolling around on fire like a human Roman candle. And they called in the chopper and had to airlift him out and take him to Cooper Trauma Center. Fucking crazy. But then after that, Carranza was basically a no go zone. Like if you went out to Carranza to party, the park rangers checked it like 4 or 5 times a night. Like you couldn't hide all the cars, anything. So it killed the party spot. And to be honest with you, Guppy wasn't wrong. If he had let that fire spread to that gas can, it probably would have just detonated. And a lot of people would have gotten hurt. Instead, Guppy was the only one who got hurt. Why? But what did Steve say on the Friday stream? I don't even remember. Well, actually, to tell you the truth, I was so focused on that damn boss fight, I could barely read the chat. I've only seen timeouts in chat from moderators, never YouTube itself. But yeah, shout out to Steve. Hopefully he's out there. He's good. Shout out to Rebel too. I haven't seen him tonight. Yeah, Steve was definitely on Friday's stream. Um, I remember you guys were all talking in the chat, and I don't remember what the. Like I said, I was running for my ass on last quarter mode during that fodder fight, so I didn't see what he chatted. Did he say something that was like so egregious that YouTube would be like, "Oh yeah, you hit the no button." Yep, that can happen. Not your dad. They can go back and review stuff. Well, E-Rock, I should say, not your dad, but E-Rock. Um, they'll go back and look at your old content if you start gaining subscribers. So you have to. That's why I got Sheree to always say like GAM is not endorsing this, that, or the other thing. To if I don't say it for whatever reason, I don't say allegedly or GAM is not endorsing. Like I'm not endorsing any of this craziness I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about misspent youth, right? But Sheree is there. She's my lifeline with that shit. Because there was one time I was talking about something like ghost guns, I think. And I just said it, like, oh, you can find the print and blah, blah, blah. And she's like, GAM is not giving you life advice on how to be a hustler. And I was like, oh, yeah, good call, Sheree. I don't know if YouTube really comes down on you on religious stuff. YouTube comes down on you. So COVID misinformation was a big one in 2020, 2021. They've kind of walked back from it as medical science has caught up and peer reviews and all that kind of stuff and VAERS reports and everything else about vaccines and everything else. I mean, you're still supposed to say that the vaccine is safe, effective, and the best way to prevent COVID-19, which I just said. So fuck you, YouTube. But if you're given counter information, I know there's a point in time where they would censor you, take down your whole channel, the whole 9 yards. Endorsing acts of violence, that's another, and I don't endorse any kind of act of violence, guys. Talking about religious stuff, though, I, unless you are specifically, because I never say any religion's evil, right? Well, other than like Satanism, but even then, they're kind of like anarchists. They're not really Satanists, Like, unless they're sacrificing babies or some weird stuff like this, then yeah, they're pure evil. But I don't really blast any religion. I think everybody's should have their own religious views, all that stuff. Um, I know even when I discuss like what's going on in Gaza, you guys will notice I'm not criticizing the religion and I'm not criticizing the citizenry or the people or anything like this. I'm specifically criticizing the government and some of the decisions they're making over there. Like I'm not doing it just because I'm careful. It's just the way I see things. Like it's not the people. It's the same way like we should be blamed for the war in Iraq or something like that. No, that was our government that did that shit. The American people, that wasn't our fault. Like we didn't make that command decision. So that is actually a newer thing, Iraq. So in-game music, if you've got something like, I'm not going to lie, guys, I wanted to play Rock Band or Guitar Hero with David and stream that because I thought we'd all have fun. And then I looked into it. I was like, oh, wait, with copyright and music and everything else, does that affect? And sure enough, you can get copyright strikes for every song. So now I went and watched guys' videos that did it like 5, 6 years ago because that's more of a modern thing for the copyright strike to hit you there. And I went and looked at everybody's videos, and sure enough, you have a feature on the creator side that if you'll get a copyright notice first before they just full on strike you. And if the copyright notice comes up, they give you the option to use AI to go back and edit out the song. Like it'll replace the song with either a static noise or change it to a freeware song. You know what I mean? And I was like, well, unless you're watching the live stream, then what the hell's the point? Like if somebody's going to go back and, like Stranded, for example, shout out to you, Stranded, will watch the video later, you're not going to hear the music. What's the point in even making that video now? Yeah, I refuse to stream Tony Hawk because the music is such a big part. You're skating to the music in that game. Like I could turn it off and just be dead air. And if you watch tips or trick videos on Tony Hawk, they turn off the entire background music to show you, this is how you complete this challenge or that challenge. But I'm like, the music kind of makes the game because you're hitting tricks to certain songs, like 96 Quite Bitter Beans by CKY. But yeah, copyright strikes, brutal. I'm very cautious with that. Three of those, your channel goes bye bye for good. Like I think the first copyright strike or first hard strike you get, they shut you down for I think it's a week, then it's a month, and then your channel's banned. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm not trying to get my channel banned. CKY jelly, yeah, yeah, exactly, Mister. That's what makes the bearings in the wheels spin faster. Exactly. So this is one of those things, Professor of Rock. I was talking about this not long ago. His whole channel, Nick Beto's channel, and there's a couple others that are actual like rock and roll historians that are brilliant. Like they know everything about the band. They've interviewed people from the bands and all this. They'll show like 5 second clips of the music, and they keep getting hit with copyright strikes and have to fight them off. Like I think Nick Beto actually, if I remember correctly, I think it was Nick Beto actually had to go before Congress and discuss things with YouTube censoring stuff and all this. But yeah, the way they get away with it, like a karaoke, you have to basically fight the copyright strike and show that you altered it in some way, like you altered the original music. Like I tried to make my intro when I was firing up the stream lunatic fringe. And the way I tried to get away with it was I went to an AI site. I said, do lunatic fringe instrumental, completely instrumental. And so it was its own file. It's got its own metadata. So you if you looked at the metadata, And I still got nailed. They gave me a copyright warning, said, you're going to have this entire stream deleted. So I went back and used the AI to edit out the song in the beginning. Yep. Lunatic Fringe by Red Brighter. Yeah. And like even Sheree was like, "Oh, I like that. That actually suits you." And I'm like, "Yeah, it kind of fucking does." I got warnings for the boxing game. There's two rap songs that were going on during the loading screens and everything else. I didn't even realize. Like when your guys walk into the ring, I guess EA or the artists, like the companies that represent those artists, they're AI. It's YouTube AI, guys. YouTube is starting to monitor everything with AI. For example, like Leo comes in here all the time. Shout out to you, Leo. There might come a point in time where we won't see Leo for a while, and it's because he's going to have to prove he's over 18 or something to see the stream. Stuff like that. Like that's the route that YouTube is going now. Mm-hmm. Fight night, round 4 or whatever it was, or no, champions. When I streamed that game, if you go back and look at the intro screens during that stream, the music's completely either gone or edited. You should start lying. Well, that's just it. Now they want age verification. They either want biometric data, they want driver's license, some kind of form of government ID, which is what the like. I get it, but is that shit about protecting children, or is that about just gaining our information from us so that they hold on to it? You would think pitch shifting the music, doubling out the beat, taking it from like an 8 to a 16 would change it enough. Nope, they don't care. Plot twist: Leo is 102. Yeah, you know what? E-Rock, you could probably get away with that too. That's the whole thing. It like there's stuff that befuddles me on YouTube. I'm like, how the hell does somebody have this up? Like, I sent it to Devin earlier. I sent her a copy of the BB files. There, you can watch the BB files right on YouTube. Right? Some random dude uploaded the entire movie. That doesn't get hit, copyrighted, taken down, or anything else. Like it's an entire movie, like a perfect version of it too. But I have to show you guys 5 minutes of Fantastic Four. Marvel and Disney will be up my ass and ripping me off the internet unless I show the trailer for the movie. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. They can come knock on my door or whatever. Come and knock on my door. We've been waiting for you, and that's cool. I'm gonna say, okay, now you guys explain to me how I'm saying this, that, and the other thing. I'm giving my opinion. I'm not calling for violence. I'm not degrading a people. I'm not. I'm criticizing this, that, or what have you. I'll see you in fucking court. That's where I'm at with things. Is like if I say something like, "Oh, you need to go and do X, Y, Z to somebody," and they come knock on my door, I'll understand. I don't say shit like that. Where the kisses are hers and his, three's company too. Yeah, you're not wrong, mister. I think I am the only one making. What can I say? Like, one of my favorite people, I'm going to say, as far as like Hollywood landscape and has been since I was a little kid, is John Ritter. He just, there was something, there was a goodness about him. I don't know what it is. But yeah, I guess I should get into it and then actually get my ass to a painting because we're probably an hour in. Oh yeah, we're an hour and 15 in. Yeah, John Rittenhouse. Yeah, so that's the problem, Eugene, right? With Rumble. Because I looked into doing Rumble, like, and I may still set up where I'm dual streaming YouTube and Rumble. I'm not, you'll never catch me doing it on Facebook. Because I'm going to tell you guys a dirty little secret about Facebook. If you read through that, like 89-page agreement that you signed to Facebook, any image you upload, any video you upload is property of Meta. They can do with it whatever the fuck they want. So yeah, no, I'm good. I think I'll keep the rights to my shit. YouTube at least lets you hold your rights. But Rumble, the big problem is it's from everything I've watched on it, because I was investigating it at one point doing the dual stream in case I got kicked off of YouTube for going too far on something. The problem with Rumble is if you go there and you've got like a million subs, right? So like Salty Cracker, we'll take him for example. YouTube's like basically shutting them down. The latter with Crowder, Steven Crowder, same thing. YouTube's basically shutting him down. He goes over to Rumble, immediately has like 100,000, 200,000 people sign up to watch his show on there. Rumble goes out of their way and kisses your ass and bends over backwards, apparently, for you. Well, if you're a small channel and you're just starting out and you set up on Rumble, they don't advertise you. And if somebody like Steven Crowder likes Salty Cracker, they'll cross link each other on Rumble. It's like a cool kids club, but you already have to have developed your place in the online streaming verse, we'll say. If you try to just do it raw, like, I mean, I don't know if, and shout out to ABL, I don't know if he still does dual stream the Rumble. I know he's been doing it on Meta Facebook, doing Instagram or whatever. But I don't think he dual streams out the Rumble anymore because he couldn't get traction there. And it makes sense. Like, he might just have it going over there as a backup. I don't know. But I know at one point he was kind of advertising it and then he stopped. And that's part of the reason is because even though ABL's got 1.8 million, he wasn't getting the traction like a Steven Crowder or a Salty Cracker did. So Rumble just kind of doesn't suggest, they're still in their infancy. They haven't learned the shit that YouTube did to make their algorithm push you. So you get more subscribers, all that kind of stuff. So it's like you're always going to, if you go there and you're small, you're always going to pretty much stay small on it. You sure, Devin? I swear to God, he tried doing Rumble. I know he did Facebook. For some reason, I thought he tried Rumble too. All right, maybe you're right. Maybe he never did. But I swear there was a point where he was either investigating or he had it set up and wasn't picking anybody up. Maybe it was Facebook. He wasn't picking anybody up. I know he's doing well on Instagram, though. But shout out to him. Hopefully he continues to succeed. More voices, not less. Okay, there you go. Sheree's got it. He does his regular videos on Rumble. Algorithm, is that all about the planet cooling off? Yeah, they do. They go through your stuff and like most times they on my creator screen, like my studio screen, they'll say like you got hit for this or you're going to get hit for this. Do you want to change it? And I'll hit yes. In certain cases, other times I've left it in there. It depends. So I did one where I had ECW when Sabu died. and I had different vignettes. WW didn't nail me for a copyright. Nobody nailed me for a copyright, but that shit's banned in Russia. So that video, that stream will not be shown in Russia. I'm like, well, that's great because I don't have any Russian viewers. So who cares? I believe it was either somebody who was right wing or just 100% freedom of speech that created Rumble. But you got to remember, there was Parler was starting up as a counterpart to, oh God, Twitter, right? And then they destroyed Parler. Like that went the way of the dodo fast. Honestly, if it hadn't been for Elon Musk buying Twitter, you would have had a lot less voices on it. Yeah, I mean, look, to each their own. Watch what you want to watch. That's what I'll say. Like, there's if we're really breaking it down, there's people that have told people don't watch his stuff and unsub to him, right? And I still say the same thing. Watch him if you like him. Sub to him if you like him. Best of luck to you. And I'd leave it at that. Yeah, everybody's going to have different flavors. Not everything's going to match up. You know, it is what it is. Odyssey's still out there. It just never took off. I think what's the flea market newsman? What's his name? Oh, Jeremy from the Quartering. I think he's on Odyssey, which he's got me shaking my head because every now and again one of his videos gets suggested, and I swear to God it's a Tim Pool video because of the thumbnail, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? You're trying to clone Tim Pool. Do your own thing, man. I can't spoil. Nice. Dude is felted. Jesus Christ, he rock. I mean, like I said, everybody's got their own taste, everything else. Uh, Speaking of which, now, who likes horror movies? I know Sheree does. Sheree, this is one that it's a popcorn flick and it was fun and different, right? So, weapons. Now, the guy who did this movie, he did another movie. It was called Barbarian. I didn't really like Barbarian. There's a twist in Barbarian at the beginning. I like that twist, but the rest of the movie I was kind of on. Like, okay, I think this is what's going to happen, and it's exactly what happened through the movie. His new movie, this movie Weapons, and I think it just opened up. It was a fun ride, everything else, and he did it kind of in a Quentin Tarantino story style. So, like, it'll follow one character, then it'll switch to another character, and they overlap with each other. But yeah, so the movie opens, it's a little girl narrating, and she basically says, this incident happened and it wasn't reported to the public and everything else. And at 2:17 on a Wednesday, or 2:17 a.m. on a Wednesday, every kid that was in this one classroom, minus one of them, basically runs out of their house in the middle of the night, and they've been missing for 2 months now. Like, they just run out of their house, and the Ring doorbell cameras, and there's investigation, all this. The main teacher of the classroom falls under heavy scrutiny, and it kind of like that's where the movie begins, and then it follows her story arc first. Goes into this father that lost his kid, disappeared into the night, follows his story arc. Then it follows the principal's story arc, this cop, a crackhead, like actually he's more like a junkie. Um, and then the principal of the school, and then finally the one kid that didn't disappear during that night. All right, Essie. Well, if you return, don't return. Always appreciate seeing you. And yeah, man, be cool, stay cool. Yeah. So the whole thing is the movie is the mystery. What happened to these kids? Where did they go? What happened to them? Everybody's blaming basically this teacher. She was brand new in town, and she had like 18 kids in her class. Only one of them shows up in the morning. She's like, "What the hell?" So the town's blaming her for it. Stuff like this. But it's a whole mystery as to what happened to these kids. The horror elements are done well. There's a lot of comedy to it. There's a lot of times where I was just laughing my ass off in it because some of the stuff that happens, it's almost like I said, almost Evil Deadish with like what's it called, splat stick. Where you get gore, but it's funny. Yeah, the end of 28 years later was but this one was like it was it was satisfying. There's stuff that cracks you up in it. Um, it was a decent, like the horror elements, jump scares, stuff like this, spooky shit happening. It was fun. It was just an overall, it was a fun movie. I'm not going to say it was like, oh my God, it's the greatest thing ever. You guys got to go see this. I'm not spoiling it because I'm hoping people do go to see it. It's not like Fantastic Four where I was like, eh. But what's funny is the girl that plays, I think her name's Julia something. The girl that plays the teacher that's under scrutiny, she's actually the girl who plays the Silver Surfer in the new Fantastic Four. Then Josh Brolin is in it as the dad that's missing his son. And then the guy who plays the principal is Wong from Doctor Strange. So I'm like, you got the Silver Surfer, Thanos, and Wong in this movie. And I'm going to try and beat Mister to the punch if he's still in the chat. There's something Wong. There's something wrong with that principle. But yeah, it's a mystery of what happened to these kids and everything else. And if you pay attention in the background, there's subtle little clues. But then there's some hit you over the head. I was like, oh, okay, it's going to be this, and it turned out to be that. But I was not disappointed with it. Yes, they have the goddamn Fantastic Four skins on Rivals are like $22 for the full set of them or something. I knew Mister would come up with something good. Two Wongs don't make a white. Fook me, we too low. Some Ting Wong. Still one of the greatest news gags of all time. Yeah, I mean, well, Fantastic Four officially became a flop at the box office. And that does not bode well for Marvel's next outing. All right, let me get my head out of my ass. And yeah, the dude who plays Wong, he plays the principal of the school, and he's also a gay man in this movie. Just gonna let you guys know that. But yeah, it was definitely it was a fun movie. Like I can say that. Like I think I talked about the last horror film I talked about was it Final Destination? The last one came out. That one I like the premise behind it. There's a couple fun scenes in it or what have you. I would probably say this one is right there with it. Maybe a little bit better. But I wasn't expecting much from it either because I had seen Barbarian, and like I said, I didn't like Barbarian. And this one, I was like, okay, cool. You got kind of a fresh take. Things all make sense. The acting's decent in it. Um, you kind of they give away who the bad guy is to an extent in the movie during dream sequences and all this stuff. So when that character finally appears in the movie, you're like, okay, that makes sense now. Wolf, have a good night, Sheree. Thank you as always for dropping in. You know we always appreciate you. And shout out to Rick James, and hope everything's amazing with him too. But we always appreciate you, and thank you, Sheree. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for keeping me from going to jail and getting thrown off YouTube. I really do appreciate that part of it. But yeah, I honestly I kind of wanted to post links in the Discord so you guys can watch some of these movies and shows like I do. Like I know Mister is watching. Aren't you watching Dexter? Yeah, Mister is the one who told me about it. Dexter Resurrection. That show just keeps getting better and better and better as it's going. Like it's getting really good. I don't think Sheree's teaching. I think Sheree is just getting her kids prep for school. I don't remember her saying she was a school teacher. I mean, it wouldn't shock me. I mean, it would make a lot of sense to me if she was a school teacher, because that's how she puts up with my antics and some of the antics in other chats. Like, it would make a lot of sense now that I think about it, but I don't think she is. I think you just watched the something wrong again. Yeah, that shit is hysterical, Bob. All your teacher friends go back. Really? I mean, what's the purpose to that? Like this year, we're going to be covering, and we have this going. I mean, not going to lie, there's a lot of cuts going on right now when it comes to public schools and shit like that. Some of them, I agree with. Some things I agree with. Some things I'm kind of like, ah. Like, I get that some schools want to kind of bring religion into them, and I don't like that part because I think you should have a separation of church and state. Like, say you have a Jewish student or, an Islamic student in there and you're forcing Christ on them. I wouldn't want anybody forcing Judaism or, stuff like that on me or Islamic beliefs on me or my kids. Like, I wouldn't want it. So I get that part of it. But the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag should be damn near every day. That part I agree with because it's America. Other countries do the same shit. Like whoever started the whole we're gonna kneel during the national anthem needs a punch in the dick. That's just my opinion though. Yeah, and there you go. That's fair. You can leave out the one nation under God part. The Pledge of Allegiance has changed, I think, 3 times. I think, if I remember correctly, I think it's changed like 3 times. I mean, look, I can't blame somebody putting their kid in private school. Some of the bullshit that happens in public schools, especially if you have a child that has special needs, You definitely want to get it. It's pricey, but you definitely want to get them in a private school because the public schools don't know how to handle special needs kids completely. Like they'll throw them in with other kids and then expect them to learn the same, and it's like it doesn't work that way. You can't do shit like that. It's not going to happen. Pastafarianism, nice. I mean, it could be that Mister, or maybe he had like Taco Bell for lunch and was like, "Yo, if I don't take a knee right now, I'm just going to soil myself on national television." That's where the first knee was taken during the national anthem. I mean, I've definitely seen acts of defiance. Like there was the Olympics with the one team where they all did the fist in the air, and that was way back when. What's up, Forever? How are you? Good to see you, man. Make sure y'all smashing your like buttons. Yeah, shop. Yeah, I mean in public schools, yes. Yeah, you do need shop and home ec. Like I know in like seventh, eighth grade home ec, I learned how to sew and do very basic cooking. Terrible at it, but I still had to do it. And of course, wood shop. Yeah. Um, but yeah, cursive writing. I don't think we should let go of that one either. I think everybody should know how to at least write their name in cursive. Because you let stuff like that go, it's going to get to a point. Like, granted, nowadays everybody's typing or what have you, but if you're going to send off thank you notes or thank you letters or something, and you just write that shit out or type it out, it doesn't have the same heart to it. I don't know. It feels hollow. Damn it, mister. I knew it was you. You don't deserve a kick in the nuts for it because you still probably rose for the national anthem because you are a patriot, sir. Yeah, I mean, I think there should be a class of life skills like budgeting, how to balance a budget. Um, I think they're in that same class. I don't know. We'll call it real life application, where they explain what APR on a credit card or a home loan is to you. They explain how a mortgage works. They explain how to balance your budget. They explain, these little things that I'll never forget. I had a teacher one time, a substitute teacher, and it was actually a math class. And the teacher, I couldn't believe it. Now, granted, barely anybody uses checks anymore for the most part. Most stuff is direct deposit. But this teacher was like, she asked the class, she's like, "Yeah, I'll teach you guys about this, that, or the other thing." And then she thought about it for a second and she was like, "How many of you guys know how to write a check?" And like I raised my hand and like two other people raised their hand. The rest of the class had no idea what she was talking about. And she's like, "Okay, I think I know where we're going with this." And she did. She showed how to keep a bank register, how to write a check, everything. It was a sub. But it was like one of the I was like, these kids actually learned something that is going to benefit them in life. Nowadays everything's online. You just look that shit up. But back then, it was actually a super useful skill. Yep, that's a good call, Stranded. That's actually, you know what? You now that I'm thinking about it, the way you just said that, that's good. That's a good call. Everything is written in cursive, like all our founding documents. And instead of reading a translation and an abridged version, reading the original might be very important, especially if it's something like your Bill of Rights. You learn to write a check at home, and that there you go. It's things like this. Now, granted, I went to a trade school for high school. Matter of fact, so did Forever Demonetized. That's I've known from high school, and we were in different shops or whatever. But they had welding, carpentry, air conditioning, HVAC basically was a shop. You had welding, air conditioning, electrical construction, also, aka electrical destruction. You had advertising, printing. Um, I'm trying to remember. Culinary arts, I think it ended up being called, but it was called something different before that. Commercial foods, I think, is what it was called. And they would feed everybody lunch every day and all that. And it was like how to work in a big ass kitchen. And, so people would go off and go work at like a prison, for example, and cook everybody's meal every day, but know how to nutritionally balance it. there was, um, there was one, what was it? Environmental sciences or something like that was one of them. And most people got jobs in the EPA out of it. Auto mechanics, all that kind of stuff. People graduating from that trade school right out of high school, making, back then, nowadays it would be like $40, $50 an hour, but back then it was like $20, $25 an hour when you got out of school. Like I was a computer geek. So I was in computer sciences, and I definitely made my good chunk of money out of that. Not gonna lie. Yeah, well, regular ass high school, we had all the politics of regular ass high school, but they actually did they taught you trades. And it's stuff that, like, looking at it now, like, I look at somebody print shop, for example. I don't know how many of those guys are still employed doing print shop because it's kind of dead. Like, it's a dead art at this point. There was one where what was it, like upholstery and something else, which was pretty interesting. Yeah, see, Bob did trade school too, and then he took the brave route and went into the military after. Well, I mean, so the reality is this is one of those things that pisses me off with college, right? Some degrees, like now, you can, the running joke that you can get a degree in underwater lesbian basket weaving, right? Like you can get degrees in all kinds of stupid shit. But I do think that before they take your money, you have to sit down with them and equate however much money is going to take you or cost you to take whatever course. Say you want to become a history major. Okay, well, how much is the average history teacher making this year? And then take that salary, cut it in half, and from that half, go forward. Like that's how much you owed to the college. So that this way, if you get out and you get in that field, you can pay back your debt within like 3 to 5 years or whatever. Yeah, see, there you go, E Rock, and that's what I mean. You learn a trade, you make your money. And I had good teachers, and I'll be honest with you, I had one teacher that even after everything was all the dust was settled and everything else, and high school was way in my rear view, I had him as a friend on Facebook, and it turned out he was a staunch, hardcore Trump hating liberal, right? And not gonna lie, I never knew that because they didn't talk about that kind of shit in class. He never talked about that shit in class. It wasn't until after we go, like as an adult and all that kind of stuff, and going back and interacting with one of those teachers that I had, I found that out about him. But he never passed. I was like, you never pass this into yourself on to the kids, and he's like, no, and I never would. I think it's disgusting that people have to come to their own conclusions. So I at least shout out to him for never forcing that shit on the kids, like his worldview. Mister, have a great night. Thank you for dropping in, brother. And please fly well. Please be safe on your trip. And we'll see you next time. And yeah, seriously, thank you for dropping in. Well, not only do they make billions from college sports, the brutal part is what do the athletes get paid? They don't pay their athletes. They don't, if they go on to something after that, that's one thing. If they don't go on to something after that, that's another thing. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, different time though, too, stranded. You know, um, you would get that every now and again. I remember there was one girl, and granted, she probably fist fight half the guys in the school, but she was in auto mechanics. Like, and she's making a good living, I believe. I think she even has her own garage now. But it was like one out of however many, like 20 people in that class, you know, were actually like female in that field. It's not normal for a female, but I'm under that impression that you kind of want to learn as much as you can as you're going. Yeah, Essie, they never. That's just it. You would have social sciences. You're right, or social studies. I think they would call the class. I can't even say the fucking word. You know what I mean? Colloquially, no, colloquially. I can't remember. Social studies though, and but they never broke down into like Republican, Democrat, Orange man bad, Biden old, shit like this. It was always just kind of this is what's going on, and this is the environment we live in nowadays. Somewhere along the line that shit got politicized. You're not getting it. Well, that's just it. You're not technically getting a free education if somebody's getting paid for it, right? To teach. If somebody's just volunteering their time and spending time with kids and teaching them, that's a free education. But no, it shit's coming out of our taxes. So people that say you're getting a free education, it's like, well, then, shut the fuck up. Colloquially, thank you, Devin. I appreciate the hell out of that. I know the word and just couldn't get my mouth to form the word. I got stupid mouth again. I'm just a bill. Absolutely. That's Schoolhouse Rock, Bob. And it explains how a bill goes and goes through everything right up to the president's desk. Yeah, I mean, they can go on a full ride scholarship, which I'm not going to lie is also kind of bullshit in my opinion. Because, okay, so you can put a ball through a metal hoop that's 10 foot in the air. You deserve to have a free education. Like, yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I think they should still get paid if people, they're selling merch to it, everything else. You should get a cut of that merch. Like, I don't know, 20%, 40% goes to the team and it gets divided amongst teammates, including the water boy. Don't ever forget the water boy. Without Bobby Boucher, like that football team would have been in trouble. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. High school to me was always was worrying about which chicks I was going to pick up or where the party was going to be later or causing some kind of mischief. I worked through, God, 80% of my high school education at a bar. So a lot of the stuff, most of the stuff I learned in high school, actually, I learned way more in grade school than I ever did in high school. High school was more of a societal element to it. And even my trade, I picked it up fast. Like I could do computers in my sleep because I really had an interest and paid attention. I think there's some stuff I definitely benefited from it, but overall, eh, I think there's a way to tune it up and make it better. I think the best educational system, in my opinion, that I've seen is the Japanese one. They just do not fuck around. SE's like, yeah, but I was an athlete, so I'm gonna be biased. That's fair, dude. That's honest and fair take right there. Yeah, I mean, well, the student loan thing. So here's the thing. Well, not the actual thing. He's in the Fantastic Four. But the thing with student loans is you get a useless degree and then spend the next 20, 30 years of your life paying off that degree. Like you end up going, welcome to McDonald's with a useless degree. What the hell good did it do? And the government, right? Say you declare bankruptcy, they still hit you for your student loan. You can go bankrupt. They're still going to go for your student loan. I mean, hey, look, I don't know what the rules are. I just know that there was a point in time where the coaches used to buy the players' cars, stuff like this, to sweet talk a player into going to their school over the other schools and stuff. And I know that became a whole huge scandal. Like I don't know. I think that stuff like colleges, yeah, I guess part of it you do have the element of you're living on campus that's experimenting and finding yourself and finding out who you are as an adult. But you can do that in a regular ass workforce too. You can do that other ways, you know. I there's something about it. There used to be a point in time where a college education was your ticket to ride. Now, granted, I'm not going to lie at all when it comes to this. If you got a master's degree, a PhD, something like this, you're going to command more money in your field, your job, than most people that have just a high school education or a GED, right? But I think as more and more people started going to college, it switched where people want you to be able to know the job. Like for example, um, computer sciences, because of all the shit in high school, everything. I have an associate's degree, right? I work retail. If I walked into, I don't know, we'll say CVS because I work Walgreens. I worked Walgreens for this long. I was this level manager. I can work in the pharmacy. Da 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 da. They're going to pay me more than somebody who walks in there that's college educated going for the same position. Not a pharmacist or anything like this. They're going to blow me out of the water. But oh yeah, I got my MBA and all this kind of stuff. I actually have real world life experience. They will pay me more than that guy who has actually a piece of paper that says he's smarter than me. Yeah, I mean, not wrong there, Stranded. I I basically worked oh too long. And that's why, like, going to work and covering my boy's store after being retired for a few years now, it's funny to me because I'm just like, yeah, I remember all this kind of shit. I remember like putting on the smile and the mask and just no matter how you're feeling, like, oh, I ate, I ate some bad sushi last night and it's going to have me in the toilet in a minute and just having to stand there and smile and yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, sir, no, sir. Yeah, we can get that fixed right away. Let me take a look. Yeah, I mean, each person's got to explore or what have you. Um, I did say I was going to get into this because of Eugene. Um, Eugene in particular. So, because it's rough. How many of you guys, just let me know in the chat, have hit actual rock bottom? Like, oh shit, rock bottom. Like, oh fuck, I'm like 30 grand in debt. I don't have a pot to piss in, broken window to throw it out of. I'm just curious before I even start talking about what I did to reverse my life. And granted, I'm not, telling the absolute truth, hand to God truth. It was stuff I learned from my wife that changed everything for me. But if I can pass any of that knowledge on, and it sucks because I'd love to go into my wife's background and everything else, but I've always promised her that I won't discuss her when I'm doing these. I just want to see how this looks on the skin. That'll work. Need to make her coolish. I think a little green in here too. Give her a little creep effect. Eugene said me twice. Well, in so yeah, we've all hit rock bottom, I guess. Well, most of us anyway. Some of us are still at rock bottom, or climbing out of it, and it's that climb that's the bitch. Um, which is tragic that any of us has to hit rock bottom. Me, it was my own damn fault. I thought I was going to be dead and just didn't care anymore. It hit me into rock bottom, and again, my wife kind of came in at just the right moment and saved my life. And I'll always be indebted to her for that and for believing in me. But climbing out of rock bottom, two children, rent hanging over our heads, everything else, freshly married. The wife wasn't even her fault, but where she was working, somebody had done something fucked up and they shut down the company. I'll just put it that way. It was actually really, really bad and really big news where I'm at when it happened. I legit didn't have my job because I had just moved and I was here. And I knew I was going to have to start off at the bottom. So was she. But now, instead of carrying ourselves, we had to carry two others. And much like Beans has actually got it right, Beans is working very hard every day, everything else. The real trick is you take whatever you can get. When it comes to meals and stuff like that, like Stranded just pointed out, she went to cornfields, would steal corn to eat, right? We would, the wife and I would skip meals so that the children could eat because we just didn't have enough. Any kind of luxury item went the wayside for a while. Oh, I want this, I want that, what have you. If we didn't have cash for it, you don't fucking need it unless it's a roof over your head or a car payment to get to work, right? And granted, the only good part was I owned my car, but if I had those would have been the major payments that keeping the electric on. There was a point in time where we didn't have electric for a week, and it was in the middle of summer in South Kakalaki, and it was hot as shit. It was bad. Um, but the whole thing is, at that point, it all becomes about your budget. You cut out anything that you can go without. You're a smoker, you don't have cigarettes anymore. You're a drinker, well, alcohol's out the window. Is it fun? No, it's not. You bank everything you can. You don't have cash for it, you don't get it. You need to eat. You can buy a big ass sack of rice, like a 50-pound sack of rice, for, well, I don't know about nowadays, but it used to be right around $20. So every meal was rice and something, whatever was cheapest. You keep your nutrition flowing, but then you slowly build up the nest egg, slow and steady, slow and steady, slow and steady, and it you have to set the goal. It's one of the biggest things. If you don't set the goal, like, okay, with the wife and I, it was in 3 years, we need to be in our own house and not paying $1,200 a month in rent, because our mortgage will only be like $900 if we do it this way. It'll only be $800 if we do it this way. You live not just within your means, you live below your means, and you stack up every last goddamn penny you can. If there's some kind of side project you can do for money, you take it. You can work your Joe job. Now, if your Joe job, this is one of my other things, and one of the things that pisses me off beyond belief. So when people are like, fast food workers need like $20 an hour to live now. No, motherfucker. No. You don't want to be the guy who's sitting there, do you want fries with that? You should start off in that position and then always be angling, I'm going to be running this place in a year. I'm going to be running this. I'm going to be an assistant manager in a year. What's the average? The average work rate here to go up the ladder and get to the next level of money? Well, that's going to take you like a year and a half. Okay, I'm going to do that shit in a year. And then you try to beat that deadline you set for yourself by just, you put in the work. Oh, well, I'm tired. Well, guess what? Everybody's tired. Everybody's hands hurt. Always be angling to go better. Don't settle. Keep pushing yourself. There's days where you're going to wake up, everything hurts. Fuck it. I got to get my shoes on and get to work. We got to get this better. Take a second job if you need to. But bank the shit out of things. Anything that you enjoy in life, you can put aside for a year or two. But if you're not going up the ranks and there's no increase in pay, there's no chance of you ever leaving that little cash register position and becoming somebody who holds keys to a store that doubles out your money, or becoming a manager or whatever. Find a new job. Keep that job in the meantime, but start angling for a new job where you can raise through those ranks. And like I said, bank the shit out of it. Now, you can get lucky. You could buy a lottery ticket, hit for $1 billion. What are the fucking chances of that? How many people are like, oh yeah, I became a billionaire and this is how? Right? No. It's all about the time, the work, the effort put in, and knowing where you can rise and where you're going to be pigeonholed and stuck. Right. But that's just it, Eugene. You just said that in a very good way. A job is a job till it becomes a cage, right? The problem is it's real easy to get complacent. Well, but it's not that hard to work. It's not this. Yeah, the money ain't there either. And I mean, granted, if I'm saying to somebody like young, like Leo, for example, who hasn't started in the workforce, this is fundamentally, take it from somebody who's fallen on their ass, had nothing. But my wife laid out this whole plan, and I looked at her and I thought she was out of her skull. I'm like, we're going to do this, and this, and all this other stuff. Yeah, well, we're going to have a house within 3 years. 30 fucking grand in the hole. Like, I'm 30 grand in the hole and everything else. How the hell am I going to have, and we're making excellent. Well, are you planning on staying in that? No, I'm not. I'm going to become a manager. I'm going to get the keys. I'm going to get the, like I'm going to. I'm not banking on it, but this is what I'm angling for. And if it doesn't pay off right, then I'll leave and go somewhere else that does. Exactly. So in 3 years, if we live by, this strategy, we'll have our own house. I'm like, there's no fucking way. Barely making rent right now, everything else. She goes up in her job. I go up in my job. And 3 years later, as my wife's putting the keys to my house in my fucking hands and says, take the picture in front of the house, you're the first time you've owned a home. And I'm sitting there and I'm beaming with this smile on me. And I had to look at my wife and my eyes dropped. My head went down. And my pride did this thing where it tucked itself up my own ass. And I went, you were right. I was wrong. The boat's yours to drive. Here you go. Here's the finance. You're right. I thought I had all this shit under control. I thought I knew what I was talking about. You proved me fucking wrong. And I had to eat that shit. But I'll tell you what. I'll eat that shit and like the taste every time because she was 1,000% right. Nowadays, things have gotten even more difficult and more dire. Where if the bottom fell out, instead of 3 years, it'd take me 6 years to get there. Just because of the economy, the way it is. Now, maybe that'll change over the next couple of years and the tariffs and all this other crap. And it's not easy. Don't ever think one step of the journey is going to be easy. It's a challenge. There were things that happened with the kids where it was a challenge. Everything was a fight. Every part of it was a fight. I'm going to say this to each and every one of you. You look in this chat, and this is one of those things why I push you, Eugene. This is why I push you on your music, stuff like this. The one thing that I needed more than anything else than the hard work ethic, than breaking my ass, than, wise money management. All those things are key, right? But your biggest key is this. Believe in yourself. And if you're not quite sure about yourself, make sure you have somebody that believes in you. When we tell you collectively in the chat, we believe in you, we believe in your music. That's why we're subscribed to you. That's why we listen to your songs. Same thing with me with this fucking painting shit and talking smack on the internet and everything else. That means something to me. It should mean something to you. One person believing you, even if you don't believe in yourself, and you can recognize it and appreciate it, use that as your motivation to push and keep fighting. You're not wrong, Bob. Our wives are always smarter than us, and don't you ever tell them that. Yeah, you will never live that shit down. I still haven't lived that shit down. Anytime me and my wife get in a decent argument about finance or something, I'll be like, oh, that's stupid. Why are we going to do that? She'll be like, oh, we're not going to have a house in 3 years either, are we? Well, shit. But it's the God honest truth. It's the most valuable lesson I ever learned from my wife is you got to believe in yourself. And if you don't believe in yourself and you're down and you're beat and everything else, that's okay. You're allowed to be beat up. You're allowed to be hurt. You're allowed. That's fine. But don't lay there. You lay there, you're dead. Get up and start punching. Get up, start fighting. Get up and make a comeback. Start thinking ahead. What can I do to make my situation better? Okay, my entire situation is miserable. My housing's miserable. My paycheck's miserable. With me, my hands. I mean, I'm sitting there painting shit. My hands don't work from damage in my neck. I'm sitting here painting things every week. I paint something twice a week. Sometimes it comes out like shit. Sometimes it comes out and it looks great, right? And I'm honest about it. You guys believe in me. You guys show up every fucking week just to hear me run my mouth sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, my hands don't work, can't paint. You guys don't give a shit, and I love you guys for that. You guys are amazing. Because it's that belief that keeps me doing these fucking streams. It's that belief that pushes me to, nope, you know what? It's Thursday. I'm not feeling it and everything. Fucking fire up that camera, Gam. Get your ass on the microphone. Start running your goddamn mouth then. Yeah, and Bob, like your situation's a lot different. You've already accomplished a lot in your life, everything else. Um, you might just need something to distract and keep you busy and interacting with people and stuff so you're not so all alone. I get that. And don't ever look at it as a weakness either, Bob. That's a good thing. I've started to lose my touch with humanity, like not wanting to be around other humans at all. Like, I tell my wife this all the time. I think she thinks I'm full of shit, and I don't blame her. But I legitimately have gotten to a point with people actually physically in person around me. I don't even want them breathing the same air as me. It's kind of like, yeah, I can hang out with you for maybe 20 minutes, but yeah, I got to go. Like it doesn't land. For some reason online, I'm fine. Maybe it's the distance between people. But I've definitely gotten to a point where even like some of my oldest friends, I haven't seen them in years, and I'm probably never going to see them again. Like I've come to that conclusion that, either you're going to pass away or I'm going to pass away before we ever cross paths again, buddy. And I've actually become all right with it. But yeah, Bob, like you're already successful. You've already, run the gambit or gamut. Yeah, it's gamut. GAMUT. You've already been through the crucible and the fight and everything else, and bad shit happened. And I worry about you, man. I'm not gonna lie. I worry about you sometimes. And hopefully, shit like this silly little painting show, and me running my goofy gums helps you out in some fucking way. Yeah, I used to be like that too. I used to love the job and I used to love the interaction with people. Somewhere along the line, I lost it. I lost that love for it, which is why I ended up in retail. Because when I was doing computers, I can still probably, I mean, not like I used to, because most stuff, unless I'm going to put on this kind of accent and go, thank you for calling tech support. My name is Billy. How can I help you today? I'm probably not going to get a tech job, right? Like they're not going to hire my ass because everything gets outsourced now to India or whatever call center. So I'll lose that aspect. I mean, granted, if I went back into network engineering, that might be something because basically I lost my love for computers because I wasn't interacting with people. I love the interaction with people when I'd have to talk to the user about, okay, I'm going to fix your computer. Let's see what we can do, that kind of thing. And then now it's the exact opposite. I'm 110% the exact opposite. I don't even want to deal with people. Like I'm just like, yeah, what's your problem? Yes, I don't appreciate your ruse, madam. My ruse, yes, trying to, you know, catch me in a lie about movies. Something switched where I'm just like, yeah, it would be a great job if it wasn't for all these fucking customers. I used to love it. I used to love the challenge, the interaction. I would get involved in, not just local things, but actual and local events and comings and goings in neighborhoods and stuff like this that I worked in. And now I'm the exact opposite. I'm just like, go the fuck away. Leave me alone. I'm old. I'm tired of this. Get off my lawn, you son of a bitch. Good, Bob. That's awesome. And, shout out to Devin. She's good people. Make sure you guys are giving her some popcorn so she doesn't starve. But, that's just it. Devin's good people. Good ear to listen to you. Yeah, see, that's where I'm at too. That's how I've gotten to. I went from I can't stop the life of the party, involved in everything, to yeah, I don't have time for this shit. I'd rather hang out with my dog and play a video game by myself. And then there's rare people, shout out to David Mon, shout out to Smurf, where I love playing games with them. Like I can sit there and talk to. So I'll do a stream like Smurf and it did that stream. I'm like, brother, I got to get to sleep, and we still talk for like 20 minutes after we're done playing. Just bullshit, you know. Um, it's kind of like that now. So I get it. Um, but yeah, Eugene, I had told you I would give you, and granted, maybe it's different for you. Maybe everything I just said won't mean shit to you. Not like I'm taking the time to say it and you don't appreciate it. I know you do. But maybe this shit doesn't, like, oh, that advice won't apply to me. And maybe you're right. Maybe you're a different person. Maybe you need a different motivation in a different way or a different way of looking at it. But I can only tell you how I learned and how I did it. I can't tell you, like, oh, well, this is cookie cutter. This is how it'll work for you. I'm just saying these were the fundamentals that I used to get out of my own goddamn way. Because I was the Titanic headed for an iceberg. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be talking to you guys. You guys should never have met me. I should have been dead a long time ago. And, or homeless or whatever. And it's not easy. The journey's not easy, but that's what makes it. That's what makes it. It's the fact you're going to go through hard shit and bad stuff. And that's why when I look at things and some of these tragedies in the world, and I actually had this conversation a little bit with Devin before, the reason why I'm always joking around and always laughing and making fun of things, including up to God, religion, and everything else, is because some of the shit that I had to go through or have been through, even in recent times, if I don't laugh about it, I'll go fucking nuts. And it's not, sometimes that's just the way things are. I try to keep everything as light as possible. I don't like to get serious with stuff because the moment I do, then you start stacking things on top of each other. You start stacking problems. Oh shit, rent's due next week. I can't afford it. And how am I going to eat and all this other? And then you start sinking into the problems instead of the solutions. Okay, I don't have enough for rent. What can I sell something? Can I pick up a second job here? Can I do this? Can I do that? Can I do the other? Start presenting yourself with the solutions. If you got to have your problem, your possible solution, and then your absolute solutions. Have that goal of where you want to be, that goal of what you want to do, that goal of what you want to accomplish, and then drive towards it. Yeah, I mean, thank you for that, Eugene. And I mean, like I said, it's not. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a psychologist. I'm just some asshole on the internet who talks shit and paints things with shaky ass hands. And right now, it's coming out kind of funky the way I'm painting this. Kind of have a vision in my head of what I want it to look like. We'll see if we get it there. If not, I'll just call it a fail and try again. Maybe make it black and try again. But um, the whole thing is know that I believe in you. I think you can pull it off. I think you can bring it back, dude. But it's not for me to determine either. That's all about what's inside of you. And if you think you can, I've said this and you've heard me say this before. If you say you can or you say you can't, you're right. You say there's no fucking way. And, also realize there's realistic goals. I want to be able to live comfortable, eat food in my own house, have food whenever I want in my own house, have an okay car, a dog, a wife, whatever your goal is. Now you're like, yeah, I'm going to marry Sydney Sweeney, have Elon Musk money, and buy a couple Asian people on the black market. Like, you know what I mean? Those are unrealistic goals. Set it realistic and set it small at first and then build on it. Extrovert, introvert tendencies do shift over time. That's correct. They do. They can shift. I know people that it's really a matter of, it seems like, self confidence. Like part of it is, I swear with me, I'm still confident in myself and all that. I just tired of putting up with shit. Like I'm tired of people that I can't even say disappoint me. Se probably knows where I'm coming from with this shit. It's like you were surrounded by people so often and so long that when you finally got the chance to be alone or just you and the family, that yeah, you're good. Like you don't need it anymore. You're like, yeah, there was a time and a place for that, but that time and place is kind of over now. Like I've moved on with my life. Like I'm not worried about who thinks that I'm oh, well, he's really cute, blah blah blah. I don't care about any of that shit. It's like, no, I'm a gruff old man. Fuck off. But the image in your head is really the one that matters too. If you keep telling yourself like, yeah, I can never get out of this hole or I'm trapped here and everything else, well, just like how Logan got his name Wolverine, you put me in a trap, I'll gnaw my own goddamn leg off, tie that shit off, and then kick your ass. Like just have that I'm beaten but I'm not dead attitude to you, especially when it comes to the things you truly value and want in life. Yeah, I mean, there's that too, Essie. You're not wrong. There's times where you're sitting there and you're studying stuff like I've been reading one book, like, well, or trying to read at least one book out of this thing. Out of this goddamn book. The Ethiopian version of the Bible. And like, we're talking like, I think I've shown this off before. Like, it looks like ants dipped their toes in ink and walked across the page. But I try to read that at least one book out of it every Sunday because honestly, I'm always lacking in knowledge when it comes to religion, and it's helping me understand why people get super religious, believe in their gods, and all this other stuff. I'll read the Quran next. I will read the Torah. Um, I want to know. I want to know what fascinates people so much. But something like that, it's like when I'm reading, my wife will walk in and I'll be like, leave me the fuck alone. Like, just go away. Just me and the dog. Dog, settle down. And just sit there and read. Or if I'm working, and I haven't done this in a minute, and I'm going to have to, if I'm working on like 3D prints and trying to learn something and memorize the steps in like Blender, for example, I do the same thing. I'm like, all right, 2 hours are dedicated to, on every Wednesday, are going to be dedicated to me sitting here and memorizing different steps in Blender so I can just do it on the fly when I need to like patch up a model or fix it or cut this print into pieces so that I can make it bigger. So my hands actually work and I can paint it. If they think you know everything, you can't win. Yeah, I mean, that's true too. Stranded, you going to sleep? We'll shout you out through the rest of the show. You know that. Thank you for being here, being awesome, Stranded. Get some rest. Hopefully, job isn't too bad tomorrow. Yeah. But yeah, I feel you there, Se. The fight's real within yourself too, and the older you get, the shittier it's going to get. I'm not going to lie. I mean, there's people like my stepdad. My stepdad can have a 2 hour conversation with a total stranger and talk their fucking ear off about life, the universe, and everything. Right? Just standing there talking. Hey, what's going on? See you out there cutting your grass every Sunday. Let's talk about that. Blah, 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 blah. And then you're just like, all right, enough, dude, enough. Me, I used to be like that. I could strike up a conversation with anybody. And to be honest with you, I still can. That's one of the things that I've learned just working that store. Like, I was able to have a whole conversation with a bunch of different people. I didn't really want to have the conversation with a bunch of different people, but I could do it if I needed to. Yeah, you're not weird. Um, I think maybe you just hit that place like I did. Like I hit this place where it's almost like I just want to like if I had a shit ton of money, I'd buy probably 20 acres of land, have a custom built house, everything else, um, with a small stream where I could hook up hydroelectricity, solar power, everything, and just have the house where I'm like almost off the grid. The only thing I would need is my fucking internet, right? Outside of that, everything else, food grown on like an acre or two, have bait out there for animals. I'd hunt my own meat, stuff like this, and just completely like leave all of society behind. Because I've come to a point with not everyone, obviously not everyone, because I can have these conversations with you guys, right? So obviously it's not everyone. Um, but with a good bulk of people, I it I just really don't give a fuck. Like I guess that's the best way of saying it. It's like I want peace, quiet. I lived a crazy life. I did the crazy shit when I was younger. I pulled everything off. I made it through. I damaged myself, but not to a point where I lost a limb or, you know, now I'm blind in one eye and deaf in the other ear, stuff like this, or that kind of thing. I can still function to an extent. And I don't want the convenience, like, I don't want city life, for example. That to me is like it disgusts me and repels me. I'm not going to lie. I don't want the pizza place open till 4:30 in the morning. It's a nice convenience, but I'd rather make my own out of a stone oven in the backyard. Right? Yeah, of course it's hard work. But you know what? You're doing it for yourself and you're self sustaining. Like a nice, quiet, chill life like that, pretty damn good. And like I said, there was a point in time where I needed the recognition or I needed the adulation and the attention and the look at me and all that kind of shit. Those days are way far behind me. You know, does it feel good when I get a new subscriber? It does. Does it feel good when I'm sitting here bullshitting with you guys and painting something, knocking something out? Really, really does. Is it cool that I get to, interact with people and like, ask Devin about Catholicism or SE, what's going on out there in the woods over there, hey, what's the best cup of coffee that you can get, you know, hey, Bob, tell me something about the Navy that I don't know. Tell me about the time you kicked the guy in the balls, made him puke in a casino, right? Tell me these stories. Do I enjoy that? I absolutely do. I love it. I relish it. But at the same point in time, when it comes to those settings of going to a party or whatever, I don't want to feel like I'm looking down on somebody, and I don't want to feel like they're looking down on me either. So I'm kind of in that catch 22 of, yeah, fuck society. Yeah, I mean, that's that's good and everything else, that you're grateful and all that. I am too. I'm happy with a lot of things. Is there still shit that I keep trying to improve? Absolutely. That's never going to stop. I think I told Devin this. I talk for 6 to 8 hours at a time, usually when we do a live stream, and my mouth is, for the most part, running the entire goddamn time. So don't take offense when something fucking stupid flies out of it, because I'm more than likely joking or screwing around, right? And it's real easy to do. Yeah, fuck the European ways. We see how that's going. They're going right down the tubes, god damn it. I'm telling you, the best ways are the Japanese ways and the American ways. I think Europe's got it all fucked up. I mean, then again, I could just be biased. I love my country. I definitely love the Japanese culture because I think they are just brilliant. Like everything I look at, they're pretty fucking brilliant. They can say one sentence and sum up an entire story. And yeah, you're right, Eugene. I always preface anytime I'm telling you anything like this, that kind of thing. How did you rebuild? Kind of thing. I can tell you how I did it. Apply what works for you. If something that doesn't apply or work for you, come up with something better or something that does apply and work for you. Yes, they do. Bob, they really still do. They have some very ugly, some very strange fucking things. No culture is perfect. Oh, yeah, we concentrate on America, we definitely concentrate on a lot of the wrong things. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. I mean, you look at it, we're a consumer country, for one. Um, and we should be, like I've said this before, right now, I should be like, hey, I'm getting done my 3 day work week and jumping in my Jetsons ass car and flying up to, my little palace in the sky. I'm just going to fly there in my car. We got a working teleporter we can get from here to Mars. That'll be a 3 hour trip, you know? Instead, we're arguing over, yeah, so this dude has a penis and he's swimming with these women. Is he a woman? Like, what? Yeah, I do love Japanese food too. You're not wrong, Essie. Essie, you and I should meet up one time. Just go get sushi and chill. And then 20 minutes later, we'll be like, nice seeing you, Essie. Nice seeing you, Gam. Yeah, let's fuck off. We do, Essie. We do. We've definitely chewed some of the same shit. Yeah, I've said that ever since the first video of yours I watched and I heard your accent. I'm like, yeah, this dude is definitely from where I'm from. Like he's guaranteed we got some shit in common. Probably have some shit that's completely opposite or different, but there's some shit that it's like, yep, yeah. You just look at each other and go, yep, Um, I don't know. Bob, if you tell us you caught the clap while you're in Japan, I'm going to be ashamed. Yeah, I mean that's just it. Everybody's got their own thing. Some people it's a 68 Camaro. Some people it's some nerdy Marvel DC shit, comic books stuff. Some people it's horror movies. Some people it's comedies. Some people it's anime. Others it's cell shading. Man, getting in a fight with like, well, not I can't say that. I'm sitting there thinking about Japanese people. I'm like, they come up to like your navel, Bob. Well, and then I remember you said you're a little on the shorter side. I'm like 6'1", so they come up to like my navel a lot of times, and you just kick them the fuck around, right? But allegedly. But then I just remembered my cousin Andrew is 6'5", and he's half Japanese, and his dad's on the shorter side. He's like 5'6", 5'5", 5'6". Well, rest in peace, Uncle Teddy. But when he was alive, he was 5'5", 5'6", and probably one of the meanest son of a bitches I've ever met. But yeah, I mean that's just it, dude. I'll tell you what. That's actually a shocking story to me. I'm surprised you were the only one to call him out for that, because that is a big no-no. Train culture in Japan is one of those you kind of like. You don't even answer your cell phone nowadays. Stuff like that. You don't want to offend everybody with your conversation. Like they got a whole different set of rules that you can get arrested for. Everything. Like they have designated seats on those trains for pregnant women. They're legit designated for pregnant women to sit. Yeah, European culture, I dog it, but there's some good shit over there too. Don't get that wrong. Like I'm teasing. Um, I just there's certain things, certain aspects of Europe I really don't like their culture for. So I tease. Like I mean, my daughter-in-law's from Belgium. Speaks like I think she can only speak three of them fluently now. She used to know like five. But since she doesn't use Russian and I can't remember what the other one was anymore, she doesn't say she speaks it. But she's like an amazing person. She's all about like Belgium and European life too, which we don't talk politics because of that. I don't know where you heard that one, Beans, but that's false. They actually really like us. And there's a simple reason why the Japanese really, really like us, because China would take them over if not. I mean, not gonna lie, most of the World War II vets are gone now. The World War II vets didn't like us, but they've kind of aged out of the culture. And because the culture, as they get older, a lot of them smoke cigarettes. They do have a higher death rate of elderly people. You may have been watching something about it recently, but you should look up the video where all of them were cheering for Trump. But yes, so if you're talking about the current administration politically over in Japan, and I keep wanting to call him Hayabusa, but that's not. It's Ishiba. I believe, is the current prime minister of Japan. He's basically the equivalent to a Democrat, and his party is falling out of favor and losing control over there. It's starting to flip back to Republican. But yeah, um, with Japan, because of China, China has occupied them a couple times, and it's never worked out well for Japan. And because America has Japan's back, it's really all about Abe. Abe was an amazing prime minister before he was assassinated. But the American Japanese ties are very, very tight. Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to birth rates, yes, that's correct. You Abe, at the same point in time, that's one of the reasons why it's believed that we will be able to, like, China will fall before America, basically. When it breaks down to it, comes down to birth rates. And with China, because they had that one child policy for so long, they damaged their birth rate. We can actually, I hate to say it this way, bring in immigrants to boost our birth rate. They really can't because people don't want to convert to a Chinese way of life. They're a manufacturing culture at this point. Like everything they have is export culture. We are a consumer culture, which is why it's taken so long to hammer out any kind of tariff deal or trade deal with China at this point. That one's going to have to be a special case because there's certain things that they've set up their manufacturing infrastructure that it's going to take us 5, 10 years before we, even if we set up start doing the factories now, before we actually have a handle on it. Yep. Yeah, two naval bases plus Okinawa. Yeah, Japan. But yeah, the overall Japanese culture there, they like us. They don't like our behaviors. Like if we play by their rules, like you go over there and you play by their rules and adapt to their culture, their cultural norms, like the little idiosyncrasies of any culture, you'll be fine. I'm not gonna lie. Best person to ask about it if you're in ABL, talk to Made in Japan about it. He calls in sometimes. Great guy. Very, very cool guy. He'll tell you because he lives over there. Um, one of the lawyers I watch, I can't remember what. It's not. It's not potentially criminal. He's American, or in America. It's not Kurt. I can't remember the guy's name. He does basically like real estate law over in Japan, and he talks about it all the time. Yeah, I would want to see Tokyo. I just want to see where Godzilla, like where he steps on all the time. That's what I want to see. And I, like I said, I have an aunt that literally is Japanese that came to America from Japan. I could probably talk to her, see if she ever wanted to go back and visit the old country. Both my cousins are definitely 100% Americanized. I don't think they really embrace their Japan. Well, they honor their mother, but they haven't embraced like Japanese culture like that. They find it interesting, but that's about it. They don't look at the old ways or learn to speak Japanese or any of that stuff. Yeah, I believe that, SE. I can believe that. Yeah, they're very, very respect is paramount in that culture. So is honor. Honor has always been paramount and important. Like that's something that dates back though. I mean, hell, even if you go back to just World War II with the kamikaze pilots, they would sacrifice their lives rather than dishonoring themselves and surrendering fighting, you know? Like I'm going out, I'm going to take this whole ship of people with me. Kind of crazy when you think about it. I don't have that level of dedication unless I know I'm taking down, the entire damn thing. Like, oh no, I ain't sacrificing myself. I'm putting in a parachute. But they didn't have like ejector seats or parachutes in the zero. Because of that, it was either I'm shooting you down or I'm going to die in the process. So honor definitely comes in real hardcore with them. And dating back to what samurai even. The difference between a jihadi and Japanese kamikaze pilots. Jihadis do the same thing, but they do it in the name of their god. They do it technically, you can say, in certain cases strategically, other cases out of blind faith. The Japanese pilots didn't do it out of blind faith, they did it out of a sense of duty. There's a big difference. Like, one is enriching their empire and their culture and to the emperor, right? So the other one is basically so they go to heaven and get a bunch of virgins. Yeah, exactly, Essie. I'm right there with you. Like it's some stuff I don't agree with, like anything else, but I definitely can at least respect the hell out of tactics and everything else, which is what makes the Yakuza kind of odd. Because they'll fight with honor and stuff, but they do such dishonorable things at the same time. It's unreal. They don't tell him it's Guybridge. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, shit's going to get ugly. Shit's going to be real interesting going forward. I'm just wondering if so. Putin and Trump are meeting in Alaska. Apparently, Zelensky is not going again. It's just going to be Trump and Putin hammering out a deal. I have this really awful feeling the two of them are going to reach some kind of agreement, and Zelensky is going to turn around and say, "Nope, can't do that." Not like Trump has the proxy or whatever. And I got this. I really do. I got this thing in the pit of my stomach. This bad feeling. This is not going to end well for Ukraine. That it's going to end up coming down to Trump saying, "I'm pulling funding completely. We're not giving you weapons or whatever because you won't come to a peace table." Japan has a high suicide rate because of the way they work in a lot of cases, and also because of that whole honor system. So when it comes to work, for example, people sleep in the office. They don't even go home. Like if there's a project going on, They literally have predatory practices at part where they will work you to actual death. It's brutal, but you're trapped and you're miserable and you see no way out. The only honorable thing is to take your own life. They do it. And in Korea, I mean, if I lived in South Korea, I'd probably kill myself too. I don't see anything good in Korea. I'm not going to lie. I mean, they did make a hell of an anime here or there, but, like I'm looking at you solo leveling. But at the same point in time, um, very, very high stress. Like the stress level is way different. Where for us in the West, for example, somebody's working us too hard, you go and you complain and everything else. Over there, the company can sue you for for slandering their name, for example. Like, oh, they work me like a dog. Oh, hey, well, here's a lawsuit. We're going to take all your money from you. And there you go. SE's got it. Never say all. You never say all. Yeah, there's bad parts to it too. It's the same way. There is a set of homeless over in Japan, but you don't know it. You wouldn't know it. I say I feel fortunate to have been raised here in the good old U.S. of A. I love this place. I at least have the freedoms to tell people to go fuck themselves. If I don't agree with something, I can not agree with it and be all right. I can bitch about my government and not go to jail for it. Well, for the most part. I can bitch about my government, just not the Israeli government, apparently. Yeah, exactly, Bob. That's what you think's going to happen too. I can see it playing out something like that. Like, look, you fuckers are the only reason I don't have a Nobel Peace Prize yet. We need peace. Because I mean, Trump pulled no punches with Russia. Just recently, is like I said 50 days. I'm changing that to 10 days, and all of a sudden they're meeting. So Trump obviously knew how to hit Putin to bring him to the table. With Zelensky, it's a different story because I don't think he's actually running shit. Also, the moment that war ends, much like the whole Israel Gaza thing, that's like with Bibi, he's got a whole corruption trial that he's going to have to face after that war ends. With Zelensky, there was supposed to be an election a couple years ago. So his political life is pretty much over at that point. He's no longer going to be relevant. And you're not wrong, Bob. I agree. Greatest country in the world. I don't even have to leave the country to tell you that one. I just look at some of the freedoms and everything else and some of the privileges that I've been given. And I can say I'm sure there's other places that are beautiful and certain aspects are better. But when it comes to overall as a whole, this is the place. Yeah, I mean, I got you, Essie. I never say all myself. It's you can't. Man, we've had this conversation on here quite a bit actually. When it comes to saying all of something like all Muslims are blah blah blah, right? No, you got some that completely disagree. You got different sects of them. You have people that don't see all Catholics are nope, all Jews nope, all people, all Americans, all Japanese, like whatever your category. You never say all because there's always an anomaly in there at the very least. The only time I use the word all is all pedophiles should be fed into a wood chipper, and for humanitarian purposes, we should stop it every 4 inches and check and make sure they're doing okay before starting the wood chipper up again. Yeah, I mean, legitimately, there is you definitely have factions in our government. Military, you can call it the military industrial complex, Bob, but you definitely have people that want to keep the war going. Not just that, but send them weapons and stuff because then we come up with brand new weapons for our people. Like, here you go, here's our old shit. We'll send that over to you. Now we got some whole brand new tech over here that we're not screwing around with. And we can justify the cost of it now. So it's brutal. Definitely brutal. Definitely some bullshit. But yeah, I think the ones that there are, that's one of the things that always pisses me off. Where somebody gets bought in on like a political side of an argument and doesn't allow that wiggle room for, like, well, all Trump's voters are, this, that, or their third. Like, no, they're not. All Democrats are. No, not all of them. Some may waver on this or that. Gotta leave room for those anomalies. I like the idea. I like the idea of putting a nuclear reactor on the moon. I also like the idea if we were to build solar stations on the moon. I think it makes sense. If you are going to send something, okay, I can't talk out of turn on certain things. I can't. But let's say that you developed a weapon system. We're just going to talk in hypotheticals, all right, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's say you developed a high potency laser, one that, your range could be 10 miles on Earth, but in outer space, that thing could shoot up to 100 because you don't have the atmospheric interference. You're going to need to power something like that because you have an asteroid that's headed towards Earth that could destroy us. But you could use said laser to kind of crack the asteroid into pieces so that it just rains down like meteorites instead of big chunky ass pieces that destroy everything, right? Cause an extinction level event. You're going to need that power source. You want to go to Mars? Going to need that power source to refuel. Um, it's smart. It's smart, in my opinion. I think we should put something like that up there. Hell, power telescopes from it. All kinds of shit. I'm glad you caught the show too, Essie. It's great having you here, man. In a way, I'm hoping. Shout out to him, but I hope Steve Kerfuffle's all right because normally he'd be in here and he'd be racking right in with us. What moon? It's a hologram. Well, it's definitely not a hard hologram. Not unless they're making holograms out of hard light nowadays. But could be a space station. Could be an ancient seeding pod. It could be. There's a whole lot. The moon is a weird friggin' place. I mean, it's insane. But yeah, putting a reactor on the moon would definitely be something. I do think it is. It's interesting, to say the least. Like it wasn't something I was expecting either. But then I started thinking about things, and I'm like, when it comes to defensive force for Earth, refueling stations, everything else, like legitimately, if Elon Musk is serious about going to Mars, it would make sense to break Earth's atmosphere, get in out of orbit through the radiation shield, land on the moon, refuel, and then go to Mars because you're going to burn a lot less fuel in zero G than you will trying to get the zero G. Yeah, I and trust me, Wolverine, well, SE, like man, I am happy you made it. I always enjoy talking to you. Always love your takes on shit. Um, if you're off for the night, cool, cool. Um, keep that live streaming stuff going, brother. I watch how many viewers you get, likes, everything. You got something there. You do that shit as like a side career or a little bit when you got something to say, and even if you don't, you know how to talk. And I actually like your insight and your takes on things too. So, and I really do appreciate you dropping in here. That's just flat out honesty. You can put a reactor up Uranus, huh? Yeah, yeah, they probably could. I mean, I'd like to see more of our grid go to nuclear. I'm not going to lie at all. Get away from, even though wind has its place in certain parts of the world, it's still unreliable. Solar, the big problem with solar is the batteries. We can't store the energy well enough. Like, that's something that science really needs to work on is upping our battery gain because you can draw enough power to power the entire grid no problem. It's just once the sun goes down, you're screwed. Then you're coming back on to conventional power. They need to upgrade the batteries where like a super battery. We just don't have the storage capacity. They got to get away from using lithium for batteries to it and move on to a different metal. Not unless we're going to start harvesting asteroids for rare earth minerals. Um, so the problem, I agree with that, Bob. I do think we need to get off the planet or what have you. My big fear is this: if we don't resolve shit on this planet, before we get off this planet, we're going to take that shit with us to the next planet. And it's just you're multiplying problems at that point. That's a dangerous thing. Matter of fact, you guys, I know maybe a couple of you might have seen it, but has anybody ever watched the show The Expanse? So, if you haven't seen the show, you have three different factions. You have the Earth faction, which is, of course, Earth. You have Mars, which was a colony of Earth, but broke away and started its own government and everything else, kind of like, a fractioned off kingdom. And then you have what's known as belters, and they just work in the asteroid belt, harvesting minerals and everything and sending them back to Earth and Mars. And like the belters are treated basically like slave labor. Mars is superior in military force for the most part as far as their warships, and then Earth, of course, being the mother planet or whatever, has the best defenses. We need it where that's the problem. I don't want to see one world government, because which government's correct? Not any one of them has it. To me, government is a lot like religion. I don't think anybody has it 100% right. That's just me personally. Everybody's entitled to their beliefs and how they see things. But I think government's the same way. Doesn't Is it a meritocracy? Is it an oligarchy? Is it an anarchy? Is it democracy? Is it a republic wrapped in a democracy? Is it communism? What is the best government? Like, we'd have to come up with a whole new set of government rules and shit like this for the settlers. You're right, Essie. We do treat each other like shit on this planet. People forget that they're human. You forget there's a human being attached to to shit. It could come down to black versus white, black skin versus white skin, or Republican Democrat, or take your pick. Islam versus Judaism, Christianity versus Islam, Judaism, Buddhism, whatever. Well, Buddhism's more of a philosophy than a religion. But you catch my drift. Like, the whole thing is, we would all have to have everybody would have to come to consensus. And you're right about treating each other better. You know, even enemy combatants. Like, there's a lot of it where people look at each other like, oh, you took out this guy and everything else. Well, that guy had three kids, a wife, and all this kind of stuff. Was he doing some evil shit and trying to take your life? Yeah. But at the same point in time, don't be gleeful in the fact that you took him out. There we go, Bob. It's 10 o'clock in the a.m. King Bob says everybody drink around. Light doesn't always overcome dark. Yeah, I don't know who told you that fairy tale, but it's not always the case. That's hopeful. You can have hope, but have reality behind that hope. It goes back to, I'm going to hit the lottery and marry Sydney Sweeney and shit, right? Be realistic with it. You'd have to look for the darkest part of anything that could go on, which is basically somebody trying to empower themselves, and figure out how to strip that power out so no one person could empower themselves. Honestly, I think that's the problem our forefathers went through when they did the Constitution. Yeah, evil wins sometimes, guys. Hate to tell you. It's not always the good guys, riding off into the sunset. Sometimes evil wins. If we're being realistic, it's really a balance. You kind of need the two sides of a coin to define each other, and that's part of the problem. No, your voice matters. I'm just saying be realistic, though. Correct, SE. Correct. The solution is that it's the same thing with communism. Communism actually does work if you got 10 people. It's when you can balance it across a smaller group of people. But the bigger and more diversified you make everything, and the more individualized the opinions, the thoughts. This is one of those things that terrifies me too. One of the things that terrifies me is that you got a guy like Elon Musk that's already solved for this. And his solution is Neuralink. Everybody's mind linked together, right? That terrifies me. What happens to your individuality? It's basically the Borg from Star Trek, and shout out to Stranded. But it's the Borg from Star Trek at that point. You're all sharing a hive mind. You're hearing each other's thoughts at all times. That's how insects work. The thing is, when we break that shit down, the insects always answer to a queen. There's always some higher voice that's commanding them. So who gets to be the higher voice? Elon Musk because he invented the fucking thing? Like, that's worrying. Resistance is futile. Actually, resistance isn't futile because as we found, once they learned how to oscillate the lasers in the future, they're able to just eat through the board ship. And then you had those other alien beings, and I can't remember what they were called. They were like some weird number and letter. And they run into these aliens, and the aliens are just actively wiping the Borg out because the Borg can't assimilate them. You can teach them to be positive and everything else. If that works, that works. That's good. You should teach them to have a good outlook on life. I choose to teach them that in order to beat darkness or beat evil or what have you, you have to see it for what it is, identify it, and then crush it. But you got to know it's there. There we go. Look at Bob's on fire with it. Species 8492. Awesome, Bob. Amazing. I think you nailed it. But yeah, I mean, being positive, you need to be positive. You've got to have I'm going to make it a good outlook. I agree with you, but also be aware of what lurks in the background too. Always be aware of that. Never discount it. Well, I hope so. And I hopefully you're a good one too. Um, I don't know. I don't know if the leader would be a woman. What if the leader is for Neuralink just a big machine that No, Bob, I did. You're fine, Bob. See, told you, Bob. But yeah, the that is the problem, Se. How do you solve for that equation, right? Solve for x. It's like one of my favorite lines. Solve for x. X being getting humanity on the same page to go to the stars. You get all the scientific minds together, have them build some kind of solid space program. We kind of have that, right? But our governments fuck that shit up. Like, how do we solve, man? How do we solve? You get an eclectic group with a billionaire at the helm of it to take us to space. Then you got Bezos and Elon, right? But say Elon goes to Mars and then claims Mars for, well, himself. And then we play by his rules because he controls all of it. You run into an issue there. A one world government, they take over everything, right? There's got to be some way of finding a check and balance. Because what's the old line? With great power comes great responsibility. So, what's the great power? What's the great responsibility? I mean, we can't even get them to release the Epstein files in entirety or the JFK files in entirety and get true answers to it. We still do stuff like damage what you call it, analysis. I've heard that too, Eugene. Supposedly that there is a intergalactic like alliance type thing, and Earth isn't part of it. Like our government knows about it, but Earth isn't part of it because we can't settle shit here. I think you're right. I did hear something like that. Now, granted, that could just be some fantasy shit, but who knows? Maybe it's true because we can't settle shit here. So, what could it be, Eugene? You know, I don't have the answer. I don't. Solving for X means solving all the different variables to get to X. And unfortunately, because of the individuality of people, it's inevitable that we fuck ourselves up. Doesn't mean there's not hope, but what could you do to unite people? I mean, that's the whole idea behind what is it, Project Blue Beam, I think, is that they were going to project a new religious deity and claim all gods false and make it a one world religion that leads into a one world government, right? So everybody's on the same goddamn page. But in the infamous words of the great Simon Phoenix in the movie Demolition Man, you can't take away people's right to be assholes. Like, I wish I had an answer. I wish I had an answer for it. I don't. Never will. Okay. Oh, Eugene, I agree with you. 9/11 united America, correct? And on that day, everybody that was American, and we were all in the same boat. So you have that event. COVID 19, we were all in the same boat. How did that end up? Everybody just blindly fell in lockstep, right? Nope. It turned into, well, I want to know more about this vaccine. It turned into, okay, 14 days to slow the spread. Everybody agreed. And then 6 months later, certain states were shut down and distancing and all that. And everybody had an opinion. Everybody had a fight, everything else, because our individuality took over. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's a very good thing because legitimately, people like, well, I'm going to say most of the people in the chat, not entirely sure. You know, some people had to get the shot for work and stuff like this. But I know I was like, yeah, I'm not getting that shot. All I had to do was listen to Robert Malone on Joe Rogan, and he all he does is work on mRNA vaccines. And it was like, yeah, I'm not getting that fucking shot. There is no way I'm getting that shot. You're telling me it's a leaky vaccine and that it doesn't prevent transmission or contraction of the virus? It's like, I'm not getting that shot. Although, you know, I do have to say this because I am on YouTube. Apparently, the shot is and not being a biologist or a virus expert myself, that the shot is the most safe and effective thing ever in human history. And, you know, go out and get one, yay us. I think Beans is correct. I think it may have united the country as a people, right? But she's right. What did they do? They used it to pass the Patriot Act, which allowed them into our phones. And if it hadn't been for Edward Snowden, we would have been none the wiser that they were completely spying on us. It would have been a fringe conspiracy theory if he hadn't come out and blown the whistle and all that. So, yeah, they did. They used it to take away freedoms. Shit, we're just now being able to get on an airplane without having our shoes taken off. Yeah, exactly, Bob. Exactly, brother. And I fucking hate that. That's that shit. Jab took his eyesight in his right eye. Um, and that's a shame because the people that I would have, well, you know, apparently it's safe and effective for everybody, but the people I would have recommended, in my opinion, getting the shot were people with comorbidities, so that if they contracted the virus, they didn't get sick to a point where they died. And that was the earlier strains of the virus, not the later ones, and the elderly, because their immune systems aren't as strong. Bob's not really all that much elderly, though, but he definitely is close to that age range where right there, I probably would have, I could see a doctor recommending the shot just to protect him proactively. I hate the fact that happened to you. I've had a real ID for like 2 years or something like that. South Carolina was one of the early adapters of the real ID. And granted, I do, because I got it so early, I'm kind of grandfathered in, but they're definitely doing something where I don't see how they don't already have all our fucking data. I'm not going to lie. Like when Facebook's market or Amazon suggests products to you that you didn't even know you were looking for, but you're like, oh yeah, I need that a week from now, but you saw it a week ago on their shop, and it turns out because they're just running an algorithm against your buying habits and what you're looking up and looking into. Google as well. They do know. They know everything. The one that kills me is, man, and I was pissed when my mom told me this. So my mom did a 23andMe, and I was like, "Are you fucking lost your mind?" She's like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Ma, company's owned by China. You basically just sent your genetic code to the Chinese. Like, nobody needs to know your fucking genetic code." I'm not going to lie. If I were a bioengineer that wanted to do bioterrorism, quote unquote, or biological warfare, the greatest asset, the greatest knowledge I could have is individuals' biological code on file, their DNA. Because with it, you could curtail a virus. Okay, there's, maybe not now, but in 10 years, there's a war and there's a general. And that general is kicking the shit out of China. But fortunately, his aunt, his mom, his dad, whatever, send in their biological profile to 23andMe. Because I'm working for the Chinese government, I have access to that database. I go into that database. I then curtail the virus to only affect that DNA with lethal results and release it, allegedly. And everybody around me, they might catch like a sniffle or a cough. That general who's kicking our ass, well, he gets Ebola-like symptoms and shits his left lung out. Just dies horribly. And all of a sudden, I have the advantage again. I don't know that they create well, technically, yeah, I think you're right there too. They do, to a technical extent, create the problem. Um, I don't know that they manufacture a solution. The other thing is this: how much of that shit's greed? Like, why would you? It's the same way they started to do this shit with AI too. Well, we'll feed like little bad parts of things into the AI so that the AI knows it's bad and therefore not to do it. But say you infect the AI and just teach it that all humanity is bad by accident, then what happens? Then all of a sudden it wants to wipe out humanity. See how ugly this clashing color scheme is. Because it is red, white, and blue. Okay, yeah, that's going to need bleed in. I need to get the white base on and then go to an ultra light yellow. Oh yeah, that's just it. It's already too late. I mean, the big difference. So the major difference between what I've seen with China and what I've seen with America is this. As far as it comes to things, there are people that we have in our government and everything else that are planning for future things and forward looking. Americans play a very short to mid range game. I want it now. I'm going to throw it on the credit card, buy it. We're just going to use this as an example. I want it now. So I've got $5,000 on this credit card. I'm just going to go buy it and I'll pay off the credit card later. Short game, right? China says, I want this thing. I will have this thing in 5 years. I just have to save up for it. They play a longer game. They play that long game out. And then they go and get it. And they own nothing on it. They don't end up paying for it for 10 years on a credit card. They just own it outright. China plays a very fucking long game. We don't have the attention spans for it. I'm not going to lie. That's why I hate TikTok. It's why I stay away from TikTok. Because, okay, it's fun and it's content and all this kind of fucking bullshit, right? Reality is that people watch videos in such short spans on TikTok because it gives them a quick dopamine hit and it shortens their attention span. And if you keep that up and you keep it where it's a short attention span, it's harder to game everything out. Russia is like that too. The only thing is they bet wrong a lot of the time. China seems to China's big problem though is they do everything so half-ass and cheap. So like they build all these apartments or whatever over there. Like the buildings. I'm sure you guys have seen this. And the buildings are all falling down. Why? Because they build everything cheap. Oh, we can do that cheaper. We can do that cheaper. We can do this cheaper. We can manufacture that faster. Yeah, but it's cheaper. It's the same way that anybody who has like a very old car, a classic car, and does the upkeep on it and doesn't fuck around. Oh, there's a spot of rust. I got to grind that out. Let me bondo it, whatever. That car will keep damn near forever. Change the oil, everything. I got X amount of thousands of miles. But then you get into the modern day stuff and it's like, well, this happened. Car's dead. Just throw it out, buy a new one. We don't make it to sustain anymore. And China's very much like that with their manufacturing. Everything's throwaway. Yeah, the pharmaceutical companies in particular, I have a whole opinion set on that. There's a reason I can't speak about a good chunk of it. Someday I'll reveal that, I'm sure. Um, but yeah, the military will sacrifice a lot of people in the interest of national security to gain more power so they can secure you better. Like, I know, and SE already said he's not big on the Marvel shit. What would in Avengers, the second Avengers movie, Age of Ultron, that was the whole point to Tony Stark creating Ultron, was to wrap the entire world in a suit of armor to protect it from stuff like happens in the first Avengers movie, right? But we saw how that worked out. Not well. Yep, exactly, Bob. There's a point where the more computerized something gets to, it seems the more faults it has and the quicker it is to be thrown out, or it's cheaper to go out and buy a brand new car than it is to replace something on your broken car. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. You don't upkeep and shit falls apart. But with China, they don't build them right and shit falls apart. They use inferior steel, inferior concrete. You have entire bridges and roads that have collapsed over there. It's like nasty. And it comes down to they just used inferior things to it. Like, I get it. I don't want to know all the fucked up shit our government does. I'm not going to lie. There's some stuff I want to be oblivious to because it would make you go nuts. But then there's other stuff that I really want to. We need to know. You it's the whole thing with like just the Epstein list. Okay, if it destroyed industries, everything else, and completely destroyed the American economy or destabilized this nation, and China took it over or something, I can understand you saying it's in the interest of national security. I don't think that's the case. And if it was, just come out and state that. And I think most reasonable people will be like, but you're playing games with shit like that, that kind of information. 2004 Pontiac Grand Am. I had one. It was shit. Shit fell off of it. Pontiac, and there's a reason they went out of business. Their later models, like 2004, stuff like that. Like Pontiac was good at one point and then fell off. Like with their shit. That's the other crazy thing, right? So I was able to go buy a brand new car. The difference in price between a used version that was 2 years older and the brand new 4 miles put on it during the test drive that my wife took. So she put the 4 miles on it. Was 2 grand. Like what the fuck? Like it's crazy. Cars are expensive. Cars are definitely expensive. And depending on what state you live in, the insurance is what gets you. It's not even the cost of the car, it's the insurance. There's a reason why I'm not allowed to drive my new car. Only the wife's allowed to drive it. Why? Because she has a 5-star rating and made our insurance every month is $53. If I drove the car for a week, we'd have a 2-star rating and I'd be fucked. I don't know, dude. I've never leased a car. I never would. I've always just bought them, like either cash in hand bought them, or in this case, financed. That's a pretty good base coat. Oh, how am I gonna do you, lady? How am I gonna do it? Let's see. Every old school VW bug I know like that, unfortunately, has all been cut down and turned into dune buggies. Rabbits, can you drive manual? You might be able to find one. Rabbits are kind of the same way. They were good economy cars. Yeah, are you talking about the old VW vans where they had the sleeper in the top and you could pop like the roof up a couple inches? Those things were cool. They had like the little sink in there and everything else. Yeah, little tiny stove, little sink. Well, if you can, then look for a rabbit with a manual. You'll find one a lot easier probably than an automatic. That's just the way it goes. Yeah, my uncle had one of those. They really was. It was pretty cool. We used to play in it when we were kids. Like old stuff like that. I mean, nowadays they have vans that are like basically you live in them. Some people that might actually be a good alternative to buying a house. Like they're almost like RVs. I mean, reality is you could probably get a work van and convert that shit. Like get a decent work van and then just as long as you're handy with the right tools, build it yourself. Eugene, I think a lot of people do. I don't. I don't want her. I think she's nice, and I think she is. She's what you call it. She's like girl next door. Very, very grassroots girl next door. I don't see anything special with her though. Like I don't know. I'm the only one. I think she has kind of almost a old school wholesomeness to her for some reason. It's just not my style. Dude, that's awesome, Bob. Dude, that is completely amazing, bro. Like, yep, yeah, they'll get in and be like, "Yep, I don't know how to drive this thing. I'm gone." What's this extra pedal for? You start going down the road. Yeah, I mean, there you go. Like I said, she's a very girl next door. Which, hey, God bless her. Hopefully, she makes a shit ton of money. She definitely made American Eagle a shit ton of money. Did you guys see the counter commercial to it with Lizzo? I was like, oh God, like what the hell's this all about? Like I was legitimately, I think, making that joke like a week before I saw the commercial with Lizzo. I was just like, can you imagine Lizzo doing a commercial like this? And then Lizzo did a commercial like that, and it was like, oh, Oh shit, that's fucked up, Se. That is messed up. Where up is this? Wow, I didn't realize that this bass line came out so far. Definitely going to hit this with a yellow white. I didn't realize that shit was so wide. Bob, dude, that's great. The woman driver. Shit's funny. Damn pain in the ass. Really wish I. It's funny. Looks like she's wearing a Santa Claus outfit at this point. Like Mrs. Claus is gone evil. Solar garden light. I mean, that's actually a smart solution. It's a smart solution to a power outage. Solar garden lights. I'm almost in the middle of about to really hit hurricane season here, and that's been the discussion. Do we get a power generator this year? 'Cause losing the fridge or whatever, that's the worst part. Yeah, I've got solar charged flashlights and everything. I'm used to getting hit with hurricanes. I'm used to getting down for like, and it's going to suck too. If I get hit with a bad enough one hurricane this year, then you guys will know it. Be like, yeah, I'm not streaming, and you'll be lucky if you even hear from me at that point because all communication goes down. Um, Power goes away for a good chunk of days, and I try to get signal because I'm so far out in the woods. No signal, no signal whatsoever. So it's, one of those, everything's down, nobody can go anywhere, everybody's kind of locked. Like, let alone internet. I don't know what internet's going to be like. I'm used to having DSL. The last couple times we got nailed out, I had DSL internet and was actually able to get on the internet, even though everybody else couldn't. But now I'm on the system that everybody else couldn't get on the internet. I don't know how long it would take them to fix it. Yeah, I think it was down for what, 3.5 days last time. That wasn't even a major hurricane. It was just a tropical storm that fucked us up. Maybe it was a hurricane. No, it was a hurricane because my cat died, Mr. Gaston, and he came in on Matthew and went out with, I can't remember the name of the hurricane now. You're right, it was a hurricane. But yeah, just like last time. It's like I'll be back on as soon as I can be back on. But that shit sucked. Like, and the power company was fucking around. They sent everybody home and stuff and all this after the storm was already done. It was like, oh, we're out there working diligently. Like, what, two of y'all? Because I think if it hadn't been for other states sending their stuff, our electricity still would have been out. And even when I got mine on, I kept monitoring the their their message site or whatever because there was people that went like a week without power. They couldn't get it on. It was like, how the hell are you going to do this to people, man? Like, you got old people that just the heat alone, like, there's a bunch of deaths just from the heat. Some people died because the house fell in on them. Stuff like this. Whenever they tell us to abandon the house or whatever, I'm like, hell no. We bunker down. We don't leave. I don't think it was Helene. That doesn't. Maybe it was Helene. What the hell was the name of it? Let me see what the wife sent. That is actually cool. Wife's doing like a new set of nails. She's not wrong. She did Sinestro core. That shit's actually coming out all right. Nice, clean. I like them. Let me see. What was the hurricane that devastated like North Carolina? I've heard of that hurricane too, Bob. The one coming off the coast of Africa. I think it's Mumbabutari or something like that, right? That would have been 2024, Eugene. Let's see what hurricane hit Georgia in 2020. Maybe it was. Was it Helene? Maybe it was Helene. I don't. For some reason, that doesn't sound right to me though. That one hit Georgia. Let's see. South Kakalaki. No, it says November 1st, 2024. Does that sound right? I don't think it was wintertime when we got hit, though. Like, I think that one just passed over us, didn't do all that much damage. I swear it was a different hurricane. It's on my cat's gravestone. Hurricane Milton. Yeah, blew it because his gravestone reads, "Here lies Mr. Gaston. Blew in with Hurricane Matthew. Blew out with Hurricane Milton. Always loved." Yeah, it was in 2020. It was Hurricane Milton that hit my area. Yeah, Helene blew past us, but it didn't. It barely even touched me. Yeah. Yeah. See, look, it's Hurricane Milton, October 9th, 2024. And like his headstone actually tells his story too. And we had a hurricane, and at that point, my outdoor cat, she's now the indoor cat. We only had one cat in the yard, and that was Gypsy, and she would come eat. And then we were sitting outside because we were out of power for 5 days, and it was Hurricane Matthew. It ended up stalling over my area of South Carolina. Like we were right there on the eye wall and flooded everything. That's when we had the alligators swimming down the street and shit. And it spun, but we were out there and it was like dusk and we're just outside smoking cigarettes and bullshitting or what have you. And I'm like, I hear the cat eating the food and the food's behind me. And I'm like, damn, that cat's eating again. And my wife's like, who, Gypsy? I'm like, yeah. She's like, she's right there in front of you. I looked and I'm like, well, who the fuck is eating the food? And it was this tuxedo cat. And then we got hit with a couple more tropical storms. We kept both of them outside still. And then we brought them in before the one tropical. Actually, Gypsy refused to come into the house, which is funny because now she's a fat little fuck that I have to kick out of futons, beds, and everything else, and won't go outside for anything. But Gaston, because of how much he would eat, he came in, and soon as he got in the house, he started making biscuits on the rug. He was actually somebody's cat that they neutered him and everything else, and just threw him away, basically out in the woods. So he became our house cat or whatever, and then he came in on that hurricane. Then Milton hit us, power came back on, and he died like 2 days later. So it was just like, damn. Like he blew in with Matthew, blew out with Milton. Yep, there you go, SE. There was one in October, and that's exactly what it was. It was Milton. Because it was odd too, because it's a hurricane with both of them had M names. That's what I remember. I remember Matthew specifically because that man, it was like 3 days that fucking shit stalled on top of us. and it we watched a tree, like giant trees come down. That shit looked like it hit Hilton Head Island, which is about 40 minutes from me, and it looked like a scene. It looked like Gaza. Like everything was just and decimated. I mean, wrecked. It was fucking insane. Trees everywhere. Alligators, like I said, the roads were so flooded, alligators were swimming across them and shit. It was like, oh Christ. Dude, that's hysterical. There's actually a Hurricane Gaston. Maybe that was when he was born. I don't think that's the whole thing. Once a cat hits past a certain point, you can't really, you can kind of determine their age, but you can't determine their age. And he was a lot older than we thought he was. Like Gypsy, for example, she was just past kitten, but between kitten and adolescent when she first started coming in the yard, and it took me about a year and a half to coax her in close enough where I could pet her and everything. Gaston was clearly somebody's pet, which was fucked. Dear Lord, brother. Yeah, that's terrifying. Fucking terrifying. But yeah, that's the only reason why I even remember that storm. Is South Carolina. We get them all the time. Not all the time, but some are way, way worse than others. And Milton wasn't terrible. Like I said, Matthew was unbelievable. How bad the devastation was. Yeah. Like I said, we named. Actually, it was my son who named him Gaston because that's when, yeah, like after Gaston from Beauty and the Beast. I think that's what he named him after. Sweet cat, though. Matter of fact, now I'm thinking about it. Every one of my pets is either a rescue or a stray. Like my one cat, I got him. I think I've told you guys that story. Camden, New Jersey, running down the road. Little kitten almost gets hit by a car, crawls up my leg right into my hoodie. That's Fracker. Gypsy was just a wildcat. And Gaston, stray. The Puffers, he's a rescue. He was being groomed to be a bait dog. I mean, that's awesome, Bob. I would love to do that with my cats, just get them fixed. Unfortunately, you're looking at like good chunk of change to get them fixed and everything else. And because of rampant, sickness or a car hitting them or whatever, it's actually less expensive to just feed them every week. I could stop feeding them; they'd go away, but I don't want to do that to an animal. I love my cats. They eat all the snakes. They've taken out water moccasins, copperheads, you name it. They have no problem at all going up against an alligator, and they may lose their lives. But then I have tragedies in the colony where a disease hits or whatever, and they have kittens, and all those kittens I got to bury them, and it still wears at my soul when I got to do that. Like out of 21 kittens, there's one kitten that's left out of the last set of litter. We don't. If we lived one county over, that county will fix the cats and everything for free. But because of the county we're in, they don't have that same program. However, it's also a no kill county. So if you bring in a bunch of stray cats, they're not going to try and adopt them out and then euthanize them if they don't get adopted. They keep them until they either get adopted or let them grow into full adult cats, or they'll clip their ear and put them out in the woods, give them their shots, put them out in the woods. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, every one of my feral outdoor stray cats, that kind of thing, they live anywhere from 3 to 5 years usually before a parasite, another animal, stuff like that. A good chunk of mine have made it to the 6, 7 year mark, and then there's others that have just something wrong, congenital, passed to them from birth, what have you, that wipes them out. I can always tell when one of them's getting ready to go too. They always seem to say goodbye to me. Like I mean, the whole thing is we're close enough to the East Coast and some ports here and everything else. Like Port of Savannah, I believe, is one of the bigger ports. So cats are actually treated well. Like people don't go out and abuse them and shit. They're treated well here mainly because they take the rats out that come off the boats and things like this. So people feed them and everything. Yeah, oh yeah, cats definitely. like like they're fucking fighting outside again. Go out there like, oh motherfucker, I don't want to see that. I didn't know you all were getting your freak on. I'm sorry, guys. A lot of times, if you hear my dog actually bark, it could be a dog in the yard or something like this that wandered into my yard. But most times, it's because two of the cats are either having a throwdown or a freak off, one of the two. Yeah, definitely. Definitely will screw you up. You're like, damn, they're brawling it out. Like, no, they're not. They are just having a little fun. The worst is, like, for me anyway, is I take care of them, everything else. They get sick or whatever. If I've got the medicine on hand, I can treat them. I'm not a veterinarian or any of that stuff, but I can at least treat them and give them a good life, lovin's and food, right? And we have little shelter houses out there for them. And I've gotten used to the fact that I could walk out tomorrow, one of them might be passed away, right? And I'm gonna have to dig a hole, and I hate digging holes. What I don't like is sometimes the cat will just disappear. It knows it's sick. It'll say goodbye to me, get some love and some itches or whatever, eat its meal, and then disappear. And you don't see it for like 3 to 5 days. And you're just like, if I don't see it for another day, probably dead. Probably went off into the woods and died, and I don't get to bury him. That's even worse because then I don't know what happened to the cat. There are humans that sound like that, Essie. I mean, there's definitely, you know what? It's a little TMI. But yeah, I mean, sometimes people get their motor running and woo woo. Yeah, I hear owl sounds all the time out this way. I hear pew pew sounds all the time out this way too, but not even nobody shoots owls either because they take out. Everybody here is like pretty good about the fucking environment. I'm not gonna lie. Like it's usually the assholes that move here from up north or whatever that come out into the country and are like, "Oh my god, gotta shoot that or gotta, put this away." Everybody else is like, "That's part of the ecosystem. They take out this type of predator that's going to kill my chickens or, you know, my dogs are going to catch this or that or the other thing." Like nobody hurts possums because everybody knows they don't carry rabies, for example. They just leave them alone. They'll hit them with a car, if they run out in the middle of the night. Nobody's swerving for that shit. But they don't actively go out and hurt them either. It's pretty good. I can deal with that. I still get upset because once you start getting to the quote unquote more civilized parts, well, you definitely see a lot more carcasses on the side of the road, specifically raccoons. I've not seen a raccoon out in the countryside. So, Beans, there's this real cool thing. It's called a police department. If they're making too much noise, just lodge a noise complaint. Find out what your cutoff time is for loud music. Call the police. And if they do it again, call the police again. And then they'll either lower down their music next party they throw or, you know, they'll get it shut down. Either way, make them learn. God damn. Sounds like a matter of fact, I got to go look, guys. Give me 1 second. That's not good. That sounds like a fucking downpour. I hate it when the out of left field thunderstorms hit. Oh. Oh wow. That is crazy. Yeah, I mean, every now and again they'll get loud across the street or what have you, or down the street, and definitely somebody's been calling the cops on them because they seem to cut down their music quite a bit. But if they're playing right in the cutoff time, because cutoff time here is 8 p.m. Loud music after 8 p.m. And sometimes they'll go to 10, but they cut it off kind of early. Sometimes though, like I've had my windows rattling. Like, yo, you don't need that much. You don't need your music up that loud. If not, I'm gonna go out and play my music loud, and you're not gonna like it. Eugene, move to that tiny home community and be close to ABL. There you go. Eugene coming up with solutions. I mean, I thought you had like a didn't you buy like, oh no, you're waiting for that. Are you waiting for no. What the fuck am I thinking? I thought you bought like a small like a quarter acre or acre plot or something and had like a house put on it. People are that close to you to be that loud? I have no desire to be in I don't even know what's good in Tennessee. I've met some nice people from there, but I know nothing about Tennessee to live there or tell you if anything's good. I know I wouldn't want to be anywhere near Atlanta. That seems to be like the new, you know, shithole city of America propping up real quick. They seem to have a lot of problems there. I don't know. I can't judge it because I haven't been to it and have no intentions of being anywhere near it. But you know, everything I've heard, nothing good is happening there. Every time I see news or whatever, it's like, oh yeah, not a good area to be. People carjackings through the roof and stuff, which I'm not gonna lie, something that might happen real soon with DC in particular might be the floor model for it, we'll say. But apparently, they're trying to figure out a way where they can start arresting kids as young as 14, and trying them as adults. I did see that. That'll get real interesting real quick. I guess if it's a felony crime, maybe. I don't know. But if they can get that shit passed in DC, that's going to trickle effect. I guarantee that trickle effects out to the rest of the country. Because what they've figured out is gangs will initiate younger kids and have them do the most fucked up things because they can't be tried as an adults. They just go to juvie for a little bit and get out. Shit. You might want to build a house out there. Well, I don't know what I can't. It's easy to say, right? I don't know what prices are like right now for lumber, all that stuff. I don't know if they've fallen down enough where you could do something like that, but it might be something to look into. I always said if growing weed were legal here, I would buy immediately we've already got money put aside to buy like 7 to 10 acres. I'd be harvesting it, selling it legally. Just have to import seed. I call it Integrity Farms. Housing prices piss me off too. That's pretty cool, Amish. That's actually really cool. Yeah, here you get a you get people that buy like an acre of land, have a get a septic permit which costs you all $10, have a septic system put in and electricity run to the property, and then they'll just drop a trailer on it. Like, not the hey, I can hook this to the back of my truck trailer. In some cases that, but actual like single wide, double wide trailers and have them dropped on there and just live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Eugene, we'd start calling you Bubbles at that point. Yeah, that sounds right, Bob. That sounds right. I got mine for like 135, I think. Motivated sellers, all that shit, and they just assessed it at I think it was like 398 or something. I'm like, God damn! Like, what the fuck? How'd that happen? Yeah, housing is all screwed up right now. Housing screwed up. Inflation is screwed up. I get why Trump is so pissed off at the Fed over them not lowering rates. I'd be pissed off too. He's like, I got everything else moving in the right direction. What the fuck are you guys doing? What are you waiting on? We're going to keep it high as shit. Great. So now it feels like losing money. The only way to fix our economy, though, unfortunately, is negative inflation. That's the only way to get our prices to go down. Either that or else people just stop buying shit. One of the two. And that'll flatline the economy too. So it's a no win situation at this moment in time. Yeah, 20K sounds about right. That's a drop in the bucket. Think that's bad. Try having to have a central air conditioner and have that shit blow up on you. For the small compressors, it's like 10K plus installation. Not to mention the fucking air handler itself. One on the house ain't cheap. Keeping up on it ain't cheap. Remember, that's why I don't buy the. I can afford the expensive paints and all that shit. I just got used to when I rebuild everything, getting same results from cheaper things. Like buying an Awada airbrush, for example, run me about $120, or I can buy one of these Neo Echoes, shout out to them, for $40. And it does the same fucking job. All about cutting stuff. And even that 40 bucks, I'm still grit my teeth with. It used to be the same way with my video games. Video game dropped, I had to have it. Like Battlefield 6 is coming up, and they got the beta out, you can play and everything else. And from all accounts, it's an amazing game. And I'm like, I'll buy that shit when it hits $30. What is it now? 75, 80 bucks. I'll wait till it's 30. That's when I'll pick it up. I'll wait till Christmas. See? There you go. Yeah, the water department, that's some shit. I got well water and just a purifier hooked to it. You're on city water. That's going to cost you. I can't believe they're going to charge you that much, though, if there's already existing lines. That's insanity. Like at that point, you're probably cheaper renting a backhoe and running the lines yourselves and itself and charging like, $300 to hook the fucking line up. Or find somebody with the know how. Bob's not doing anything right now. Maybe he can hook you up. Yeah, I mean, water purification system is cheaper than that shit. Way cheaper. It's fucking brutal. Do you guys have the other regulations too? The like permit regulations? Like for example, if I go out in my backyard, cut down a bunch of trees, build like a shed myself or whatever, I don't need any permits for it. Some places, some if I did that shit in New Jersey, I would need 10 different permits to do the same fucking thing. That's where they get you. That's the big problem with them rebuilding LA right now. Trump pulled all the federal permits and said, just build whatever you need to. We're not going to make you go jump through hoops for it so you can rebuild your homes and move back in. And that dizzy bitch that is the mayor was like, oh yeah, we're going to pull all the regulations too, and never did. And it like you're looking at like 3 years before anybody's going to get through permits just to rebuild their house. Like, what the fuck? At that point, sell the property and move. Oh, wait a minute. What am I looking at? Wait, hold on. I didn't even see it. I don't even know what you did, Essie. You're like cut and paste. I just looked at it and I didn't see anything. You can put whatever you want in the chat, brother. Like, I don't get pissed off about that shit. I don't care if you're promoing your own channel. I don't care if you're promoting somebody else's channel. I don't. I'm fine with it. Like, it's a big buffet of the internet. I'm just a very tiny person on it. I'm grateful for every last one of my goddamn 93 subs. And the same thing with like Eugene Beans, everybody. Anybody who's got a YouTube channel, you can promo the hell out of it. Oh, if you don't have existing water lines out there and you have to go through city for it, then yeah, that's going to cost you a bundle. It's the same way if I wanted to upgrade my internet, I would have had to pay 15 grand for them to run the internet line because they didn't have the lines run out here. Yeah, I won't get mad in SE. I don't get mad. Um, if people, like I said, promo yourself, everything else. If Sheree was still in chat, she'd promo your channel again, and Eugene's, and Beans, and everybody else. You know, That's one of those things. I don't expect other people to do that kind of shit, but I like to promote good people so that they're getting, maybe there's somebody in my chat that, or somebody watching this on a replay or whatever. They've never been to your channel. They should check you out. And this way it helps build your sub base, your viewership, everything else because you've got good takes. If the link's not coming up, just try typing in the words. You know, like if it's I don't know, Comcast.net. Just type in Comcast and actually type out the word dot and then type out net. Yeah, no worries. SE, no worries at all, brother. Like, that's just it. I want people, like, good people should support other good people, you know? Um, and that's just it. I don't actively want to see anybody's channel fail. Even people I don't like, I don't want to see their channel fail. I want to see them do well. Now, maybe if I got like 2 billion subs or something and everybody's watching my shit, maybe then I'll be wanting people to fail. But no, no, I don't. Even then, I wouldn't. I want everybody to be able to build. Yeah, I've got fiber here too. I'm on gigabit. The bigger thing is how'd they run fiber through the area and no water piping? That's weird. Unless you can get on well water and have them dig a well. Granted, those are expensive as shit too. Well houses and everything. That gets expensive. That stuff does get kind of pricey or can get kind of pricey. Damn it. Keep seeing them, thinking I'm seeing black. I'm not. It's just the lighting hitting it and the shadows, natural shadow. Crazy. So you do have like an HOA there. What's your closest neighbor then? They shouldn't have to run from Maine to you then. They should already have some kind of line in the ground at your closest neighbor that you can just pipe off of. I mean, are you the only house on the street? That's really weird. Hold on. I gotta fire up Discord here. Do you have a Discord or no, SE? Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just that would be the question I would ask though. You know, my closest neighbor, you can't just run to it because man, I hate city water. That's one of the reasons why. SE doesn't have the thing. He doesn't have his password for Discord either. Shit. I was going to put a Discord link up, but not going to help anything at this point. God damn it. That is supposed to be red. Well, wait a minute. You would have to dig through his whole property. So basically, it would have to come out. It would go under his house to your property instead of just running down the street line, is what you're saying. Because I'm like trying to picture it in my head. Usually, you frame it out almost like a circuit board. But that shit has to go into his property along a street line somewhere, I would think. I kind of understand. And maybe that's what they're charging you for is because they've got to do a divert and up around the side of his property and down and all that. It's still you don't have any chance of getting a well. Huh. That's interesting. We have to fuck with that later. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe I'll stream that game tomorrow. One of my friends says the altars is really good. Jesus fucking Christ. 1,000 feet above the water table? Is it like a fucking mountain? Jesus. I can dig down 4 feet and hit water, damn it. That's insane. Like 1,000 feet above a water table. Yeah, maybe there's some kind of water collector or something you can use. I don't fucking know. That's insane. Oh, there you go. That makes sense. Damn hobbits and mountains. I've heard about these things before. I'm just kidding. I got an idea. As soon as I find this shit. Go ahead, SE. Try putting that link in now, brother. Give it a shot. There you go, bud. All right, let me strip that off you real quick. I got you, man. I got you. Yeah. No worries. Yeah. But he needed to get that link out. He's been trying. Poor guy's trying to like show off like the Amish house and all this. And I wasn't going to make him struggle. You know? Like it's one of those things. I mean, I would trust SE with the channel. Would I trust Bob with the channel, even when he's drunk? You guys are decent people, so you're just trying to share info, and it's brutal when you don't. You there's no way of sharing it through. You know, I wouldn't make everybody a moderator and leave them like that. That's you're kind of asking for it, in my opinion. At that point, people can do bad things or silence people's voices, dissenting voices. You don't want that either. You kind of want just one voice that you listen to, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean that definitely cool. I'm gonna add a little green to her skin. Still got to do the goddamn wings. Wait, I just thought of this. Or do you own that house or are you renting it? Like, if you own the property, I'm just curious. If you own your current house, it's appreciated in value. Now, granted, make sure you look up the mortgage rates. But if you can flip it, you might be able to afford everything you need for the other house. Only problem is you'll have nowhere to live in the interim while they're building it or delivering or what have you. That shit is going on goopy as hell. Can't get a nice pull with this red. So, was anybody in the chat last night and saw what Steve said? I am actually thrown off that he isn't in here tonight. So if he said something really, really off brand about the little hat people, that might have bit him. Like if somebody in an ABL's chat got upset about it and reported him and screenshotted that chat, could have gotten him in shit. No worries, Bob. I'm always concerned about you, buddy. I know as much as I hate to admit it, if I were in the same position as you, there would definitely be concern about me too. And I understand. I can't completely understand, but I get it. And just know, I always look out for your best interests. And honestly, I didn't even think Devin was going to tell you that I had said something to her. Till she told me earlier, like, yeah, I called him or what have you. I was like, okay. I didn't even need you to know that part. But yeah, I got you, bud. Anytime. Anytime, Bob. Get some rest. I may be an asshole, Bob, but at least I'm a good asshole sometimes. Which part? I'm trying to even think. What the hell was I talking about before Bob signed off? The fact I'm an asshole. You guys already discerned that a while ago. Oh yeah, that was a goof. I'm putting it together. This is not belt right here. This is actually her midsection. Shit. There we go. That's better. Now it makes sense when it's lined up. Hey, look, I'm honest. I know I can be an asshole. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just not a fucking asshole. I can be, but sometimes I'm just your run of the mill asshole. I just do little dips of this. I don't want to go crazy with this green. Still got to get into her guts. See what I mean about adding that? Trying to give it that depth with the green. Have a good night, Mr. Eugene. Also, I got to give a shout out to Stranded. Yeah, I mean, that's just it, SE. We all do have some of that in it. We got to have some of that in us. You don't survive in this world unless you're an asshole in one way, shape, or form. If you're too nice, then the world will just chew you up and break you. Got to be an asshole at times. Just for the right reasons, is all. I'm not. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not. I appreciate the compliment. I'm not completely happy with it. Yeah, maybe after I touch the wings and get a little bit more of this funk on her, maybe she'll look a little bit better. But then I still got to get into the face detail and all that stuff. Because right now it's all just a splotchy mess. One of these days, I gotta fire up, pull out the actual like expensive paints. I mean, one, the coverage is so much better. Pull in some of these splotch or the good paints and just see how it coats and see what the difference is. That works. I mean, the problem with her is it's rough because even though I blew the print up way bigger than it was, there's still all all these little tiny fucking details in her face and her expression, all that stuff, and using the cheaper craft paints, taking so many coats, and especially the red. The red, glad I hit the red last time. The red was rough. Like it did not want to go on. Like it didn't want to go on at all. I must have hit like 5 coats on it to get that red to stick. So I think that bottle might be see you later after I'm done here. I might actually end up tossing it. Haven't decided yet. Paint does go bad sometimes. The slip or the media or whatever it's called that's in it goes bad and it separates. I need to get the damn machine from my wife. I forgot to grab it while she was still awake. And it's way too late. I go in there and wake her up. She will cut my testicles off and wear them on a necklace if I wake her up at this hour. Um, but she has like this little machine. You drop a BB in the paint bottle, and then it's like this base, and it's an electric base. You set it down, and it's a pair of magnets, and it bounces the ball back and forth and actually shakes the bottle of paint up to basically it reconstitutes the paint. Some paint. Yeah, I mean, what you do is since listen to something that Six would listen to at like full blast, but do it right when you know they're just getting home from work and let it run until 11:45 and then shut it off. See what happens. That's what you do. You pay them back. Like I have a surround set in my back room that I don't even use, but I've got speakers for this fucking thing that come up to about the center of my chest. And I swear to God, if somebody goes too hog wild with their music, I will just, because they're indoor outdoor speakers from when I DJ'd, I will literally just drag those bitches outside and I'm going to put on like Slayer, Raining Blood or something at top volume and just watch their heads blow off. No, you're wrong for not doing that. Should have thought of that earlier, damn it. I'd have been laughing. I'd be like, yo, you better like post some pics in Discord. Actually, scratch that. That's willful destruction of private property. So yeah, don't take any pictures. And remember the word allegedly. Apparently, that's your get out of jail free card. Like I defecated on the hood of my neighbor's car once, allegedly. See, now you don't know if I did or didn't. Be careful. Almost looked like I was giving her a green beard. Come on, really? Now you're gonna run out of paint. Allegedly and hypothetically speaking, yes, that's a good way. I mean, the big one used to be in Minecraft. Shit. I don't even know if you guys can see this one. Let me do the zoom in. See if I get that. Come on, autofocus. Pick it up. There is right right where the tweezers are. That's actually a support. It's not supposed to be there. Like, what the hell is that? Why does she have a bump out? Oh, because it's a support that didn't get torn off. So far, this is not my favorite paint job. Definitely like stuff with more vibrant and solid coloring. Oh, storms? I sleep like a baby through a storm. Well, depending. As long as there's no thunder and lightning, it's just rain. It's thunder and lightning, then I got a dog crawled up basically almost to my lower intestines, hiding under me. But if it's just rain, yeah, you can pass out in that in the middle of an afternoon sometimes. That's too heavy. A little splotchy there. Thin it out. There we go. That's better. Essie, I'm not good at this. That's the secret. I'm not good at this either. The initial whole thing with this was to show people that anybody can do it, even a guy whose hands don't work. I don't understand color theory. I don't understand, things like this. I just try to put a layer of paint on there that the mind's eye sees. And for some reason, a lot of times it works out. Other times, it's just one of those things where at this point, getting practice, some stuff comes out amazing. Like one of my favorites is my Hulk. My Hulk came out. I love that damn thing. Like, especially the front end work. For some reason, with this, wanting a little bit more surrealism. And it's coming out horror show, but not the surrealistic way I wanted it to. That's awesome. Yeah, you getting the canvas. What are you going to get? Like a 16 by 16, 16 by 32, or what have you? Canvas. Yeah. What's really insane though, SE, is that my hands don't work. That's the craziest part of all this. My hands are defective. Here's punching things, and then car accident, damaging my neck, and compressing nerves. My hands don't technically work. Like it's weird not being able to completely feel what you're holding on to. See, like this one, that's a cool version. Definitely some creepy shit going on there with the wings and everything. Gonna have to go into red, like bust out the other red where it actually coats. But I gotta get interior into the guts. I think I'm actually gonna go purples and reds in there. Just give it a creep. 11 by 14, nice. Yeah, when I did the photo lab in Walgreens, I used to do that for people all the time. Like it looks, it's amazing. You can just transfer something like that, like a picture to the canvas, and it looks really good hung on the wall. You can get the exterior frame for it too. I don't know how much they are now. When I did it, used to do it was like $10 extra if you wanted a frame for it. Some obnoxious purple. Yeah, and that's just it, Essie. Everybody, like Beans is right on that one. We all have different talents, different stuff like that. I just enjoy doing it. And I had a YouTube channel already where I was doing the videos. Let it go dormant for like a year. And then I was showing off some of the stuff I had painted, like older models. And then it was like Mr. Beans, Six. Shout out to Six, who ain't here either. Or maybe he is, and he's just hiding in the background. But they were like, hey, why don't you just do that on YouTube and live stream so we can all bullshit while you're doing it? Like, not a bad idea. And here we are. I'm not gonna lie. The purple was the like best part so far. That shit went on smooth as glass. Why couldn't the other paints behave that way? I got Bizarro in the other room, and yeah, I used the green light on it when I took the screenshot. Exactly what you guys saw at the end there, where you were like, "Oh yeah, I like that." That's what I left it at. Yeah, the Hulk I have sitting here. Grab like the Hulk. I actually really like this one. Really, I like the lettering and the way the base came out. Definitely pops. Nah, no case. I gotta actually glue him together. Same thing for the Hulk. I've got to glue him too. I just set him down and debating if I'm going to do a protective coating on him, and if I want to do it where he almost looks like plastic, or if I want him to just look natural flat color. So like shiny or flat. You know what I mean? He's just sitting aside. A lot of these things, like E-Rock, for example, that was in here, Not Your Ordinary Dad, that was in here earlier. I got to find a decent mimic because I think his kid wants one. And he was like, "Oh, I'll pay you, Bubba." And I'm like, he doesn't understand quite yet that if I paint him one, I'm just going to be like, "What's your address?" and mail that shit to him. But a lot of these, I actually let my wife apply the top coating to it. She does it even, no gloops, no nothing. She's good at it. This chick, god damn it, what am I going to do with your eyes? Actually, I got to do the wings. All right. I'm thinking deep blue in the wing framing. Let me see. I might even keep the wings black and just hit the framing. Oh, the fucking deep ass blue. But I mean, I have a bunch of them. Some of them, like I did all the Pokemon for my daughter. Those are for the most part done. She'll get them later. I got to do my sons, which are all going to be Lord of the Rings. That'll be crazy when I do them. I might even do a couple red veins down these wings. Yeah, I mean, I got to do finished product. I should actually do one. Maybe I'll do a urine review for the ones I haven't given away as gifts once they're sealed and all that kind of stuff. And take them and just we'll do a stream one time, maybe a short video or something, and just showcase all of them. Some people are gonna like, some people are gonna hate. Like the thing looks really good too. Like he came out well. Squirrel Girl came out pretty fun. I was shocked that I was able to get her hair color by mixing like 4 or 5 different paints and mixing it into the right shade for her hair where it goes like auburn and blonde and stuff. Pain in the ass, but every time Smurf's not here, shout out to him, but every time I finish one of these, he goes, "Yeah, that looks good, Gam. Now sell it." Some are going to be Christmas presents, others are birthday presents, whatever. Um, I mean, I got to autograph a bunch of them too. There's different people. I thought about finding something for Bob, something navy. I haven't decided yet. Maybe I'll do him a Popeye or some shit. I don't know. I have to find out what Bob likes. I'll ask Devin. Maybe do a Jesus for Devin or something. I don't know. If I ever find a Henry Cavill, we know who that goes to. Um, 6, I want to find something real creepy. He likes the creepy stuff. And Sheree, I want to send Sheree something too. She's earned it. She's an amazing mod. Shout out to Sheree. Shout out to her husband, Rick James, as well. I don't know if they'll sell like hotcakes. Like the whole thing is, everything I make, SE, is one of one. right? Like I haven't reprinted something and tried to duplicate it. So, I mean, I've already got the prints done and everything else. It would be a matter of painting them. But I also look at if I'm selling them, I'm kind of grifting off them, I feel. And I got to get past that mindset. It's the same way Bob K, MIT, that was in here earlier. He keeps saying, like, yo, how can I support you? And, send you like super chats and all this kind of shit. And I'm like, I can't till I'm monetized. Right. But I'm also like, I have a PayPal I could set on here. And I'm like, I don't know. Bloodborne, I could probably find something out of it, but I'd have to find like see if there's designs out there. I'm sure there are. Yeah, your nephew loves stuff like that. Well, I mean, people do professional grade ones, like a serious statue kind of thing. Like I have a Wolverine one that I made a Wolverine that's the same size of this one statue. The statue, I didn't buy it, but it's like a $200 statue. Professionally done, made of porcelain, all this stuff. My Wolverine looks like it is a modern version, better looking Wolverine than the one that is actually in the statue, depicted in the statue. I don't know how much, like, maybe I'd be like $10. Like I don't fucking know. Yeah, somebody got me that statue for Christmas one year, and I was like, bro, you spent that much on this. Why would you do that? Like, I don't even like Wolverine to that extent where I'd want a statue of him. My guy's always been Gambit. And I think that had more to do with the Cajun accent than anything else. I always thought it was cool how he talked. Maybe I will keep these wings. I'm gonna keep the wings black, but I think I'm gonna go with a satin on the black so it shines. Give it more of a leather feel to it. I've actually had to do amalgams of different little miniatures for people for D&D. Yeah, but I don't know if mine are better or worse than people's online. Like my opinion, it's like, oh no, theirs is way better. It's worth, X amount of dollars. How's that blue look on those wings? Nasty. I mean, doing the live streams with them or whatever, it's crazy. Because I do think I use the talking part to distract myself from the painting part. Because I think if I focus too hard on the painting part, my hand would jump around. The only problem is with shit like this, like I don't even know the whole all outside of it being a Filipino legend for a vampire. I don't know all that much about it, but if I showed it to my wife, she'd be like, "Oh, this is the whole history behind it." She loves this cryptid shit. especially the creepy ones. Pain in the ass hitting those little veins. You can see them down the wing. So good. No, no, no. I think of Gambit as an X Men. Yeah, yeah. Gambit as an X Men over Wolverine. I always like Gambit better. The old Cajun thief. Like back in the day, I swear the best person to be able to play him would have been Dennis Quaid. He did a movie once called The Big Easy, and his Cajun accent was on point. Yeah, out of all those, my favorite out of all of them, Messi, which is awesome. Because I probably will do a Frankenstein. I probably will do classic movie monsters eventually. But my big one is Creature from the Black Lagoon. Because like Dracula, I always thought was cool. Frankenstein's Frankenstein. He's cool. Wolfman's cool. You know, Gypsy Curse, all that stuff. But the Creature from Black Lagoon, that entire setup was not his fucking fault. He's just swimming around in his little lagoon, just minding his own damn business, and a bunch of people show up and just fuck with him. What do you think's going to happen, buddy? They had a shot at doing a shared universe. Um, they were going to do a like because everybody because MCU and all that hit really big. They started looking at different franchises that they could kind of farm out, and it was going to be the Universal MonsterVerse. So they did Dracula Untold, and then they put out the Mummy with Tom Cruise. Introduced, oh God, what's his name, dude from Gladiator, as Dr. Jekyll in it and everything else. It was going to be a whole big shared universe. The Mummy with Tom Cruise bombed at the theater, so they canceled it. They remade Wolfman with Benicio del Toro, and like I said, they couldn't get it to catch or make $1 billion at the box office like all the superhero movies were. So they just canceled everything, which is a shame. Yeah, well, I mean, look, you bring a hot girl around a fish man. He wants to mate with her. What do you think's going to happen? You should have just, why are you bringing hot chicks on boats with you? Into the Amazon, no less. And the follow up to it, Revenge of the Creature, it's such a sin because they catch Creature from the Black Lagoon. And I mean, you can't really say spoiler alert here for a movie that's in black and white, right? Um, but they catch the creature from the Black Lagoon and then bring him back and find out that he has like basically lungs so he can breathe air. So they expand those lungs and take away his gills. And the end of the movie was him going into the water and drowning himself, basically. You know what, Essie? If you like those classic horror monsters, there was a show called American Gothic. I gotta look that shit up. It has Eva Green in it, and I'm trying to remember who else. I know it was Eva Green though. Had Billy Piper in it. Um, One of the guys who played Timothy Dalton, dude who played Monster Series. Penny Dreadful was the name of the show. Eva Green plays like a psychic, but they have like they have werewolves in there. They have a whole bunch of different like monsters, and it's set in like England back in the day. Ran I want to say 2 seasons. They actually had Frankenstein in it. He makes two monsters and the bride. But yeah, that show was really really good. Like I can recommend that. It only ran 2 seasons, but it was a good show. For some reason, I want to say Timothy Dalton played like a Quartermain type, like Alan Quartermain type character, like a great hunter and all that shit. Yeah, I try to watch a horror movie a day. Well, I can tell you one. Like I said, I just went over it earlier. That Weapons. Um, like I said, I don't want to give away too much, but it was a fun horror movie. Like I'd actually watch it again. And the horror, like when they do the horror part of it, it's interesting, but it's it's comedic too. Like the guy definitely nailed it, especially the ending. Like the ending's actually like thinking about it, it's really funny. I think they meant it to be funny too. Like it's not a mistake that that shit was comical to me. But yeah, that one actually it surprised me. Yes, I have seen that movie. Here's one for you. If you like stuff with like outbreaks, zombie outbreaks and stuff, it actually had oh god, what's his name? Dude who played Frodo in it, Elijah Wood. It had Rainn Wilson in it and a couple other like names that I can't remember. But the name of the movie is Cooties. blew the hell out of that vein. It's basically like I don't know if you ever saw that SE. Yeah, dude, that movie cracks me up when Rainn Wilson gets in the middle of all the like the little kids and just starts beating the shit out of. You're like, oh my god. But yeah, that movie was funny too. Like it was a good movie and funny. And then because I know we got somebody in here who's a Superman fan, and they're supposed to supposedly do a sequel to it, which I don't know how that's going to work with James because it's a James Gunn film. But they did one, and it's like, what if Superman's ship crash landed and he's evil? And it was called Brightburn. And like the kid is just like using the super speed, tearing people in half and shit. I I surf the high seas to see my movies a lot of times, and so I watched it on the high seas. Every now and again, like when Superman dropped, Fantastic Four dropped, and all that, I'll put the link up to the actual movie in the site in my Discord for like an hour, and then I'll take it down. Just in case of the legal issues behind it. But whole thing is, I used to do something called torrenting, and with torrents, you would go to like Pirate Bay and you just download the shit. Well, that was cool, and I would watch everything right up until Black Widow came out. I downloaded that. They shut down my internet, everything, charged me $300, get my internet put back on, all that kind of stuff. So ever since then, I was like, well, I'm not downloading anything. However, if somebody takes it and streams it, apparently that is legal because you're not technically downloading anything, you're watching a stream of something, especially because they'll alter it a little bit. So they'll put like a watermark on it. Sound quality won't be great, everything else. Yep. Yeah, Brightburn came out in 2019. Um, and apparently they've said that they're probably going to do a sequel. Which, I don't know if you saw the new Superman or not, or give a shit about it. But that's one thing that happens in Superman that pisses me off is that they have this recording from Jor-El, and it's kind of early on in the movie, so it's not really deep set spoiler. And half the recording's missing, and then Lex Luthor figures out the recording, solves that part, and then broadcasts it to everybody. And Jor-El actually tells Superman to go and basically spread the Kryptonian seed and conquer Earth. And it pissed me off. I'm like, dude, that's some Brightburn shit. Like, why are you doing Brightburn in the Superman movie? Keep Brightburn to Brightburn. Yeah, I used to have a whole bunch of sites. I don't have a whole bunch of sites anymore. I have two sites, and they at random will change up the site. And if you're paying attention, they'll message you. But if you're not and you miss the message, you're screwed. It takes a while to find them again. And some stuff, if it's good, I go pay and see it in the theater. If it's dog shit, I'm like, thank God that just saved me. But nowadays, they nickel and dime you with everything so much that basically either you're going to drop $500, you're going to spend more than you would have just waiting for it to come on cable, basically, back in the day. Allegedly, you heard about some? Yeah. Yeah, that's me too. Allegedly, I watch them on the high seas. Have a good night, Beans. Thank you. Maybe six will make it. But yeah, SE the classic movie or horror movie monsters, some fantastic movies, and then some of them they made remade, and I can think of two in particular that I enjoyed the new versions over the old versions. So one of them would be the Blob. Like the way they redid the Blob was fantastic. And then the other one, of course, it was originally entitled The Thing from Outer Space. And then John Carpenter redid it and just called it The Thing. Fantastic movies. They don't. It's hard to get movies like that to resonate now with younger kids. They want the big bang boom, the creepy shit, gore and slasher stuff. Like to me, a movie can be psychological, a lot more scary than, oh, look, he's gutted and we're gonna choke him out with his own entrails, kind of shit. Which the only one that I've seen in modern times, and like the second one I liked, the third one I didn't like, but the only like supernatural slasher kind of film that I've seen in recent time that I truly enjoyed was the Terrifier series. I don't know if you've ever seen Terrifier with Art the Clown. You never saw the remake of the Blob? It's it's cool because like the original one, you don't know where the Blob comes from. This one, they tell you exactly where the Blob comes from, and when you find out, you're like, you motherfucker. But because it's definitely some shit feels like it would really happen. But it's got god damn it, Kevin Dillon, I want to say his name is, and the girl that's in Saw are both in it. Can't remember the girl's name, like the actress's name. And same premise. The meteorite crashes to Earth. Blob latches onto somebody, and as it eats, it grows. Definitely worth a watch, though, if you've never seen it. It's a fun one. Like, it's not like, oh my god, that's the greatest cinematic experience ever. It's just fun. It's definitely like, I want to say, either came out in like 89, 90, somewhere in there. I don't think it was like mid 80s. Actually, did have like a theatrical run. That sounds real familiar. I don't know that I've seen it. It's a good possibility. I mean, coming up, I I, I was fortunate enough to be. I'm old enough too to have grown up and seen Nightmare on Elm Street in the theater. Well, actually, the original Nightmare on Elm Street I had on VHS. I never saw it in the theater. And then every Nightmare on Elm Street after that, I saw that in the theater. Friday the 13th, not the first one, but I think it was like the third or fourth one. I was old enough to go see it in the theater. Horror movies would come on. Like, there's so many B horror movies through the 80s and 90s. And HBO, we had HBO, and they would rerun them all the time. So I'd kind of watch them there, you know? But I always loved my horror. Always loved my horror icons. Like Slumber Party Massacre. Matter of fact, I just got six. I think it was last stream. One last stream. Last painting stream. Last Thursday. I told six, I was like, yeah, the movie itself is not very good, but the twist at the end is amazing. And six was like, what's the name of the movie? I told him, it's called Sleepaway Camp. And he went and watched it, and he's like, yeah, you were right about the twist or whatever. He's like, too much penis in that movie for me, though. Oh, yeah, fair. Forgot about that part. Yeah, exactly. I watch the cheesy ones too, because sometimes the cheesy ones will get something right that the real big budget ones won't, you know? And that always cracks me up too when they get something right. It's like you had all this money. How did you screw this up? And some low budget things like that actually makes more sense than the high budget movie. See if I can do this without screwing it up. Mix a little bit of pink. I need a little pink. Pepto Bismol, like I would for a skin base. Actually, you know what? I can go light pink. It might actually be uglier. Yeah, see, like, shout out to my sister. I barely talk about my sister. We don't really keep too big a communication between the two of us anymore. But she would be right beside me watching all that stuff. I have my little sister, like 3 years younger than me, watching Freddy and all that stuff, going like, "Oh, that one's scary. This one's goofy." Let's see, how are we looking on those guts? Get up in her guts. Work. Maybe a little bit more with this pink. Trying not to overpower it though. About now. Yeah, definitely looks like a pile of guts. Yeah. Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors. That was um that was a fantastic one. One that well, honestly, when I was a kid, I used to really, really dig Dennis Quaid. And one of the ones that I really loved with him in it, well, two of them. One was Enemy Mine with Louis Gossett Jr. and it's like that's sci-fi, right? But they crash land. They're in a dogfight and they crash land on a planet, and it's can the alien and the human survive together and all this, and they become like friends and brothers and all this stuff. Um, but the other one was Dreamscape. I used to love that damn movie. Freddy vs. Jason's a lot of fun. They were supposed to do a sequel to it, and the sequel would have been Freddy vs. Jason versus Ash from Evil Dead. And they had trouble leveraging the rights to it. But yeah, that one could have been really, really cool. And the Evil Dead, what's fantastic is the movies were great, both Evil Dead 1 and 2. And then you had Army of Darkness, which I always, dude, I saw that in the theater. I was dead laughing. And then not long ago, I want to say it was on Stars. I think it was on Stars. They came out with the Ash vs. Evil Dead TV show, and that shit was hysterical. I blows through all my smoke. Shit. Give me 1 second, Essie. I had to reach over and grab a pack of smokes. Yeah, watching the seasons all the way through. So the problem with the show up until the last season, they always thought they were going to be canceled. So they ended each season like it was the end of the show. So it was like, the end of the first season or whatever. They think they killed the big bad. They left open like a little bit of a plot thread so they could go somewhere if they got renewed. But for the most part, Ash and like the two people that join him in killing the Evil Dead end up going and opening a bar in the Bahamas. Like it was hysterical. What about Final Destinations? Do you like those? I like the new Final Destination. I like the way they I thought they had some an interesting idea again, because the plot line of seeing Death's design, all that kind of stuff was starting to get stale, and then to me they reinvigorated it. All right, bottom half's good. First things first. What am I going to do about your eyes, lady? Let me get in there. Trying to think how I want to do the eyes, make them fucking weird. Let me see what that picture looked like again. The way they did the eyes in the one picture, they're like red, blood red. Let me see. That's way too big. I need to go to like a single hair brush. Yeah, they have the Ashes to Ashes. Um, they had a whole bunch, like a whole bunch of comics. I mean, comics are amazing because you have like IDW. There's a couple different comic book runs that aren't Marvel, aren't DC, that will buy like Alien vs Predator, for example, or Predator or Alien. They'll do different different runoffs. Like this is the way the story continued. They did that with Big Trouble in Little China. There's actually a follow up series, and like it's Jack Burton's older and stuff like that. It was interesting. But comics can be badass. It's too much. It'll work. Let that dry and hit it with glue and box in that eyeball. Teeth, hair, wings. Yeah, the Big Trouble in Little China. My kids wanted to kill me because every time I'd come on, I'd be like, "Oh my god, it's one of the greatest movies that flopped at the box office and became a cult classic." And they're like, "Let me guess, Big Trouble in Little China on?" Of course. Hey, did you know this one flopped in the movies? Hey, did you know this is like a cult classic now? Hey, did you know? And I'm like, shut up, you little bastards. Because every time it would come on, I'd give the whole rundown on it. So I saw that when I was a kid in the theater, and me and my sister loved that goddamn movie. I don't know if you like. There's one with Demi Moore that came out recently. It was kind of creepy. It was called Substance. That one was an interesting one if you can find it. I mean, when I was a kid, like I didn't have a subscription to it, but I'd pick it up sporadically. Fangoria magazine. It always had cool shit in there. Yeah, Substance or the Substance. It was decent. It was a decent flick. Felt more like a Tales from the Crypt, which I used to love the hell out of that show too. I actually have some of those. Those were all in comic books. I actually have some of the comics. Which, like I said, a lot of good stuff comes from comics. Bad stuff comes from comics too, especially when Marvel and shit goes woke, which is kind of what's happening to the MCU. Just give me the old stories. Don't need the new ones. The new ones sucked. Give me the old. Hit me with the good stuff. I love the. I actually, I'm the reverse. I like House One better than I liked House Two. Yeah, House One had William Catt and Richard Mole in it, where he gets the house from his grandma or whatever, and it's all about the swimming pool because his son disappears. And then House Two was cool because they're pulling in all the different stuff like the dog caterpillar thing. His grandfather. was, and it was actually one of the guys, the main star. I can't remember the actor's name, but he was like the main star on Perfect Strangers. That's what it was. And it's like his grandfather's like the undead cowboy. You're not wrong. So the problem with the new stuff, like the ones that people really rave on, and that's one of my issues with weapons and why I wanted to see it. Because when I watch a movie, sometimes if everybody's hyping it, I watch it just to see if it's good. Other times I watch it like, okay, I'm going to take the piss out of this thing if it's at all bad or stupid, and just blast critics, blast people that went to see it and are telling other people it's good, right? So that's why I watched Weapons, because everybody was raving about what a great horror movie and all this. And I can say it was kind of like a comedy horror to me. Like it wasn't a great horror movie. It had a decent concept. The horror when it's done is done well. Um but it didn't scare me. Like it was more fun. It was more just a fun movie than actually being a terrifying, like, oh shit, I can't go to bed tonight movie. But it definitely was actually a good movie. Like it lives up to the hype of being a good movie. Like most amazing transformative monster movie, horror movie, no. I like the first Phantasm the best out of the Phantasm series. When they made the weapons in like the second one going forward, like the quadruple shotgun, like the two double barrel shotguns that were like wrapped together and all that, dude, that was the shit. Just the tall man by himself was creepy as fuck. Just the boy. Yeah, like Reg has that quadruple shotgun, and I waited the whole damn movie to just watch him turn around and be like, "Fuck it," and blast their lungs out. Yeah, the first two, you're right. Like, because the first one's like so odd. You're like, "What the hell is going on?" And they don't explain anything. You don't. You can kind of piece stuff together, but I think I think that's part of the problem with modern monster movies. They want to tell you, like, for the people in the back of the room that can't figure shit out, they want to tell you too much about here's the origin of this monster and this is how he came about and this is why he's killing people, instead of just like that's what made the first Terrifier so good too, in my opinion, is you have no clue who Art the Clown is, anything about his history, anything else. He's just creepy as shit, shows up and starts killing people. Yeah, and that's what I mean, Essie. I think they got weird as well. I think I think that is a good way of stating it. They got weird because then they try to explain like the other dimension, what they're doing with the bodies, how they're shrinking them down into the people, like all that stuff. Everything to do with the tall man. You're like, damn it, dude, just leave some mystery there. That's what makes the guy scary. Or if you're going to explain it, make it simple. Freddy Krueger. What was Freddy Krueger? He was a child molester that was a serial killer. That's it. Parents of the town found out he was the janitor at the school. They tracked him down, locked him in a boiler room. You know, flash ride him, and he's coming back to take revenge on the children of Elm Street and the parents that burned him because he's evil. That's all I need. Make it simple. Doesn't have to be extra difficult. And they do. They like to complicate it. Like, let's tell you the backstory on, this character and why it's so tragic that he turned to a life of murder and mayhem. Some things can just be evil to be evil, and just leave it at that. And then with Freddy, even worse, they started doing all kinds of like basically schlocky horror comedy in there, and it diluted it. Like the scare factor was gone. Like you're literally just watching to cheer Freddy on to kill the kids. It's like, yeah, that's not how that should work. I should be rooting against Freddy to get beaten, get punished. Yeah, there's a couple like that. You got 13 Ghosts. Well, 13 Ghosts, the remake. There's actually an original black and white one that was, you had to wear 3D glasses to see the ghosts. Um, and then they remade that. That was one where they got trapped in the house. Then you had, I want to say, House on Haunted Hill was another one. Then they had that one that just didn't land right, and I can't remember, the Haunting, I think it was called. And they go in there and they have psychic abilities and all this kind of nonsense, and that one didn't land with me. Like some of them just, I don't know what it is. I don't know if they set off like a primal guttural like, oh shit. I had this idea for a movie, and it was basically all from the view of the monster, and like he's taking kids out left and right. There's a twist at the end, but it's basically the whole thing shot from the monster's perspective. I actually had this idea for another movie, and I'm reluctant to talk about it because one day, maybe if I'm not too lazy, I'll start writing the script out, chop it around to something like a New Line Cinema or Shutter or some dumb shit, and see if they'll pick it up because it wouldn't be that expensive to make, and it would be a fun one. Yeah, well, that's just it. And then The Exorcist, that's what made the other ones fail. They started going into, oh, it's this idol and it's Pazuzu and all this kind of stuff, like naming the demon and everything. No, the movie was great because it was just evil, and good's got to fight evil and find a way to beat it. And sometimes good has to die to take the evil out. Something like that. It took a priest to sacrifice himself to get the evil out of the little girl and exorcise the demon. Um, but yeah, that a lot of the ones that I can think of that are true classics. I mean, granted, the first Friday the 13th, it wasn't even Jason. It always screws people up when you say that. You're like, what do you mean? It's Friday the 13th, Jason Voorhees. Like, no. First Friday the 13th was Jason's mother. She was getting revenge for her son because the counselors were off doing the nasty while her son, who couldn't swim, was swimming and drowning. They ignored him. So she's getting revenge. It's like, haven't you ever seen this movie? Simple backstory. It doesn't have to be all that crazy. Yeah. What's funny is my dad lives 2 miles away from that place. Crystal Lake. Well, not it's not Crystal Lake. It's got a different name to it, but yeah, he lives like right there. Like we had this Girl Scout camp that was right down the road from my house. We used to cut through to, especially on motorcycles, mopeds, or whatever. You just take some of the dirt trails that were back there to get from point A to point B without having to ride on the road. And it would always be scary as shit at night because you're just like, Friday the 13th fresh in your brain while you're riding through there. Like, oh Christ! So you try to make it through as fast as humanly possible. Same way, me and my buddy, and we lived about 10 miles apart. But if you cut through into wind to wind, the Girl Scout camp, you would cut a couple hours off, and we'd be hammered or partying or whatever, and be like, "All right, man, I need to go home, but I don't have a ride. We're both too drunk to drive, so I'm gonna leave my car here. I'm gonna walk." And then, swear to God, our ritual was you gave whoever was walking to their home, their prospective home, you gave them a knife and a flask of whatever alcohol they were drinking. So this way, in case they ran into some trouble along the way, they had a fighting chance. But yeah, the modern stuff, the big problem isn't just that they made it too complex. Let me see what you said real quick. Hellraiser, I'm all right with. Um, I've read a lot of the comics. It's interesting. They remade that recently and made all the Cenobites basically female. And to be honest with you, they changed it up enough where it's its own thing. It's more like a monkey's paw now. So it was all right. I still will take the old Hellraiser over the new one, but it wasn't as terrible as I thought it was going to be. The first one's kind of, well, not kind of, really is weird, but that's because Clive Barker has a BDSM fetish. So that's where he kind of developed the whole pleasure from pain thing and all that with the Cenobites. It's like, and I think he's gay too, which makes it a little awkward. But I always like the monster design on him. Like the Chatterer, as far as the Cenobites went, was always my favorite. It wasn't ever Pinhead. It was always Chatterer. The Chatterer was like a kid. It was super mean. I actually had a model of Chatterer when I was young. Um, yeah, like I was saying, one of my big problems with modern day is that they like to do a lot of allegory. So I think I was saying this. I know you weren't here for last stream, but I said it. I want to say last Thursday's stream. One of the big issues with like It Walks or It Follows, I think is the name of the movie. Like the whole allegory to it is it's basically like an STD. And I was just like, it's clever, it's something newer, but it's not scary because it's an allegory. Like I can't be frightened by this because maybe if I was a young teenager out just having sex with random things again, be a different story, right? Or random women again, rather. I really should say. Yeah, But that's part of the problem is they want to do allegory stuff like this. Like, did you see one? And I mentioned this last stream too. We'll probably have to get into it coming up real soon here. But did you ever see um, Underwater? It's got Kristen Stewart in it. They're like diving. They dived. They're on a underwater oil rig, and all of a sudden something like causes a whole leak in the system and all that, and they've got to evacuate it. I didn't think that one was terrible. They had actually had like a cool movie monster at the end. So yeah, they're on like an. I won't spoil it for you because if you're gonna watch like a horror movie a day, it's one to look up, right? But they're on this oil rig, like I said, they're underwater, so they're locked down there, and then the oil rig gets hit, starts leaking, like immediately, like two people get killed, like drown, because they have no choice. They have to shut the bulkheads, and they have to walk basically from one platform to another underwater to get through. And as they're going through, they start getting attacked by these creatures. It was it was interesting, especially towards the end. You see what creatures actually like, what the main creature is, and you're like, oh shit, it's that. It was creepy. Well, I don't know if it was creepy. It was a good action horror. And you don't know when people are going to get taken out and stuff like this. How are we looking? Looking all right. Okay, runners. I do. Well, yep, that's actually okay. That's okay. Not bad. Gotta fix those teeth. The Reanimator series, yeah, that's H.P. Lovecraft wrote those. Those are, or wrote the original stories. They're fun, fun and creepy. Oh, hopefully that looks a little bit more natural when I put this. Do the blue to fix it. Shit, the one eye is goopy as fuck. Some of that blue. I also got to color out her hair. Damn it. Oh yeah, that eye's got to get completely redid. Went way too big with that eye. It's got to be redone. I don't know where six is at. Usually six is in here by now. You got to ask you some, dude. You can ask me whatever, brother. You're good. What happened with Alien? You mean like the Alien series? Like they got a new Alien coming up. Alien. I almost called it Alien Earth, but maybe it is Alien Earth or something like this. Are you talking about just why they botched Alien? Oh. You're talking about Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Vlog. So, here's you want the actual deal because you can watch the stream. Actually, you can probably go find his stream too and watch it. Alien got monetized. The day Alien got monetized, let me set this down, light a cigarette. Day Alien got monetized, I did a whole shout out show congratulating him, everything else, right? The problem is, a couple of the people in here, Steve Kerfuffle, Eugene, well, not Eugene. Eugene was kind of just caught in the middle. But really, Steve Kerfuffle was one, and I can't remember who the other one was. But they were in. We're all talking about it, and I was congratulating them everything, and I was like, "Look, now he's monetized. This is the only advice I'd give you with monetization. You got everybody as a mod. Do away with it. Cut it down to one or two voices that you completely trust, like that girl Miranda that's in there. She's good people. Knock, get rid of all the mods. And I've said this before, like you can have too many mods and they're going to spoil the soup because they'll silence people. I was like, there's one girl in there that she was fighting with different people and I can't remember her name. But she kept having arguments and it was people that watch my stream and Aliens. And they basically like they would get in arguments with her and Alien I would drop into the stream, he'd be like, "Oh yeah, I settled an argument between two people earlier." Oh, okay, cool. But then I would talk to him in my stream and it'd be like, "Yeah, Alien legitimately silenced me for like 30 minutes or something like this. Like 5 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever. Just completely cut me off so I couldn't argue anymore." He didn't actually like settle anything. He just muted me and kept me from speaking. And I was like, "Oh, that's fucked up." And I think Steve Kerfuffle was one of them. I can't remember. I think it was Danny Boss was the big one. He got in a whole thing because Danny. Well, I don't know if you know Danny Boss or not, but he is like really diving into Christianity and stuff. And this girl was Muslim or something. The two of them were having some stupid argument, just some shit like this, right? And I was like, yeah, that's part of the problem. You can't have everybody with mod status and all this, and you shouldn't be silencing people. I was like, I noticed if somebody comes in like a troll or whatever into the chat, the first thing that happens is they get ban hammered. They get like their voice gets silenced and then basically they disappear. The moment they say some shit, because you've got so many mods, I was like, if somebody's going to criticize you, you can't have thin skin. It's the internet. Just, play along with it, make the troll laugh, make them go away, but use your words to do it. Don't ban them. It wasn't stranded. It was not stranded. It was not stranded life form. No, stranded actually found me in a whole different way. She found me because she watches like arts and crafts stuff and my shit. That's where I wasn't doing gaming streams yet. So she actually found me through that and then came in here and then all this kind of shit happened. So anyway, on my stream, I literally say this. I'm like, you get somebody like the girl who's arguing with everybody. She's a mod. You get new people in there. They start arguing with her. She bans them, whatever. You got to like limit your mods and you've got to have thicker skin because you're on the internet. If somebody, yeah, I was in one of the streams and somebody said some shit and like he didn't even get a chance to read it because people were cutting and banning. And it was like, dude, let him respond to it. Let him fight his own battle. Like, what are you doing? Don't be thin skinned, right? That's all I said. hand to God, you can go watch my stream. Yeah, a shout out to Stranded. I love Stranded. The Stranded has stuck with me. Um, I had the first Friday stream I ever did. A quick sidebar, but the first Friday stream I ever did, we call it Friday Night Fuckery because I tried to move the stream from Thursdays to Friday, and when I did, everything went wrong. The mic wouldn't work. The camera kept cutting out. Like it was just problem. I'd be in the middle of a sentence and all of a sudden the mic would cut out because my mic was failing. I didn't even know it. And Stranded and Sheree stuck with me the entire time through the entire stream. They watched the whole fucking stream for me, brother, and I'll never forget that. Because they could have been like, yeah, fuck this dude and moved on, but they stuck with me till the end of the stream. But anyway, back to the story. So that's what I said about Alien on stream. Shit's there. You can go back, you can watch it or whatever. And I was like, but, congratulations, Alien. Awesome. Proud of you and everything else and blah, 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 blah. And like all this good stuff. I jump into Alien stream the next time he streams. Beans is in there. Mister's in there. Somebody else is in there. I'm like, hey, Beans, what's going on? How are you? No response. Hey, Mister, what's going on? No response. Hey, Eugene, what's going on? No response. I'm like, what the fuck? I can see my shit going up on screen, and Sheree was in the stream too. So I said, hey, Sheree, can you see what I'm typing? Like I messaged her outside of everything and said, hey, can you see when I'm saying something? I'm going to say something to you right now. I was like, at Sheree, how are you? What's going on? Nothing. I took a screenshot of it, send it to Sheree. Sheree's like, yeah, this is what I see on my screen. Everything except for what I'm typing in. I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, did he like mute me or something? Did he like ban me? So I'm like, well, this is fucked. Like, I can't talk to anybody. Then the next thing I know, he turned around and he goes, yeah, there was a problem with somebody that was coming into the stream or what have you. And he said some nice stuff about me, but he also, complained about me having too many mods and like a whole bunch of other shit. And he's like, so I banned him from my channel. Yeah. He banned me from the channel. Because I didn't have mod status either. I refused mod. He was like, you want mod status? And no, I don't want mod status. I don't want to be a fucking mod. Right? I just want to watch the show and hang out and, send subs to you, like help you. You're helping me out. I'm helping you out. Right. And then he goes on, he said something about like, oh, I made his channel. I can show you on Discord every message between me and Alien. I still have them. I saved them. I saved screenshots of them just in case he deletes it. He basically told me that he used OBS and then sent me tutorial videos to how to do the chat on the side and something else. And I didn't even use them. So I was just like, okay, whatever. So I'm banned. And I didn't say anything about it to anybody. The only person that knew what happened was Sheree, right? My moderator knows because she's still watching his channel and stuff like this. And I didn't say anything to any of my viewers and anything else. Somebody would bring up Alien. I would say, hey, shout out to him. Hope his channel keeps growing and wish him nothing but the best, but I'm not going to be there to see it. This is what I've been saying the whole time. You've probably heard me say it. There's certain streamers that I don't watch anymore, but shout out to them and wish you nothing but the best in the future. So then Steve Kerfuffle is in some other chat, not ABL, but somewhere else. And it might even have been your stream. I don't think it was your stream, but some other stream. And Alien was in there with that girl, Miranda. And Steve's like, hey, I'm going over to GAM's later, or GAM's streaming tonight. You want to come watch or what have you? And she's like, oh no, I can't go over there. I've heard bad things about him. Steve's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? So it kind of brought it up. And then Steve asked me, he's like, yo, same thing as you. Well, what's the problem between you and Alien? I don't have any problems with him. But let me tell you what this dude did. And, like this is what happened. And I broke it down on my stream. This, you guys watched the stream. Like half the people that were in my stream were in that stream. So they're like, yeah, you didn't say anything nasty about him or anything like this. Fast forward a couple days later, and I can't remember who it was, and not to name names, but I'm sure you can go back to her stream and find it in the chat, even though they're long as shit and you don't have time for it. But too long didn't read was Alien started talking all kinds of smack about I'm a clown, and if you're sub to him, you should unsub to him and don't watch any of his content and all this. And I think I'm gonna say it was Beans and Mister were in his stream when he did it, and Mister said something like, because I heard about it secondhand, but Mister said something like, "Don't like look, unless you're gonna let him be here to defend himself, don't talk about him." And then Beans was like, "Don't say another word about him. He hasn't said anything nasty about you, anything else. That's fucked up, basically." And that's where it's at. And I don't know if he's ever said anything else. I don't care. But that's what happened, brother. Yeah. And I mean, and I've said the same thing. I'm not going to tell you to go unsub from the guy. Not going to tell you to not interact with the guy. If you enjoy his shit, go watch his shit. Go, you know what I mean? Like I was like, it's fucked up he did that shit to me, especially, he's got like 1 point whatever K subscribers. I've got 93. Now, I mean, the whole thing is SE, like it's drama, and I'm not here for drama. For one, right? For two, you kind of showed me who you were when you muted me and banned me without even having a conversation with me. Like that kind of just, you proved my point when I said, don't be thin skinned and face things head on. You just showed me you can't handle like a conversation on the internets. It's okay. And like, the whole thing is I don't want to relitigate it or whatever anytime anybody asks me, but you're asking me and like I said, I think you deserve an answer to it because you've asked me before, like, you watch a stream, stuff like this. And I'm like, used to, don't anymore. Wish him nothing but the best of luck. I've said that shit to you. But now that I know you a bit better, that's what happened. You can watch my stream. You can see when it happened. Like you can watch his stream and see what he said and what he did. Like so I'm not making shit up. I'm not pulling it out of my ass. But I don't. It's just like save that drama for your mama. I'm here to paint, have a good time, bullshit with good people. Certain cases like when it comes to Bob. Bob just had something tragic happen in his life. He wants to be around people and forget about that. I don't want to fucking bog you down with some internet bullshit, or drama. It's not worth it to me. Move on, move forward. Best of luck to you. Hey, may you stay monetized, may you stay watched, and may you make your money. But yeah, sorry about that, bud. That that's your breakdown. And like I've been over that for a while now. Like actually I was over it 5 minutes after it happened. But yeah, honestly, most of the regulars here already know what happened, and it's already like water under the bridge. Not worried about it. Um, whole discussion now. I mean, if ABL if ABL banned me, I would understand. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I asked him, "Do you think I'd do all right streaming?" He was like, "Yeah, I think you'd do great." I thought he was a decent dude and everything else. I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't a huge fan of like not his content, but the way he kind of presented it. But I wanted to support the dude because he was a nice guy. You know what I mean? Saw him as a decent person. And like, I still want to believe there's a decent person in there. And that's why I say, hopefully, hey, nothing but best of luck to you. And I hope you fucking stay monetized, keep making money, and knock it dead. I'm not gonna simply hate you because of shit. Like, that stuff is, I don't want to say beneath me, but beneath me as a human. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, SE's got more subs than me. I fucking hate you, SE. Like, what the fuck? I want you to be successful. I want you to get a million views. I want you to have a million subscribers. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that happened to him either, but you're 100% right. Um, there was one thing that was said that was kind of telling of that too. And that was, I'm not going to take advice from somebody with a smaller channel than mine. I'm like, motherfucker, you've had your channel for 15 years. I've been streaming for 3, 4 months at this point, or 6 months at this point, or something. Like, come on now. It's just, that one was petty. Like, it was a petty shot, in my opinion. I was just like, all right, whatever. That's cool. Roll right off me. I just got to grow a bigger channel now. That's all. It's just, you. Thank you for the motivation. Yeah, brother. That's where I'm at too. You can learn something off somebody with one subscriber. You can go in and everybody's got to start. And that's what I was kind of saying earlier is you're going to slowly build. Like, if you told me when I first started doing this, I had 25 subscribers or something to my old videos, which I did in like 2019, 2020, somewhere in there. If you had told me I'd be up at 93 people with a group of people that tune in damn near every show with me to bullshit about life and everything, I would have told you were fucking nuts. I didn't get in this to make a shit ton of money. I always said if YouTube paid me, that would be cool. Um, I did it to share stories, have fun, and enjoy life with other people. And I feel blessed for the every last one of my subs. I appreciate the fuck out of them. And I want everyone. It's just like you just said. I want everyone to be successful. I want to see you where you have a million subs and 10,000 people watching you. Talk about the time you shit your pants or whatever. Yeah, I mean, doing straight politics will because the whole thing is you're alienating half an audience. Now, granted, I've definitely hurt some feelings since being on this. Like, I've lost a subscriber because they came up with a woo woo theory, and I turned around and basically just was like, yeah, this is bullshit, and this is why. And I haven't seen them since. Like, and I lost a subscriber. Like, I knew I lost a subscriber at that point. I was like, well, sorry, man. You throw something at me, I'm going to come back with an argument. Now, come back with an argument at me and tell me why I'm wrong. Don't tell me, this guy who's proven to be a fraud is right and why I'm wrong. Like, I'm hitting you with science. Hit me with facts back. And with me, I'm personally I'm a centrist. I think that Trump's doing a better job than Biden ever could have. Personally, I'm just looking at the overall. There's still shit that I'm going to criticize the balls off them for because I think both sides are just as corrupt as each other. It's just one isn't as crazy as the other one right now. That's all. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, this channel started off with it was supposed to be almost a culture war channel where I was just doing reviews of movies, stuff like this, and taking the piss out of things and everything. And I was like, now there's so many people doing that kind of stuff nowadays, and it'll feel like I'm biting off them. Like, so Nerdrotic was one I would watch, or As from Heelverse Babyface, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, these guys. And I was just like, if I start doing, because I have kind of the same opinion, I'd just be adding my voice to that chorus and it'll feel like I'm grifting, and I don't want to grift. I just want to tell the truth. So I switched it up and started telling stories from a misspent youth, like being parties and different things like this. And that was cool for a minute. And then I switched it up, did cryptids. And then I did like an Easter egg for the end of The Expanse. Like the last episode of The Expanse had this whole Easter egg to it. So I did that video and I stopped. I was like, all right, I don't know what I'm doing with this fucking channel. I think I'm just going to quit YouTube. I think I'm done with this. It's like 25, 26 subscribers. And I quit. And then, like I said earlier, showed Beans and Mr. and Sheree, I think. Somebody else. I'm going to say there was a girl named Meddy that was there. Six. But I showed them. I was like, yeah, this is one of my 3D prints. And they're like, oh, cool. What does it look like? And I showed it to them and it was painted and everything. And they're like, oh, that's really cool. And I was like, you guys think I could live stream this shit? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'll set up and start doing the live stream. It can't be that difficult. And you know how it goes. You start off and your live stream is just ass cheeks. Not like mine's improved much since I started, but it's gotten better. And I started doing it and then started doing a show a week at first. And then that became two. And now I do a gaming stream on Fridays. So I do three. But then, I'm deciding on what this stream should actually be. And I came to the conclusion, you know what it should be? It should be something that shows people, one, that you can do the 3D prints, paint them yourself on a budget. So it's something that you can do and it's not very expensive to do. And anybody can do it because if an old ass man with fucked up hands and a busted up neck can do this shit, you can too. Right? Start simple, simple colors, simple, one color things just with some eyeballs, like a Pokemon, and build out from there. Um, the bottles of paint. I'm watching like the professionals do it. They use bottles of paint that cost you like $5 to $10 per bottle. I'm getting this shit for I think it's like 89 cents a bottle or something that I'm using. So I'm using inferior paint, right? I got paint brushes that I spent $5 for a whole pack of them. And then I was like, but what's the format of the show? Do I talk politics? Do I talk pop culture? Do I talk, like you get on a microphone, what the fuck are you going to talk about? And I was like, that's where I ran into that snafu. I'm like, look, politically, and I'm sure I turned off viewers right off the rip because I was talking about like Trump winning the election and the good things that he could do and all this. And he hadn't won the election yet. So I'm sure there was liberal voters that watched it and were like, yeah, no, not for me. He's talking about Trump and all this. And then I realized maybe about 3 to 6 months in, it really should be chat driven. Like the people that come into the chat, there's a reason why I call Rebel Without a Reason. Shout out to him. He's like my roving reporter. And Rebel Without a Reason, he'll come in and hit me with stories that are ongoing like now. So like say JD Vance just got shot or something. He would jump into this chat and be like, yo, brother, JD Vance just got shot. This is what's going on with it. Steve Kerfuffle, I call him my man on the streets. He does the same thing. He goes through X and will be like, yeah, there's a brawl in Cincinnati. What's your take on it? They add to the show, right? My original mod was actually Beans, and then I fucked up with that one because Beans had a take on, I want to say it was Flat Earth. I think it was Flat Earth. And instead of just saying, like I should have said, yeah, look, I don't buy into the flat earth thing. That's fine if you do and all this stuff. I was like, that's the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard. Flat earth is for retards, and like went off about it and hurt her feelings. And I literally had to apologize to her because I didn't mean to, like, it felt like I was personally attacking her when I said it. I had to listen to it back and I was like, man. But she was real good about it. She was just like, look, can you take the mod status off me? She left for a little bit. When she cooled off, she came back, and I was able to apologize to her in stream and everything else in front of everybody and say I was wrong because I actually was wrong. And then that's when Sheree became my mod. Yeah, well, I mean, you've got, like, dude, that eagle, sitting there filming the eagle. I'm like, that shit's badass. Like, I love that stuff. That's cool. Do the outdoor stuff. You're going to hook a lot of people. It's politically neutral. Everybody loves to see the outdoors, especially people that are in the city, believe it or not, because they're not used to seeing it. Like, I go outside tomorrow and there's an alligator in my backyard. I'm like, great, a fucking alligator, right? Other people are like, whoa, alligator, you actually got them. And it's like, I see this shit all the time. What are you guys talking about? Yep. You learn. I do dumb shit all the time, but the thing is, I'm also going to tell you when I do dumb shit. You know what I mean? Like, and that's where that fallout thing that we just discussed. If I was out of pocket and I said something fucked up, I straight up would have done an apology. I didn't fuck up. Like, I didn't say anything out of pocket or really nasty, or you know what I mean? None of that shit. But yep, is what it is. And you're right, though. I agree with you 100%. Sometimes this YouTube shit, it's what scares me about people that are like, well, if I were in charge of everything, then this is how I'd do it. It reminds me of the cop that used to get the shit kicked out of him in high school, and then you get a modicum of power by putting that badge on them. And what happens? The power goes right to their head, and you're like, Jesus Christ, dude, you're a monster worse than the monsters you're locking up sometimes. Shit. Fucking hands are starting to shake. Bad. Wait, what? You're losing a subscriber every day? So, like, say you put on three subscribers. At the end of the day, all three of those subscribers will have unsubbed. Um, brother, don't. I understand. Glitches like that in the system are going to frustrate you. For example, I know for a fact my buddy Smurf, his wife subscribed to me. My subscriber count never went up. It never moved the entire time. That shit never moved. And he's like, yeah, she subbed to you yesterday. I'm like, I'm still at 91 subs. And then I know, well, I know at least one of the two subscribers after that was this guy named Joe Anon. Shout out to him. He's awesome. He watched us play through Valheim and was actually like shouting out tips while we were playing. He was helpful as fuck and good guy. He's dropped in for the painting show or whatever here and there, and I appreciate him. And then we picked up one the other day, and like I think I picked it up last Friday's gaming stream. So it put me at 93, but I never saw the return for Smurf's wife signing up for it. And I know for a fact she did. Like that's one that is guaranteed. I know I have another subscriber that isn't listed. Yo, that's fucking weird. One of the other things, I don't know if this happens to you. So right now, according to my stream, I've got 40 views. That's it on this stream, right? 40. If I were to end the stream right now and go look at it on YouTube, it'll say I have 23. And then the next day I'll have 40. I'm like, what the hell? I mean, the only advice I can give you is something that I gave to my buddy Smurf when he was talking about doing streaming. Said number one, don't expect you're going to make money at it, right? Number two, have fun with it, and you're doing the content basically for yourself or to enrich people's lives, and you're doing it for the right reasons. And just keep doing it and be consistent. Always be on time. If you say you're live streaming at 8 p.m. every Thursday, like I do, 8 p.m. every Thursday, my stream comes on. I'm here. My intro's rolling. I'm ready to talk on the mic, ready to paint, whatever, play a game, whatever it is. Shit like that. I was like, be consistent, show respect to your audience, you know. And but the whole thing is, I've been in your streams, and man, you get like, you kill it, brother. Like you can just be talking by the campfire, and like it's awesome. I love it. I actually had a lot of fun in the last stream I was in of yours. I haven't gotten any notifications for your streams or uploads of videos either. Let me see. Her eyes all fucking goofy. I gotta look at them real quick. I don't know that I like. Come on, motherfucker. Come on, camera, work. All right, I gotta white the teeth. I think I might go yellow on the eyes. I like the yellow on the red. It's creepier. See, what the fuck? If you just put out a video yesterday, I got zero notification about it. As a matter of fact, the last notification I got was for a live stream. And I jumped in it the moment I got the notification because I was like, let me see how SE's doing. Let me just say hello to him and all that and let him know I'm here to support. So it's like, oh, well, I did a video yesterday. Well, what the fuck? Why isn't YouTube notifying me that you did a video? And 10 people subbing to you and then 10 people unsubbing in the same day, for example, that doesn't happen. You might have 9 people that stay sub to you and one person unsub because they're like, hey, you know what? I changed my mind on dude's content, but not 10 like that or 6 or whatever. Yeah, I did a search for my name and it came up, but I kind of had to look for it. If I didn't know what my symbol looked like, I wouldn't have known. Yeah, I think the yellow is much better in those eye pupils. Let me see if I can get it to show me the horror. Come on. God damn it. I love this camera, but it can be a pain in the ass. There it goes. Yeah, I think I'll go with the yellow. Yeah, see, man, there's something wrong with it. Like I said, the viewership, that miss sub, and it's ever since it's really gotten glitchy ever since they started using AI to monitor everything too. I've noticed that. Like When I started seeing people make videos talking about like this, what's coming to YouTube, all this stuff, and then I started noticing where AI was really kicking in with the music copyright in particular. I was like, yeah, something's fucked up with this. And then everything's been kind of screwy since. I don't know why. So, like, me getting 40 views for tonight sounds about right. You know, a lot of people had to dip out early. It's a work day tomorrow. Honestly, a video like this, I'll get more on the replay than I do on the live usually. It'll be 20 more or something like that. It's not going to be something outrageously big because I still am just a little shit channel and not everybody's into like me painting and talking shit at the same time. Dude, yeah, Sheray's amazing. Like she's like one of my favorite fucking people. She's one of my wife's favorite people too, which says a lot. My wife doesn't like anybody. She likes Sheree. Um, Sheree is fantastic people. I've never heard anybody with a bad word for her. And Stranded, like I said, shout out Stranded. I always shout Stranded out because the fact she stuck with me through that one stream told me everything I needed to know. Everybody else would have bailed. She stuck with me. She watches every replay. She's amazing. She's an amazing person too, and I appreciate it. Not like the other people subscribe to me aren't great too, but like in particular, those two have done me a kindness that I'll never forget. Yeah, you're not wrong with that. The Google with the search bar AI is fucked. Like I don't like that. Like it's cool that you can get the AI to look through the articles basically for you and give you the answer you're looking for fast. I like that. I think that's good. I think you should have Google search and then like maybe do the magnifying glass and next to it AI search. Like just put AI an AI button and then you can choose if you want to just do a normal Google search or you want AI to answer the question. Instead, they're kind of forcing that shit on you. Like it doesn't feels off to me. I don't know. It could just be because things are changing and I don't like it or but reality is I just think it can be a hindrance instead of a help sometimes. Kind of like why the hell am I paying like why am I training your AI for free? But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie at all, SC. You know, I'm like 50 years old. I'm retired. This side thing, if anything, it just keeps me honest. It forces me to talk to people, right? So I don't completely become antisocial. I get to meet cool people. Like I'm happy I met you the first time, and I think it was Eugene. And shout out to fucking Eugene. I think it was Eugene who's like, who would be amazing if he was in here, and I think he'd really enjoy this shit is SE. I'm like, who's SE? He's like SE Wolverines. You might have seen him. I'm like, sounds familiar, and I might have even seen you in like Aliens chat or something. And I was like, cool. I was like, well, if you're saying he's good people, get him in here. And then you had come in for a minute that same that I think Eugene had logged off, and you came in, and like I started bullshitting with you, and I'm just like, yeah, he reminds me of somebody I'd go drinking with back in the day. Like he feels like. And then I watched your video, and I'm like, that accent. You're definitely somebody I would have chilled out with back in the day. Like we would have been like throwing him back and chasing tail. You know, I was like, oh yeah, I can definitely fuck with SE. He's good people. Yeah, I don't know, brother. I don't know what the deal is. All right, let's link her together. See how this little horror show came out. Get these paints away. But yeah, man. Like, and I do. I'm actually grateful that Eugene brought you in for me to meet you, because otherwise I might not ever have met you. You know what I mean? It might have been Sheree who was like, "Hey, Gam, you should check this out," and taking me over to your channel. But otherwise, I wouldn't have known. And I'm damn happy I did. You're cool as fuck. Like, you definitely see the bullshit for the bullshit too, and I can appreciate that. Like, just I'm talking politics, everything else. Like, you just see bullshit for bullshit. It's like, yep, just call it. It's fucking bullshit. That all set. Wait, how are you not monetized? Not enough hours watched, right? It's gotta be that you don't have enough hours watched. So, all right, you ready for the dirtiest part of this? You don't have enough hours watched. Guess what? I've got, I think before doing this stream, 4,358 hours watched already. I have 93 subscribers. That's why I'm not monetized. I have the exact opposite problem that you have, brother. Yeah. Yeah, I hit 3,000 maybe about a month ago, and I hit 4,000 just recently. And the only thing I'm missing is subs. I'd be monetized. If I had 1,000 subs right now, I would be full AdSense monetized. So that's just it. Does your I'm trying to think how can I help you? That's the best question I can ask you, Se. What can I do to help you, man? Hmm. What's your work schedule? If you don't mind me asking. I don't want to be intrusive and shit. But does it change every week, or do you have a set schedule? I mean, you can get the watch hours from videos. It's just, I think I've had better results with live. If I can't get that twisted chick in range. Oh, down a little, over a little. There we go. Over half step. Okay, I got you. If your work schedule's nuts, that's difficult. I was gonna say if you work like a 9 to 5 or graveyard on a regular, then just pick a day. Pick like Wednesdays, Saturdays, Mondays, Tuesday, whatever day, and do your stream and have it at that time. Because like with me, consistently, I've always been 8 p.m. Eastern Standard on Thursday, and then it was 8 p.m. Eastern Standard on Sundays, right? Like all the time. And now I've added the gaming, and that helps. Um, Shit. I really wish there was some way to get you. Like, dude, if I could just give you my fucking watch hours, just be like, here you go, brother. I'd do it in a heartbeat because I'm so far off from 1,000 subs. That's that's 907 more subs than what I currently am sitting at. So I'm not going to get monetized anytime soon. It's going to be a slow fucking build. I mean, I'll be there if I get the note, and I'm not streaming myself. Like if I'm in the middle of a stream, there's nothing I can really do with it. The only thing I can do is this. say I'm doing a stream and the stream is, like I'm winding it down. Like I'm getting ready to wind it down. We're at like 3 a.m. or whatever. And I'm winding down, I'm smoking my final cigarette. Should I play with the lighting on it? Maybe I'll play with the lighting on this one too. But, getting a screenshot for the main thing, all that fun shit. I'd be like, SE streaming right now, guys. Hell, I'll even do it in the middle of my stream. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to lie. But I would be, like literally, if I'm winding down my stream, hey, go over to SE Wolverines and then have Sheree link your fucking channel in the chat if she's here. If not, I'll just have to link it myself and just send a whole whoever's watching me. If it might only be 3 people. Like right now, there's 2 people watching me basically. But if I have like 10 or 12, or we're doing a gaming stream and I got like 18, like when I do the gaming streams, I'll get anywhere from 12 to 28 people. I think is my max out at this point, was 28 watching at a time while we're gaming. I can just send them right to your channel. That'll help. But anything I can do to fucking help, brother. I want to see you get monetized. And yeah, I used to love those goddamn graveyard shifts myself. Not gonna lie. So much better than working the fucking Joe, like, get me up early and all that. I fucking couldn't stand it. I mean, you being an outdoorsman probably sucks, but I couldn't stand it personally. It always drive me nuts. Let's see, what color do we want to go with? Should I even do a color? A little red, I think. I think red might work for that pale look. Twist. Maybe hit a little zoom. Give her that creepdom. Hey man, no worries. Like I said, and not gonna lie, I'm still gonna say shout out to the other dude. I don't like using his name on here because I don't want it taken out of context or fucked around with or anything like this or more drama to pop up. But shout out to that dude, and I still wish him nothing but the best and hope he stays monetized and grows. But even with him, I did the same thing. I'm not gonna lie. I would say the same shit. Like whatever I can do to help. And I send a lot of people over to his channel. Some of them liked it. Some of them were like, "Yeah, I don't know what the fuck this is," but some of them were watching too. Damn, all red I think is too much. Let me see something. Let me try this. What do you think, SE? What about this one? Yeah, I can't stand internet drama. I'm not gonna lie. Like I like being a troll here and there, being a dick, but you know, it's kind of somebody sacrifices like a good chunk of their life, and that's their only dream is to be a famous YouTube streamer. Let them have it. Yeah. Should I keep the lighting like this with the red hitting it? Give it that fucked up effect. I hate the way the middle breaks apart or what have you. That's got to get glued or welded. I have to do a spot weld on it. But You know, or else even a shave down. Is that midsection? But at the same point in time, they tear themselves in half. Like that's the whole legend of it is that it looks like a woman with real fucked up skin, and then it'll sprout wings at night and tear itself in half and go feed on people. Flip it around so you can see what it looks like on the other side. Okay. Let's see. Where's that yellow? That's what it looks like on the other side. I think the red hitting her in the face is better. Dude, that's Tales from the Dark Side, the movie. It's the very last episode of it. Yeah, I do too. I think you're right. I think it's the other way. Like light over here, red over here, like that. Yeah, the ending's fucked up though, because like she falls in love with the dude and all that shit. He has a baby with her, and then her and like the little kid, they both become gargoyles, fly up on a roof, and then she's like crying for eternity, basically. Like it's fucking, it's sad. Tales from the Dark Side though it was a fun show. It Tales from the Dark Side, monsters. There's one an older one called The Dark Room, which only had like one or two episodes to it. Tales from the Dark Side, monsters. Tales from the Crypt. Let me hit the screenshot. We lost a viewer too. Like we lost one. But yeah, getting close to the end anyway. And shout out to Smurf for being amazing. My gaming partner. We'll be doing that Fridays at 8 p.m. Shout out to the greatest mods on these internets, Sheree and her husband Rick James. Shout out to Devin. Get her some popcorn. Shout out to Beans. Shout out to Mister. Shout out to Six, wherever you may be. My roving reporter rebel. Without a reason. Shout out to Bob K. MIT. Shout out to Steve Kerfuffle, my man on the street, Steve. And of course, shout out to Stranded Lifeform. You're amazing. Thanks for watching this far, Stranded. Yes, that's Twilight Zone the movie. Actually, the guy who's freaking out is John Lithgow in the movie. In the old black and white, it was actually William Shatner. And that thing on the wing's supposed to be a gremlin. Like back in the day, that was the old way they went about it. They used to say in like World War II and shit, if a plane crashed and everything, it was gremlins messing with the engine. Yeah, that one's epic. I mean, Twilight Zone the movie because they remade not It's a Wonderful Life. What the fuck is the name of the episode? It's a Good Life. I think it's called It's a Good Life. And yeah, it was called It's a Good Life, and it's about a little boy named Anthony that can do shit with his mind. Like anything he imagines, it happens. And that's actually a remake. Kick the Can's a remake of an episode. Like the old, all of them are remakes now. I'm thinking about it, except for the first one. And fucked up with that first episode of Twilight Zone the movie. They do the guy, and I can't remember his goddamn name, but the dude who Vic Morrow, I think is the guy's name. He's like a racist in a bar and he's flipping out about Jewish people, black people, all this, calling them all kinds of slurs, and then ends up going through time and living through each of their lives. Um, but they did a scene where he was supposed to grab these two Vietnamese kids and run away from a helicopter. The helicopter hit the mic boom or something like this and crashed and killed him and both the children. But yeah, Vic Morrow was the guy actor's name, and it was a lawsuit. Michael Landis actually directed the episode. He got sued for it because they had children on the set way late and all this, and ended up getting them killed. Um, yeah, that fucked up. Just shame, sad. Let's see, where is the mana Paul? Here it is. Save that off. Boop. There we go. Yeah, and yeah, you're right. The teacher comes to his house. He's got like, yeah, peanut butter sandwiches are the best. Everything's great with peanut butter, and like they're eating all this fucked up shit, like the candy, like dipped in peanut butter, and they're eating it and all that. In the original one, it's a guy named an actor named Billy Mummy. Like I don't know if you ever saw Lost in Space, but Billy Mummy was Will Robinson. You know, the robot used to go, "Danger, Will Robinson, danger." Well, Billy Mommy was actually plays the kid in that episode of the original series, and it's a lot creepier. Like way, way creepier. Like he's holding the whole town hostage, basically. And anybody that speaks out of turn, he'll do terrible things to him. And then they have to tell him, like, wish him away in the cornfield, wish him away in the cornfield. In the either 80s or 90s, the Twilight Zone came back out again, and they did one that was called It's Still a Good Life. And he's basically an adult now. He's lost his powers, but his daughter has the powers, and she's worse than he is. Like he's got a daughter, and the daughter is worse than he is, and it's crazy. Yeah, but I want to say that's the name. Let me make sure, SE, so this way if you look up, because I'm sure you can find them. Um, but let me see. I want to say it's called "It's a Good Life" and it's still a good life, because everybody has to keep saying that's good, that's real good. Anthony, that's the kid's name. Yeah, the name of the episode, "It's a Good Life," um, and it definitely Twilight Zone. Yeah, yeah, and then the follow up, because and it's the same actor too, Billy Mummy. He's just an adult. Like if you ever watched, oh god, like I said, Will Robinson was one of his big roles back in the day, and he's been in a lot of stuff. But he was on Babylon 5. He played one of the Mimbari. I don't know if you watch sci-fi shit, but he was on Babylon 5. He plays one of the Mimbari warriors too on that. Yeah, he took away her mouth. He removed her entire mouth because she started yelling at him in the movie. Yeah, he takes away her entire mouth. Yeah, that shit's crazy. It's crazy. I'm in that damn home stretch, smoking my last cigarette. Say goodnight to you, my good friend. Um, it's yeah, Twilight Zone is still one of my favorite shows of all time. The old black and white, by far, not even top 10. Not even top three. It's got to be my number one show of all time. I grew up with it. My parents grew up with it, and then I've seen every episode. There was one episode that I didn't see till I was older because it was banned, and it's basically one that has George Takai. Oh my! And I can't remember the other actor, but George Takai and this other dude. They're up in like an attic, and they find a chest, and in the chest is like an old sword, a Japanese soldier's sword, and the other guy finds something else, and like the two of them start fighting with each other and all this, but they ban the shit out of it. Is that the one? He's like an ex-marine. He has the shelter built in his backyard. Yeah, okay, you saw that one a couple weeks ago. Yeah, the he's like, are you talking about the new like colorized like 1980s 90s series of Twilight Zone where the guy had like the shelter built under his pool, and he's like ex-marine and all this other shit. All of a sudden there's nuke sirens and everything else. He had a communication like radio thing, like antenna or whatever, and it got broken off, so they get cut off from the outside world, and he doesn't know what's going on out there. Oh, you saw the one with the chest in the attic? Yeah. Yeah, there's so many good goddamn. The only problem is watching Twilight Zone ruins stuff for me, like The Sixth Sense. Whenever I watch a movie, if there's some kind of twist to it, or somebody says, "Hey, there's a twist in this movie you'll never figure out," my brain goes right into Twilight Zone mode, and I'm just like, "Okay, this is going to be the twist. This is going to be the twist." And I usually nail the twist because the Twilight Zone when I was a kid conditioned me to look for the twist. I like the one. There's one, and I can't remember it. Maybe it's called The Masks. I can't remember what the hell it's called. But this old millionaire dies, and this the old black and white series, and he's got like a spoiled ass nephew, a son, a daughter, um, and I want to say maybe a niece, and they're all like assholes. They don't care about him. They just want his money. He dies. And he's like, in order to execute my will, you guys have to wear this mask until the stroke, the 12th stroke of midnight or something like this. So they wear the masks, and the lawyer's reading over the will of what kind of scumbags these people are and what the old man thought of them. And the end of it is like, he's like, I leave you nothing except for your true faces exposed. And they take off their masks, and their faces are all the masks. Like exactly how ugly and grotesque the mask is what their face looks like. But yeah, the some of that shit, just so far ahead of its time. Really makes you think. So far out of the box. Some of them are funny. Some, like I can imagine being a kid watching it back then. Like, those were top end special effects back in the day. Would have freaked you out. And would have freaked you the hell out. You know, there was one, I want to say it was an old player piano that played itself. Matter of fact, Essie, I got something for you. Do you work? I'm not going to ask too much about your work. I don't want to get too much into it. We're on the fucking internet. But are you able to listen to things while you're working? Like, like say like Joe Rogan's podcast drops. you can put it on and put an earbud in and just listen to the conversation, or like Spotify music and stuff like this. I gotta find it now. I gotta find it and share the damn. I'm gonna do this before I log off. Let me find the link. I'm gonna lose side chat real quick. That's fine. Um, I gotta go into YouTube, but I got something for you for when you're at work, and there are a shit ton of them. I mean, we're talking like 80, 90, 120 hours worth. I just got to find the right one. I got to find the right guy because there's a couple of them that did this and translated the shit over. Here it is. It's this guy. Vintage Classics is the name of the channel. Let me pause real quick. Just share this link. But this is something for you, for me. That's fine. Even if you got to stop, you can just hit pause or whatever and just pick up right where you left off. Right? Save this channel off. Go there. That's volume 1 of it. And they do a whole loadout. And anybody who's watching this on replay, if you're at work and you just want something to put on in the background, something chill that you can listen to, go to this link, and it's Twilight Zone radio dramas, and it's actually classic episodes. They have voice actors doing it with the sound effects like they would have in before TV, like on the radio. But it's awesome because it is all the old Twilight Zone episodes in an audio format that you can listen to and enjoy. And like, I mean, it goes from like A to Z, I want to say. But I've listened through those things probably 10, 15 times myself. Like anytime I'm bored, I'm gaming, no news really going on, anything else, and I need something in the background, I throw these on. And it just, especially if you're familiar with the old episodes or have seen the show, you can legit just picture everything in your head that's happening on the show. I believe that. I definitely believe that, SE. I'm like that. Like, and well, actually, recently I haven't been because it spooks the dog. Especially if like an ad pops up, I'll have it on low volume. It'll be running, and all of a sudden I'm just like wake the fuck up with the dog like crawled up my butt. But yeah, like I gotta give those guys credit. Apparently, they were tape cassette and CD box sets back in the day that you could buy them, and somebody took them and ripped the CD or whatever, made it into an MP3 format, and put it up on YouTube. There's no visual to it or anything like this, so don't think you're missing out on anything. But it's just like radio dramas, and some of the people you're going to recognize, like Chris. I'm going to say his name's Christopher McDonald. He played Shooter McGavin in Happy Gilmore. He does voice acting on it. A lot of the people you're going to hear their voices and be like, "Oh, it's this actor." That's cool. Yeah, I don't have YouTube Premium either. That's the only way to get rid of the ads. And because of AI, they've taken away ad blockers. It will literally lock down your shit after a certain amount of warnings that you have. Yeah, our AI has detected you have an ad blocker. And then after a certain amount of times, you're screwed. And what really pisses me off about it is not not the ads. Like ads annoy me. It's the AI ads. When I get like an AI version of Oprah trying to sell me shit to make myself not fat, I'm not fat to begin with, my guy. And you're going to put this fucking ad on and I got to listen about some pink salt or some shit. And you run it back to back to back constantly. I get that they're making AdSense and revenue from it, and God bless them for that. But at the same point in time, you couldn't get Oprah to endorse this, so you're going to do fake Oprah. You're going to do AI Obama voice, shit like this. AI Trump voice for like a gold coin or something. It's probably a gold plated coin. Yeah, I mean, look, AI used in the right circumstances could probably change the entire human condition, make it where we all live forever, cure cancer, diagnose like diseases before they ever happen, stuff like this to us. Instead, we're using it to basically do the equivalent of cat memes. And some of it's funny, but there's a limit to it. And especially when it comes to advertising. Like, how the hell Oprah doesn't endorse this shit in real life? How are you getting away with using her likeness and voice and running this ad? I'd be suing the shit out of you. Like, it's almost as bad as I listen to wrestling podcasts and they always advertise Blue Chew. And shout out to Blue Chew. I don't know if that stuff works or it doesn't, but they're always like, they go into an ad for it all the time. And I'm just like, dude, you're selling boner gum. Like, I'm old, my dick still works. Like, well, you don't have it like you used to. You need to chew some Blue Chew, and it'll get you right where you want to be with your old lady. And they can't get vulgar with it, so it's like, it's crazy. I think the new one now is hymns, right? They advertise that on YouTube all the time too. Hymns. That's one of the favorite things I like to like. Bro, bro, just smoke a joint. You know, if she's seriously ugly, you might need a little alcohol, but come on, brother. Yeah, what is the difference? You know what I mean? Matter of fact, I thought that was the whole point to the actor strike. I can see if an actor's passed away and you need to finish off a movie you're working on, use an AI to fill in their scenes. Okay. Person was contracted for it. As long as you're paying them out, no problem. But if somebody's alive and they wouldn't endorse your product, how the fuck are you getting away with running ads, imitating them? And I mean, they look like, if I didn't know, I would think it was Oprah. Like, if I was an older person, didn't understand how this shit works, I might look at that ad and be like, yo, Oprah just told me how to lose my fat ass. Like, what the fuck? Like, if the shit works that good, why isn't Lizzo thin? Eventually, they're not going to be able to. Um, give it time. But yeah, brother, I just crushed out my cigarette. Thank you for sitting in with me and sticking around to the end of the show. It's been me and you just bullshitting for a minute now, and I do appreciate the hell out of you. I look forward to your next stream. Um, Everybody, check out SE Wolverines. You can search them up on YouTube's. If you're seeing outdoor videos, you got the right SE Wolverines. If you're seeing a bunch of college kids playing a sport, you're not on the right SE Wolverines. If you see a guy with three bladed claws, not the right Wolverines. You know. But shout out to you, SE. Thank you, brother. I do appreciate you. Also, thank you to listen to my side of a story, and not being too judgmental on it. Like I said, I got receipts. That's all I can say about it. And I wish that person the best. Hopefully, their streaming career continues to skyrocket, and I hope you much money in the future, my good sir. Shout out to Shrey, greatest mods on these interwebs. Shout out to Stranded Lifeform for listening all the way through the show. The rest of my merry crew of misfits, I appreciate and love all you guys. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the views. Thank you for all the likes. And I'll be back Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Paint something else. Then Gaming Friday with Smurf. Painting again next Sunday. But everybody, try and have a good week. Hang in there. And just remember, until next time, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, guys.